Royal estate of the Welton family. In a room filled with beautiful furniture, a blue-haired guy was lying in bed. He got out of bed and complained that he had this dream again. His name is Jamie Welton. He is the eldest son of the Welton royal family and its rightful heir. An unfamiliar guy was flying in space, and when he landed, he laughed and said that even the 12 gods were unable to defeat him, and all they could do was simply seal him. But when he was reborn, their lights would be plunged into darkness. An unfamiliar voice replied that he would look forward to this moment, but first he would be doomed to eternal suffering. 12 gods were able to seal it, but after a huge amount of time, a crack appeared in their barrier, thanks to which he was able to escape and was eventually reborn as the son of this family. 2 adults looked at the child. These were Jamie's parents, but the boy did not understand where he was and why he could not speak normally. He became an aristocrat, and 9 years have passed since that moment. Jamie looked out the window and said that today would be another boring day. The maid called him. She asked what he was doing. He replied that he was admiring the morning sky, and today it was very beautiful. She said that admiring the sky is good, but the gentleman and lady are already waiting for him. And would he mind if she helps him get dressed? After he got dressed, they went to his parents. His parents were sitting at the table and smiling sweetly at him. He sat down at the table and began to eat with everyone. Jamie's mother's name was Sears. She was the only daughter of the noble Bell family. And his dad is the head of the Welton royal family. He is one of the 5 sword masters of their kingdom. His name was Arjano. Although he has an impressive status, he is crazy obsessed with his wife and his children. His younger sister is named Sarah, the second child of the royal family. The guy got to his bed and fell on it. He still can't get used to how nice his family can be. He said that there is a lot of things here that he can do. There is even a private library. When he was younger, he wanted to die simply because he could not speak properly, as if his tongue was too short. The guy said that thanks to the fact that he was reborn, he had a new ability. This meant that these 12 gods still exist. They stuck to their beliefs and hopes, like parasites. Even if this is all he is capable of for now. But since in this era of information about dark magic, there is very little time. Time is definitely on his side. The guy was angry at these gods and said that if they continue to look down on him as they have been doing all this time, he will become stronger. The nanny came to see him. She called him and said that it was time to read children's books with the mistress. He pretended to be a cute boy and said that he was already on his way. He admitted that once he plays the role of a cute boy, he wants to become sealed again. His sister and mother were already waiting for him on the sofa. He sat down in front of her and asked what book she would read today. They were surprised by such cuteness and hugged him. Mom said that the book they would read today was called The Great Magician Heinz. When she had already finished reading it to the end, she asked if they liked the book. Jamie replied that he wants to become as cool a magician as Heinz. His mother replied that he is very smart, so she is sure that he will succeed. She reminded that he had already defeated his 3 magic teachers, and she also said that Dad invited the most powerful magician especially for him. He replied that he was glad and that he had a simply wonderful dad. Mom asked if he was going to the library now, and she asked him not to read because he should spend time in the fresh air, and she reached out to hug him. Jamie sat in front of the window in a chair and read a book. When he finished, he said that he read this book because he thought that there would be something interesting about the use of mana, but in the end he did not learn anything new, and remembered that it seemed like it was already lunchtime. As soon as he headed to the dining room, he came across a man in a white robe. It was an old man who was examining the statue. He said that as expected from the Welton family, they used the rare artifact as decorations in front of the dining room entrance. The guy looked at this old man and didn't understand who he was until the old man himself noticed him and greeted him. The boy noticed that he had a lot of mana. It literally flowed out of him like a storm, and that he was at least a 7th level magician. He was wondering how he got here. The old man smiled at him, but the guy did not answer this and clenched his fists, and then asked who he was and how he got here, because this place is not the passage yard. The old man was surprised that the little boy was as strong as his dad, and that his level was definitely above average. The guy thought that first he should have kneeled in front of him, but instead he talks to him. And he is infuriated by the calm behavior of the old man, and the way he looks at him as if he is evaluating some kind of product. Unable to bear it, Jamie said that it infuriated him and began to use magic, saying that now he would show him what would happen if he relaxed his vigilance. The magician thought that the rumors about his strength do not lie. He only had so much mana at the age of 9, and he became more curious about what he was going to do and also began to use his power to check it out. Jamie was angry that he did this and dares to test him because he is Diablo Wolfer, who in a past life was almost able to destroy all the gods. He directed his magic at him, after which the old man admired him, said that it was incredible and directed his magic. But not at him, which means he doesn't need to dodge. The old man was surprised that the boy didn't even blink an eye. Then Jamie's dad suddenly appeared and repelled the old man's attack with a sword, saying that he had gone too far and asked how his son was feeling. He replied that he was fine, but pretended to be crying. Dad got angry and called the old man to talk. This old man's name was Marcus Linmal. Marcus and Arjano were sitting at the table drinking tea, after which suddenly Arjano shouted out and said that Jamie was his son, and he was also the heir of the Welton family. The old man said that he knew and told him to calm down. The old man asked how much he knew about his son. The father asked him about what exactly. The old man replied about how brilliant he was. The man replied that that's why he entrusted his son to him, and he took it and suddenly attacked him. The magician replied that apparently he really didn't know anything about him, and he pretended that he hadn't heard his words. Marcus is considered the most powerful 8th grade master among all living magicians. Arjano thought that someone like a magician did not recognize his son, and he wondered if Jamie was not as good as he thought. The old man said that this is not what he thinks about. He answered that he could not take his son as a student because he simply could not cope with him. Dad asked what to do. An 8th level magician could not cope with his son. Then the old man answered that his son was able to read all his actions and added that the boy realized that his spell was flying by, and he was already able to become a 3rd-class magician thanks to self-training alone. If they turn a blind eye to the limit of his body, then his level is even higher than 4th. The boy went into his room and said that he was very tired and that his mother found out what that old man had done. So she hugged him a lot and reassured him. The boy said that he had wasted a lot of time, but he was able to see the real spell. It wasn't that bad, but what impressed him most was not Marcus, but his father, Count Arjano Welton. Suddenly, unexpectedly, the voice of a magician who was sitting on the bed was heard from behind. The boy was frightened of him and asked what he was doing here. The old man was surprised at how easy it was to scare him, but replied that he teleported and said that the boy is so modest when his father is nearby, but with him he behaves completely differently. Jamie asked that the old man really thinks that family and strangers are one and the same old man, replied that he was sorry and if only he was a little stronger, and gave him a book of magical memoirs. The boy asked why he gave it to him. The old man replied that the magic he had been using for a long time was outdated, so he decided to give him this book. He also added that this book contains many of his own spells, and Jamie will be the first to read it, and that he has high hopes for the boy. He began to read what was written in this book. All the magic that exists in this world is passed through oneself and then absorbed by one's heart. This is the most effective way to learn to control your mana, but there is one big problem. The limitation of the mana passed through yourself. The boy read his spell and said that it is still too difficult, and to learn, you need to try very hard. And he added that the old methods cannot be surpassed. But then suddenly a thought came to him. The old man opened his eyes. The boy said that he would read every page of this book and called his friend the monster and asked him to spray some mana. He said that the first disadvantage of this technique of absorbing grains of mana with one's body has a limit in which all proportions must be strictly observed. But he has a blackie. The little blackie with whom he has a soul contract can spray the required amount of mana, so there will be no problems with proportions if the first disadvantage is solved. The second will not be such a huge problem. The second minus is his body. If his body has a limit on the amount of mana that his heart can take, then he just needs to distribute all the mana to different corners of his body. Jamie's dad and nanny watched him and saw a boy meditating with mana swirling around him. Dad was surprised that he could learn to control it in just one night. Does his son really have so many hidden talents? Dad told the nanny to leave him alone, but since she doesn't know when he will leave his room, she should put someone at his door. She replied that she would personally look after him, and so that he would not worry. Dad summed up what it means that his son will become a mage and not a swordsman, and this may be due to the influence of his wife's family on him. And even so, it is beyond what he expected. He was proud of the fact that his son is a 9th grade mage. After meditation, the guy opened his eyes and was glad that he had succeeded. He said that at first it was difficult to control mana because its movements were unpredictable. But after several attempts, he succeeded. But it seems to him that his isle at the moment is the 4th level, which is bad since he was already close to reaching the 5th level. And he said that at the moment, he has no desire to improve his body, because he already understands that she is still too young and weak. Then he'll just have to be patient, because anyway, the magicians won't go anywhere, and he's already gone too far the second time. It shouldn't be so difficult. He ordered Blackie to become invisible because he wants to meet his father. And he wants to make sure that he hid his mana because he does not think that everything will be okay if his father suddenly finds out about him. After that, he headed towards his father, and his pet flew next to him. At this time, Dad was talking to some man and asked that he was busy and why the man had addressed him, and replied that he just wanted to greet him, and said that he knew that in the lands of Haze, there had never been problems with religions, and therefore he wanted to thank him for giving the cult of Genus a chance. Dad replied that he thought it would be quite a good idea to help his population, so he decided to give it a chance. The man asked what he meant. Dad replied that he always strives only for the best, and decided to make the cult of Genus the greatest in his lands because now many support him. He added that he should not consider his people to be people of some gods. Even though he had heard many rumors related to him, he should still take him more seriously. Dad asked, why don't they end the conversation right now? Because he must be busy, the man replied that he appreciated his kindness. Dad wished him good luck and they said goodbye. Jamie followed the man. He said that he recognized this sign of a crescent with a yellow sphere, and this is a dark aura emanating from this man. How did he even dare to appear in the place where he lives? The boy reasoned why his father suddenly decided to make his lands religious, and why, of all religions, he chose the cult of Genus. He cannot allow this to happen. This faith has no place on his lands due to certain circumstances, limiting his freedom of action. He has only one option left. Since this religion was officially sanctioned by his father, the only way to get rid of it is to make his father drive them away. So he went to him. Dad asked if he had coped with everything. The guy replied that yes. The man noticed that he must really like magic. But then Dad started thinking Jamie asked what happened. Dad replied that he thought that he would grow up like an ordinary child. He has too many hidden talents. Living the life of a genius is not such a simple thing. When a child shows his talent, everyone begins to applaud him. But when everyone gets tired of this talent, the same people begin to mock this child. Is it really good for Jamie to become a genius and say that if he doesn't like doing magic, then he can leave it and start doing something else? But if he has already made up his mind, then he won't contradict him. Dad thought, how can a 9-year-old boy have such an amount of mana? He can feel the mana that comes from his whole body. Suddenly, it dawned on Dad. Can it be stored somewhere other than the heart? And asked him what about those memoirs that the magician gave him yesterday? Did he learn absolutely everything from there? Jamie said yes, and he also improved some of the techniques described in that book. Dad was surprised how much this child could learn in just one day. Is he really the one who can become a legendary magician of the 9th grade, and that compared to this child, he is a complete non-entity? Jamie asked what was wrong with him. His dad said that he was laughing because he was proud of him, and asked if he himself summoned this monster. The boy was surprised if he could see him. This couldn't be because he remembers exactly how he cast invisibility on him. But he somehow sees him even after all his efforts. The boy was afraid that Dad might guess that he made him with the help of dark magic. The boy replied that he gave it the shape of a bat. He wanted to hide it because he thought that Dad would be very surprised to learn that he made it himself. Dad was surprised that he made it himself and hugged him and said that, of course he would be surprised, but not from fear but from his talent, and that he was very proud of him. When the boy left the room, he was surprised why they loved him so much. Jamie called Blackie and said that he needed to find out the reason why they decided to settle on his territory. Thanks to magic, he flew to the place he needed. There were 2 men there, and they were discussing that the boss told them to do everything exactly according to plan if they didn't want to die. Also, one of the men added that he didn't understand what they had gotten themselves into with their partner. It was the level criminal organization, and this man was Philip. The second man asked if he didn't understand that the boss would make any sacrifice just to achieve his own goals. This man's name was Jans. He also added that Hayes. These are lands where even the Earl of Welton himself will allow an organization like theirs to exist peacefully with everyone as long as they do not cross a certain line. But human trafficking completely crosses this line. If he doesn't destroy it at all, Philip said that if they were lucky, they could escape quietly and no one would catch them. Jan said that it is only he who thinks so sooner or later they will still be caught, and asked if he knows how much Earl Welton loves his children, and what will happen if he finds out that they are using other children to trade on his own lands. If this day comes, then all criminal organizations will disappear forever from this city. He was interrupted by Johns and asked if the boss really thinks that the Swordmaster will not be able to catch them, to which Philip replies that Hanni said that his people will help them. Johns replied that Hanni is ready to do anything. Philip asked if he really wants to run away or hand them over to the police. Johns noted that he would rather avoid. The rules of the underworld, when people who take part in the mission bear a certain responsibility. In no case should they surrender the organization and disclose their plan of action to third parties. Philip agreed and said let them try to escape. Jans asked if he had some kind of plan. No matter how big these lands are, they will comb every corner to find it. There Philip answered that it means they have to try very hard, and doesn't he think it's better to die during the escape than the other way around? All this time, Jamie overheard their conversation. They were talking about who even came up with the idea to engage in the slave trade in this place, and that most likely the boss received such an offer, and he just succumbed to the moment. But they still don't understand why he needs all this. Suddenly, Jamie came around the corner and his partners got scared and asked who he was. Jamie asked if they were asking who he was. Jan said that if he doesn't want to talk, then he will die. They attacked Jamie, but he used magic and disappeared. When they were not expecting it, he appeared behind them and called out, asking what they were chatting about so enthusiastically. They turned and saw that Jamie was floating in the air. He said that he also wanted to listen, preferably with all the details. After that, he used magic to force them to obey. They knelt down in front and began to tell Jamie said that trafficking in people, in addition to the children of such people, his father despises most of all. And what were they thinking about? Jamie is very irritated by this. Not only do the gods manipulate people as they please, but now people dare to manipulate other people no different from the same gods. And what was their boss thinking when he assigned this work and is sure that he knows his father's character very well, and said that he has a bad feeling about all this? He stood up and again, using magic, ordered them to go to the Count's estate and tell him everything they knew, hypnotizing them. They went. Jamie watched them leave and called Blackie saying that they needed to go back. As soon as Jamie wanted to leave, he saw the discarded bodies of his partners and did not understand what happened and turned around to see who did it. Then he heard laughter. He saw that some people were standing in the alley and were involved in this. He again used magic, directing them at his charges, and said that he forbade them to die until they fulfilled his instructions and they were resurrected. One of the people in the group noticed Jamie and told his partners to drag those two guys to him, and this guy in a raincoat was also an employee of the criminal organization level Hanni. When Jamie turned around towards the noise, he saw what people Hanni dragged these guys Hanni. He said, let them drag these two in first, then he will kill them again. Philip asked Jamie for help. Jamie swore at the leader, but after that he received a blow to the head, and after many blows, his whole body was in holes. The leader maniacally continued to shoot at Jamie and tell him how much he liked it. After that, Jamie lay on the floor and smoke was coming from him. The leader's partner asked what bad Philip had done to him, to which the leader asked what he had because he attacked the boy. Suddenly, Jamie appeared behind him and asked, "Is this all he can do?" The leader turned sharply in fear. Jamie repeated once again whether it was fun for him to kill his partner. The head was scared of how he was still alive and who he was and what it means he killed another person, not him. Jamie said that the leader takes too much on himself being only a third-class magician. The man got angry and said that she would kill him. He used a third-class spellbuster. Although this spell is not comparable to a 5th-grade magic explosion, it should be enough to burn his little body to ashes without leaving any traces. He wanted to attack, but Jamie beat him to it, using magic to hypnotize him and say that he wanted to tell one thing about how the human mind works. People feel completely helpless when faced with those who are many times superior to them, which is why he loves to manipulate those who are much weaker than him. After that, he pushed the leader with one touch, and he lay unconscious. His partners were afraid that he had defeated Han so easily, so they thought that the boy was a real monster. As soon as they wanted to escape, Jamie took over their minds and destroyed them with one squeeze of his hand. He sat down next to the leader and raised his head, saying that he must answer all the questions he asked. He obeyed him. Jamie didn't learn anything new and said that with him he was only wasting his time, and his father would be able to find out about human trafficking thanks to those two. He was thinking what to do with the leader. Although he stopped his death, his soul was already almost destroyed, even though his body was fine. He wouldn't last long since he was only a third-class magician. He could turn him into an undead. But even if he turns it because of his soul, he will very quickly begin to decay. Perhaps on the battlefield he would still look normal. He said that he had no choice, and he would have to use another method since he was a third-class magician and should have enough mana. Putting his hand on his head, he began to suck mana out of him. After that, he was completely unconscious because of his human characteristics. There were a lot of different impurities in the mana. He was lucky that he was able to eat such a large amount of mana. Now he was thinking what to do with these two, even though he gave them some of his mana. He didn't think they could last long in this state, and said that they have one unfinished business, so he can't let them die since the last time he used necromancy. A lot of time has passed. Necromancy is the ability to revive dead bodies, which is almost the same as resurrection. But necromancy has some features of the body. Those revived through necromancy are no longer considered living people. It is almost the same as reviving a corpse. This is completely contrary to the laws of nature, the dead and creatures that are both alive and dead at the same time. From now on, as his faithful servants, they will live despite the fact that they have already died. He asked Blackie to help him and ordered them to give up their lives and rebel, but they were still fighting for their lives. Jamie noticed that they were still in the afterlife, so Jamie made more efforts to do what he wanted and ordered them to refuse death. After that, everything worked out, and they obediently obeyed him and waited for orders. He was confused by the black smoke that remained. He thought that perhaps he had done something wrong. The black one tried to tell him something Jamie said that he was not to blame, and said that most likely he was the only one who did something wrong. He knows that it was his mistake, but it is still difficult for him to admit it. Usually he is not attached to his past achievements, but he is still very upset that all his previous slaves have disappeared anyway. He will not be able to use them. Therefore, it would be better to just get rid of them. If they continue to release black smoke, then they will not be able to carry out Janus's orders, let alone calmly walk down the street. But then the little black one came up with something to attract the owner's attention and bit him on the cheek. Jamie got angry and asked how he dared to bite him. After he sat on their heads and began to blow smoke, after that the boy said that now he can use them and praised Chernish. He began to give them names. Instead of Janza, he will now be Hazard. And the other, instead of Philippa, will be Rise. After that, he ordered them to rebel, and when they came to their senses, they looked with glassy eyes. Jamie said that right now they don't understand what's going on, but he'll give them a little time to come to their senses. Hazard asked Jamie, "Is he the one who brought him back to life?" To which he replied, "Yes, the guy." I wondered who he was. He looked like he was 9 or 10, and why such a huge, ominous aura emanated from him. He's just like a character from a book he read when he was little, an ominous creature that must exist in this world, a creature that itself challenges the whole world. Hazard continued to look at Jamie in fear, and then asked him if everything was okay, and asked if he by any chance looked like a demon lord, to which Philip replied that he has no idea whether he is a demon lord or someone else. But in his eyes, he definitely does not look like a person. Jamie looked at Risa and thought that he was behaving too aggressively, and it didn't seem like he understood that now his master was in front of him. There must be some flaws in his spell, but that doesn't mean that he's just turning a blind eye to it. With one gesture of his finger, he hit Risa's head on a stone and said that this time he would forgive. But if he raised his voice at him again, he didn't think he would get away with it, and said that this applies to Hazarda too. This is what the subjugation of souls is, no matter whether they want it or not. But as long as they are bound by a contract, their lives belong to him. This is the whole essence of dark magic. Turning around, Jamie said that he was not the demon. Lord Hazard asked then if he could ask who he was anyway. Jamie replied that he was just an ordinary dark magician who once tried to kill the gods, and now the only purpose of his existence. Jamie gave them an order and said that he had one job for them. They would need to monitor the Church of Janus and collect all the information related to it. They obediently obeyed him, and he also said to bring him any person who might know something about human trafficking. He needs him to be the one who will tell his father about everything instead of them. After that, Jamie disappeared. Exhaling in relief, they were glad that he left. They need to start because they cannot disobey him, so they will have to do everything he says. An indignant black boy was flying next to Jamie. He replied that if you took them off, everything would be fine. they were too scared, so they couldn't easily disobey his orders. Thanks to them, his father himself will be able to solve the problem of the slave trade. He cannot allow them to continue trading people on these lands, and soon, these same lands will go to him. Jamie told the little black one that he needed to finish for today. But some boy suddenly bumped into him. He turned around and asked if he was blind. The boy was scared, but then he said that Jamie was also a child. Jamie remembered that he was only 9 years old and said that this time he would let him go and let him be more careful in future. The boy was outraged that Jamie was in charge, even though he didn't even have a single gray hair on his head. A black boy sat on Jamie's head and pretended that he changed his hair color. Jamie didn't understand what happened and turned around and asked if he did it, only because the boy joked about his hair color and how dare he climb on the head of his master who taught him manners. In an angry tone, he told the boy to watch his mouth unless, of course, he wants to die. The boy got scared and quickly ran away. Jamie said that he needed to return home quickly. Arriving home, Jamie continued to scold Chernish for what he had done and said that if he did something like that again, he would not get off so easily. Buried his nose in the pillow, said that he was very tired. He used more power than he initially expected. Now he had much more to do, and his easy, carefree life came to an end. And soon one of the gods will appear in his life and on his territory. This is the god whom he hates most of all. This is Tennis. Jamie hit the bed and said that just let him try. He doesn't care how many followers he has. He will destroy them all. 2 guys arrived to their partners who were in the group. The rest were surprised that they were alive. Hazard was looking for his older brother, to which the guy said that Han Ni said that he would personally kill the 2 of them, and why are they still alive? Out of anger, Hazard hit the wall next to the guy with his fist, causing cracks to appear, and said that he was not going to repeat it a second time. The guy was afraid of what kind of power it was and what happened, and more importantly, where are all the other guys? They would have caused such a scandal here if they found out that Hazard had returned. He replied that he didn't know where his older brother had gone. A voice was heard from behind. It was Rise, he repeated again. Is he sure? The guy replied that he can ask anyone. Anyone will say the same thing. Risa is tired of everything. He needed to find the boss to carry out the master's order. Since the boss knows about everything that is happening in the city, there is a good chance that he has some information about the Church of Janus. Then Reese asked Pippa what he thought, where the boss was now. Pip got scared and thought that he needed to give them some kind of normal answer. Otherwise, they would blow his head off. Pip said, since the boss likes girls and likes to drink, they could check out all the bars that are nearby. As soon as they turned to leave, he exhaled in relief, and then Hazard hit him and knocked him out, and said that the master told them to find any witness, then why don't they take him? And why not just lock it in the basement of Risa's house, and that we have to go? Because they are taking too long to carry out the order. The boy ran into the house and saw that everyone was dead. He thought that they would beat him again, because he had not fulfilled his quota from yesterday. But apparently there is no one here who could beat him. He needs to run away before others suspect anything. He ran away from here at breakneck speed. After a long sleep, Jamie woke up and said that he was so tired. No wonder he slept for so long. It looked like he could not avoid meeting his parents. He got dressed and went to them. The black one went with him, but Jamie said that he would have to call him away so that he would not catch his father's eye. Going into the dining room, he asked how they slept. Dad and sister were sitting at the table. They greeted him and said that they slept well. Jamie asked where Mom was, and then she runs out from around the corner and pounces on Jamie, hugging him. He said that he didn't even notice her, but in fact he knew from the very beginning that she was standing outside the door. When they finished eating, the parents said that everything would start tomorrow, Jamie and Sarah. They were surprised and asked what would happen tomorrow. Dad was surprised that Mom didn't say, but Mom said that she forgot everything because her son made her worry. Jamie realized that he meant the technique that he was using then, knowing her character, and she must have been very worried. Jamie apologized and said that he was very sorry. Mom replied that she understood that nothing would happen to him anyway, but if he continues to exhaust himself like this, then she might faint somewhere in the corridor because she will be very sad. Jamie said that he would not do this again, and asked what would happen tomorrow. Mom said that tomorrow they are all going to a huge ball together, organized by Count Simonom and Count Welton. Almost all the nobles living in the north of the Seldom Empire will attend the ball. Mom said that they both had not been to balls yet, but now is the time to fix this, especially at their age, and that she is very happy. Jamie was afraid that his precious free time would soon end. Jamie called Chernish and told him to visit those two performers. Arriving at the place, he asked them if they had done what he asked. Rise replied that they apologized, but so far they have not learned anything about the cult of Genus. It was created not so long ago. Jamie realized that even the members of the Lival are not able to get at least some information in just one day. He asked what about another assignment. They showed him the Tide Pipa. When he saw Jamie, he got scared. Looking at his hair color, he realized that the Welton family took care of it. Rise said that he was one of the members of the Lival cult, and he also knew that Han Ni had to kill them. Hazard said he says he doesn't know anything either. Jamie said that he would interrogate him and asked him to untie his mouth. As soon as they untied his mouth, he shouted that he really didn't know anything and asked him not to kill him, but if they let him go, he would get any information. Jamie said he had no reason to kill him. He just wanted him to do his bidding. Pip said he would do whatever he said. Because Pip was too loud, he stopped him from talking and told him that he had to go do just one thing. This is to go to the Count's estate and tell him about everything that their organization was doing. With magic, he hypnotized him. Jamie told them not to worry and that Lival was unlikely to understand him, but his father would be the first to figure it out with him. He ordered them to leave the city and hide somewhere. They immediately agreed. Jamie asked if they would ask him why. They replied that the master's orders are the law and they cannot disobey them. Rise replied that he seemed to understand why he told them to do this. Jamie replied that he was right and understood the situation they were in. Most likely his father will destroy Laval during his destruction. It will not be useful for his father to know about the existence of these two. He also said that he would be gone for a few days and that they should be quiet until he returned. As soon as Jamie came out, Rise called out to him and asked who they ended up becoming, because he already knows that they died and knows that this cannot be corrected in any way, and he does not want to return to his past life. He is glad that he has become stronger, but he must know what kind of creature he is. Jamie asked what exactly he wanted to know. Rise replied that they have become much stronger than they were before. Could this mean that they are the highest rank undead? Jamie laughed and replied that people usually ask whether they have become undead or not. He has not yet seen anyone who would take it as easily as they do. Jamie thought usually everyone refused to accept that they became monsters and lost their humanity. But they are the opposite of these people, and that he found good servants. He replied that they are the most ordinary zombies. He simply saved their appearance before they died. And after they became zombies, it increased, and their strength was much stronger than ordinary people. Rise was upset that they were just ordinary zombies, but Jamie didn't say that everything depended only on them. Maybe someday they would become zombies of the highest level. He told Blackie to come back because they had been here too long. That night, the Welton house was restless. One of the members of the huge criminal organization located in Hayes decided to betray his own association. The Count had to stay late to sort out some details. Therefore, only 3 of them went to Regan, the largest city located in the east. Jamie thought he could get here himself using just his teleportation skill. He is already much stronger than before, and that magic has made such incredible progress. It is radically different from what it was in his time. The problem is that he has no idea how much time has passed since his death. The events that took place after his death are described in history books. An army of demons attacking people led by a demon lord. There have been no wars for the last few hundred years. A lot of time must have passed, and the gods were still unable to unite. It will be even easier for him to deal with each of them. When the family arrived, Jamie was delighted, saying that it was very beautiful here. Mom replied that this is the most advanced city in their kingdom. He will not be able to find a place through which such a huge amount of money passes as through Regan Saldam. It is one of the richest cities in the kingdom, only thanks to Regan. Jamie said that he really wanted to see Count Simon. Mom asked Jamie admires Uncle Simon so much because he also wants to become a magician? He replied yes. Mom said that Count Simon is incredible. Being the same age as Jamie's father, he was already a 7th grade magician. He, along with his father, is one of the 2 leaders of the Eastern Council of Nobles of the Kingdom, and he is also the Lord of Regan. His magic is similar to the Red Lotus, which is why he is called the Red Lotus Magician. They say that with one spell, He can kill 1,000 people at once. Jamie asked what kind of person this Count was. Mom said his hair is as red as blood. The boy said to himself that he is a Red Lotus magician or a 7th-class magician. He is not interested, but his power, thanks to which he can take such a huge number of lives. He is interested in how strong he is. He wants to talk to him. He was wondering what the dialogue with Count Simon would be like, because the conversation with Marcus was a little useless. Because the conversation itself was too short. Mom got out of the carriage and told the children to follow her. They were met by a butler who asked that he assumed that she was the wife of the Earl of Welton. She said that's exactly how it is. He replied that he would take them to their chambers. Taking them to the room, he said that this was their chambers for the duration of the event. If they have any wishes, let them tell their personal butler about it. Mom noticed that Count Simon is very caring. The butler showed Jamie another room and said he could use it. The boy thought that the butler was too attentive, and he would not like to be in the same room with his parents. Mom said that as soon as they sorted out their things, let them return to her room. A few minutes later, when Jamie returned, he saw Mom being looked after by assistants. Jamie said that Mom is very beautiful. She was pleased to hear this and ran to hug him, but the assistants said that they asked her to control herself, otherwise she would ruin the whole image. She asked if she could hug him at least one rose, but the assistants replied that she couldn't because her dress would wrinkle if she did that. Jamie was glad that his mother would not hug him. They said that Sarah is ready too. My brother said that she was very nice, but he knew that she was uncomfortable and asked her to be patient until the holidays were over. Deputy said he also needed to change his clothes. When they entered the banquet hall, they saw large tables filled with plates full of food, beautiful service, and many guests. Jamie asked Count Simon how much he loves all this luxury. Mom replied that he would be especially surprised when he met him in person. Two girls approached Madame Welton and greeted her, saying that they had not seen each other for a long time and she was still beautiful. One of the girls said that the dress was made from natural cotton growing on their lands. She personally designed this dress for her so that she could wear it in winter. She thanked the girls. Jamie noticed that they try hard to please their family and that he has met a lot of people like them. The butler came into the middle of the banquet hall and said that he was glad to welcome everyone who came to Count Simon's ball. He is Raywall Banner and is a member of the administrative bodies of the city of Reagan. He said that the ball would begin soon and asked everyone to take their seats and asked to be ready to welcome Count Simona and his entire family. They'll be here any minute. As soon as the Count entered the hall, Jamie was very surprised. The Count said that he hoped everyone would enjoy the event. Jamie wondered if this was a 7th-grade magician. He is almost on the same level as Marcus, and maybe even stronger. It exceeded all his expectations. The Count approached the Welton family and greeted his mother, saying that they had not seen each other for a long time. She looked better than last year. She asked not to remind me and said that she was glad that he was also in good health. The Earl asked if Earl Welton would be there today. Mom replied that he would be closer to the night. He had some problems. He pointed to Jamie and asked if it was her son. She said it was her son Jamie Welton and her daughter Sarah Welton. She told the children to greet the Count. Jamie bowed and introduced himself. Count Simon's wife said they were very beautiful. Mom said that they are also smart. Jamie noticed that Count Simon was looking at every corner of his body. The Count asked again what the boy's name was and said that he would talk to him later. After he left, Jamie said he couldn't wait for their second meeting. Together with Count Simon, there were two of his sons. One of them noticed Jamie, and he didn't really like him. He asked Dad what he thought about the son of the Earl of Welton. Dad asked why he was so interested in a 10-year-old child. He replied that even though he is young now, but in the future, he will become the head of the Welton family. They are the same age as him. Why don't they get to know each other? The Count thought. He has heard rumors that his son is showing leadership qualities among noble children, and that most likely he wants to get his recognition, so he can play along with him a little. The Count said that the son is smart beyond his years. Mom asked her son to get along with Jamie because recently their families were allies. The son told Mom not to worry, but after that he said to himself that he was not going to get along with him and that Jamie would definitely crawl in front on his knees, and then he could get his father's recognition. The second son noticed that his brother was up to something and smiled. Jamie's mom asked him to make friends with everyone. He said that, of course, he would make friends with everyone, but as soon as she left, he said that he would spend this time himself. He left the castle and went to the terrace, saying that magic is not the only advantage of the Count, and he would like to meet him as soon as possible. A voice was heard from behind. Jamie got scared and therefore prepared to attack, but as soon as he saw the girl, he calmed down. The girl got scared and asked if it was possible to attack so suddenly. He asked if it was possible to sneak up so suddenly. She said it was rude to a lady. He replied that she was lucky that she was still alive and asked who she was and how she dared to sneak up. The girl asked if he was interested in her, and she was thinking about telling him or he shouldn't after his action. Jamie looked at her and in one fell swoop he shot next to her legs, saying that this is an air bullet of second-level magic, and if her magic defense is not developed enough, then it will pass right through, and that he is sure that for a little girl like her, it is fatal. She said that she would tell everything now. Her name is Ashwali, and she is the eldest daughter of Viscount Valley and a spirit caller. Summoner is a term for mages who have entered into a contract with the mysterious spirits of nature. There are not many summoners on the continent. They are considered outstanding magicians and can claim the title of Baron, and does she really want to say that she is the summoner? Jamie thought about it and said that with the help of the wind spirit, it is quite possible to sneak up silently, and the surprise is that she is the same age as him, but is already a summoner. Usually, to be in solitude with nature, they begin to study at the age of 10. But this girl was apparently born a genius. When she begins to study, she may be able to enter into a contract with the king. The girl brought him out of his thoughts and said that she had introduced herself, and now it was his turn. So he is like that to use such dangerous magic. Jamie was not surprised that she was trying to interrogate him after revealing her identity, and judging by her character, she does not like to lose. He replied that he was Jamie Welton, heir to the Earl of Welton. At this time, Earl Welton was dealing with a criminal organization. Next to him, tied up on his knees, was a man from this organization. He said that his gang was annoying, but he didn't bother them because that's all they did and that sometimes even they were useful. But they decided to repay him by engaging in human trafficking. Either a madman or someone who is tired of living could take on this. He believes that he wants to die and he will fulfill his wish. The guy asked him not to kill. Welton told the soldiers to hang him tomorrow and told him to immediately prepare a cart for him. He hits the road. At this time, the soldiers were leading the prisoners. A guy was watching them. Through a magic ball, he conveyed that they had failed them and that they should prepare Plan B. The girl followed Jamie all the way. He told her not to follow him and that he was coming back, but she grabbed his hand. He asked why she pestered him. She replied that she had met someone her own age for the first time and wanted to make friends with him. He was surprised why she needed a friend at all, and apparently for children, her age friends are important. He turned around and told her to find someone else because he didn't need friends. She tried to stop him. Jamie said that she doesn't understand that friendship, like any relationship, is not rational. If he had immediately gotten rid of such feelings in the past, then he would not have to experience something like this. Suddenly, he was called. He turned around and saw the son of Count Simon with 2 more guys. Jamie asked what he called it. His friend said that this was a disrespectful tone towards their boss, and that he was the eldest son and heir to the family of Count Simon. Thanks to magic, he ordered them to be silent. The guy asked why he used a silence spell on them. Jamie said that apparently he knows a little better about this than his subordinates. The Count's son asked if he understood what would happen to him, because he was older than him. Jamie said to get straight to the point before he did the same to him. Simon's son said he wasn't here to fight. He just wanted to hang out a little and said he was incredible because he could use a silencing spell. Jamie said that he had heard this nonsense many times before and that he should go away. Because of this attitude, the son of Count Simon asked if he really didn't know who was in front of him. Jamie replied that he knew he was the son of Count Simon. Then he continued since he knows, and he is the son of the Earl of Welton. He thinks that they will not have problems in communication, and said that the reason they treated him this way was because of his rudeness. Jamie thought that if he had not shown his skills, they would have tried to make friends by force. The boy continued that in the future, they would become the core of the nobility of the eastern region, and he decided that it would be nice to make friends now. Jamie said he's beating around the bush, but the point is clear: he wants to subdue him. Jamie replied that he didn't want to, and he didn't care about him and his business, and that he didn't even want to listen to it, and hoped that's all he wanted from him. The guy was surprised that he refused him and said that he would mercilessly trample his frail magic to smithereens, and he would have no choice but to serve him. Jamie smiled and said that it turns out he had originally planned to resort to brute force. The guy said that he was right, and he slightly changed the plan of action after Jamie used his magic, but perhaps he will act in his usual style. Jamie said that he was disgusted by his duplicity at such a young age and asked if he really thought that adults would let him do whatever he wanted, and he was sure that he would get in trouble if anything happened. The boy said that there is no need to worry, no one will see them while he has this, and showed a glowing ball after which he used it. Jamie asked where he got this artifact of illusions and that it turns out he really knows a lot. The boy said that in his case, he would soon beg for his life and developed a spell of silence. When they could talk then, one of them said that he thought that he would die because of the spell of silence, and the other said that he really thinks that he can get away with anything since he comes from the Welton family. Jamie didn't listen to them at all and looked at the artifact. The guy said that apparently he doesn't realize the situation he's in. But before he could finish speaking, Jamie cast a new suffering spell and said that it was better for them not to turn off the artifact. Otherwise, everyone would see them drowning in hellish torment. Brothers and son Simon fell to the floor and writhed in pain. After that, Jamie left. The brothers remained lying on the ground and asked for help. One of them even vomited. He cursed Jamie and said that he would die, and he would not forget it, and that it turns out that Jamie is a magician of the 4th rank, and he is only the 2nd, and wasn't he born into a family of knights? Where did he get such magical power? Where does he get the talent that he doesn't have? He said that he wouldn't just leave it like that, and that he would crush this talent and make sure that he could never use magic again. The Count's brothers and son were looking for Jamie. One of the assistants asked, "Are you sure this is the right decision?" The guy told him to shut up and follow him. After that, they called him to turn around, because Lennon's younger brother suddenly appeared. Alf asked what he was doing here, to which the brother asked how the younger brother could be calm when his older brother was offended, and held out his hand with a brooch in which there was a red stone. Alf asked where he got it. The younger one replied that it didn't matter, and that he should go and teach Jamie a lesson. The elder said that he was right, and it doesn't matter where he got it. By this time, Welton arrived at Simona's castle and was met by Simon along with the butler. He greeted him warmly. Welton was surprised that the Count himself was greeting him in person, and asked how he was doing, to which the Count replied that he was doing well and offered to go inside. When they entered his office and sat down in the chair, Count Welton asked if the event was a success, to which the Count replied that, as always, everything was fine, and that he had met his son. Welton asked what he thought of his son, to which Simon replied that, judging by his quick response, he dotes on his children and said that he envies him. The Count asked if nothing had changed, to which Simon remained silent and said that his son surprised him. He was completely amazed. Count Welton asked if he meant to say that he thought he was talented. Simon replied that this word was not enough. He is the best. He had never seen anyone like him. Perhaps in the history of all mankind, there was no more talented person than him. Welton replied that the magician Marcus Simon said the same thing, and asked if Marcus himself had met Jamie, to which the father replied that he also knew about his talent when he was younger, but never thought of it as something special. So he asked Marcusa for a favor, and if someone is so talented in magic, he should become a magician. Both he and the world need this. Simon said that he was lucky that he would have a strong teacher. After which Welton said that Marcus refused, to which Simon replied that he could be understood because this child is an unsurpassed genius. He will be able to achieve everything on his own, even become a legendary magician of the 9th rank. On the other hand, he is interested in seeing how far the High Magician can advance with such power. He also said that people are very weak. They were able to build a great civilization, but this is by their own standards, and in comparison with dragons and high elves, their magic is like a breeze against the backdrop of a hurricane. He also thanked Welton, because only thanks to them they can still fight for life in this world. What will happen if a magician of the 9th rank is born? Even the dragons of the Magic Masters did not stand next to him. He longs with all his soul for people to become rulers of this world. Welton said that's arrogant. Simon replied that even if it is arrogant, then everything is fine, because he also knows this. The forgotten history that was erased from the face of the earth, a secret that was known only to a few on the entire continent. About 10,000 years ago, history disappeared due to some incident due to extraterrestrial perfect beings who decided to protect people from these secrets. Count Simon dreams of people gaining such power that would help keep them in check in order to prevent the repetition of the history of human civilization, as well as its sudden disappearance. Dad came into the room where Jamie was sleeping and stood over him, saying that such expectations towards his son would really be justified. As a father who has such a talented child, he worries that he is a dear and beloved son. He promised that he would give it his all, so he asked him to grow up to be a fair person. Jamie sat on the chair thinking about what was bothering his father last night, and he won't use mind control out of simple interest, and his abilities won't allow him yet. Suddenly, Ash called Jamie. He replied that he had nothing to do with her. She called her sister. The boy said that he was leaving and he had no intentions of getting close to them. She said that he should at least get to know her since their families are close. Suddenly, the voice of his sister was heard, who said that Ash addressed him too rudely and that formalities should not be discarded since she was talking to the Count's son. She was the eldest daughter in the Valle family, Rebecca. Ash replied that Jamie himself gave her permission to address him that way. Suddenly, Jamie froze and continuously looked at his sister, because it was the love of his life, Jane. She was given to the gods for her own good. This is where the story of Diablo Wolfera, devoid of emotions, begins. He was surprised that she would appear as the front child. Suddenly, Alf appears with his magical artifact. He said that now Jamie will obey him and pointed the brooch at him. Ash stood nearby. The older sister was scared for her and ran to her to cover her, after which Jamie said a spell so that the fire would not affect him. The Phoenix Ring is a 6th rank fiery magic artifact created by my father. This is not something that such a kid would be able to block. After that, Jamie said a death spell and sent a stream of magic at him. He began to absorb the boy. Jamie lost control of himself, but his father came up from behind, closing his eyes and telling him to stop. After that, with his power, he left him unconscious. At first, the father thought that he had made a mistake, but this cannot be considered a mistake. If he had not managed to stop him, then Alf could have died. Simon was surprised by this too. Alpha's magic may be weak and less than half of his, but if this artifact worked, then everyone present would burn alive, and this child would be able to fulfill his old dream. Count Simon's wife called him and said that Jamie almost killed their son. How could he stand so calmly? Then Jamie's mom came and told him to express himself correctly, and the only one who tried to kill was Alf. He was the first to attack Jamie using the artifact in his direction, to which she replied that her son only wanted to play a little. After that, she started screaming and was covered by Count Welton. The wife thought that her husband would stand up for their child, but instead he said that their son behaved rudely on such an important day, and he sincerely apologizes. Sears accepted the apology and said that perhaps she would go. Simon said that Weltony should also go away. After that, he turned to the guests and said that he apologized for ruining the evening and asked them to return to their chambers to rest. The ball was over. The wife asked why Simon was doing this because Alf was their son and that he suffered at the hands of that boy. Simon couldn't stand it and told her to shut up and that there were a lot of extra ears here and let her return to her place with Alpham. After this, his wife asked, how dare he? Even if he was guilty, he had to take his side. Simon asked his son if he was trying to get his attention and asked if he thought that his actions would ruin his reputation in the eyes of the Eastern nobles and the entire kingdom. The son replied that Jamie was rude to him, so he didn't know how to teach him a lesson. The Count asked where he got the Phoenix Ring. Alf was afraid to speak, but his father said that he does not like to repeat himself and will ask him for the last time who gave it to him. Alf said it was Lennon who gave him the ring. After this, the father called Lennon to his place. He, in turn, saw the frightened Alpha and thought that he was pathetic because he created all the conditions for him, and he still ruined everything. He doesn't believe that he is his older brother and will pretend to be a fool. The father asked if he had given his brother the Phoenix Ring, to which he replied yes. Father asked why he gave him something so dangerous, after which the son replied that Jamie bullied his older brother and he did not want him to suffer. The father got angry and said that he just wanted to manipulate him. Father said that they probably guessed that they were not interesting to him, despite the fact that his blood flows in their veins. They lack talent. But this does not mean that he does not know their thoughts. If they are so eager to get his attention, then let them not waste time on such tricks. Rather, let them prove that they are worthy of his blood, so that they don't think about it, he won't interfere anymore. But they need to sort out this mess. At dawn, they will ask for forgiveness from Jamie until he forgives them. After that, the father left the room. Alf asked if Lennon would apologize, but he didn't answer. His father's words were in his head so that they could prove that they were worthy of his blood. He said that his father would see this again and he would prove that he was worthy. Mom stood above Jamie's bed and argued that his thirst for blood in the direction of Alpha was not a joke. What could happen to a 9-year-old child to lead to this? It seemed to her that they were just playing. If the artifact worked as it should, then they would die. She cannot forgive Alpha, even after Count Simon's apology. She needs a better apology or compensation. Her husband came up behind her and asked if she was okay. The girl asked why she should be unwell. He asked what he should do for her, and he would do whatever she wanted. She said that's when he stopped her. He replied that he was just worried that she would ruin her mood more, to which she replied that Count Simon immediately politely apologized, and she did not want to create a conflict among the Eastern nobles because of such nonsense, because his son had suffered a lot. They decided to leave their son's room so he could rest. But Jamie wasn't really sleeping. He covered his head with a blanket and thought that he understood their worries. He could not control himself at that moment. He couldn't believe that his beloved had been reborn. This is not so strange because even he was reborn after tens of 1,000 years. It's impossible that it's not her. But she didn't recognize him. She has no memories from a past life. It's normal he had such a case. Nevertheless, the very fact of her rebirth at the same time as him is a joke of fate or someone's plan. He was interrupted by the little black one who flew up to him. After this, Jamie began to deny his words, saying that this was nonsense. If they had found out, he would not have had a peaceful life. First, I need to meet with Jane again. A man in a cloak, a supposed member of the Church of Janus, tied a note on the paw of a dove and said that great changes were coming in the world of magic. This note was about the eldest son of the Welton family, Jamie Welton. He is 9 years old, presumably a wizard of at least the 4th rank. An incredibly talented magician appeared in this world. After that, he released a dove. JMIR was walking down the street. He said that it's quiet and pleasant here. Most likely this is due to the fact that most have already left since today is the last day. Before he comes back, he needs to meet Jane. As soon as he started walking, he heard the sound of falling drops. He turned around and asked where the sound came from. He couldn't understand, so he used mana. When he found it, he followed this trail and saw Jane, who was sitting on the grass next to the river, and next to her was an Undine. They talked to her, but as soon as the Undine noticed, she immediately disappeared. Jane turned around to see who was there and noticed him. Getting up, she bowed and asked if he was okay. Jamie replied that he was fine and asked her name. She said that her name is Rebecca Vale. She was a summoner of water spirits. He again remembered something related to his love and asked himself why they were both summoners of water elementals. Jane asked why he had such a sad face. She thought that most likely he had not yet recovered from yesterday's events. She went up to him and hugged him. He thought that this feeling was just a remnant of feelings from his past, and nothing would happen if he enjoyed it a little more. They sat on the grass, and the girl asked if he was feeling better. Jamie replied that he was feeling better. Then she said that her father taught her that difficulties are easier to overcome if you share them with someone. And it's a pity that they couldn't talk normally yesterday, so she's glad for today's opportunity. He replied that the same thought came to him. Looking at her, he had thoughts that she was a completely different person. Maybe it was for the better. Jamie said what he heard to the Vale family. It's a tradition to make contracts with the spirits of the air, isn't it? She noted that she wanted to enter into a contract with them, but it did not work out because of her strong connection with the spirits. They came to her and immediately refused to enter into a contract and then left. The next day, an Undine appeared to her and said that she would enter into a contract with her for her purpose. It was an important decision, and she should have discussed it with her father, but she accidentally signed a contract with her right away. Contract with the Spirit King. The contract concluded with him is different from any other. It can be called a soul contract that binds lives at the moment when Jane's soul was reborn in the body of Rebecca. The King of Spirits immediately understood this. Jamie asked if her father punished her for this. She replied that he wasn't angry, but he looked a little upset, just like she did. Jamie replied that this was something special. The elemental independently came to someone and offered a contract. He had never heard of such a thing. And even if she could not conclude a contract with the spirit of the air, she was chosen by the water elemental. He thanked her for today. She had a strange feeling that haunted her. He asked the little black one whether he was talking too formally with Rebecca. She seems more mature to him, so it's difficult to talk to her like a child. As soon as Jamie entered the castle, brothers Alf and Lennon called him. Jamie asked what they needed, to which Alf took a long time to gather his thoughts and then shouted out an apology. Jamie was surprised and asked why he was suddenly apologizing, and then asked if the Count really forced him to go apologize. He asked what the second guy was doing here, after which Alf replied that it was his brother. Jamie asked why he brought him with him. Was he too scared to come and apologize himself or what? Lennon said that he was the one who gave his brother the artifact. Jamie got angry and asked, so they wanted to kill him together? And asked what the second brother's name was. He replied that his name was Lennon. Jamie examined him and said that he was quite talented and could not be compared with Alpham, and apparently he was also cunning, and that for Count Simon, even such a son was not enough. Jamie didn't see him at the event yesterday. Everything must be trash for him except his father. If he lets him go now, it will come back to haunt him. Jamie turned to Alfie and said that it would be difficult for him in the fight for the inheritance. Alf asked what he meant. Afterwards, Jamie turned to Lenony and asked if he was saying it right. He approached him and said that if this was all his doing, then he should receive his punishment. After that, Jamie used magic and Lennon stopped seeing anything. His body began to grow cold. He fell to his knees. Jamie said that this was his last chance. Lennon started crying. After that, his hallucinations cleared, and he held his head and looked with frightened eyes at Jamie, apologizing to him. The Welton family was heading home. Jamie said that he was tired of going out somewhere and would rather be squeezed by Mom and suddenly stay at home. Count Simon approached him and said that he noticed that he was in a good mood. Jamie replied that this is not entirely true and he is just glad to be returning home. Simon said that he was very sorry that they didn't get to talk. Jamie said that he was hoping for that too. Simon invited him to stay, but Jamie refused and said that his desire to go home as soon as possible was stronger because he was completely exhausted. Simon said something that the world of magic began to watch him. The boy replied that it was expected. Simon said that apparently he knows who he is. Jamie asked his second son's name and said he taught him a lesson. The Count replied that he thought so because his son has not been himself since yesterday. Jamie asked if he was angry about this, and Simon replied that it was the consequences of their decisions. Why should he be angry? Jamie replied that now he understood what was wrong with these brothers and said that Lennon was quite talented and should be trained. Simon replied that he knows more about his abilities than anyone and he is worth nothing. Jamie replied that if they don't try, they won't know. If he tries hard, he can reach the highest level. He won't be able to show his talent under such pressure. And he said that it was all the Count's fault and that his sons became like this because he could not see their talents. The Count asked him what he meant, to which Jamie replies that Alf is ordinary, but Lennon has great potential. The Count asked if he had underestimated him, and wondered if the talent that the 8th rank magician could not notice in his son could be discovered by the child. Feeling like a great magician is standing in front of him, Jamie said that maybe by helping his son he could get over his head. The Count was surprised how he knew, but suddenly their conversation was interrupted, and they said that it was time for him to go. Jamie said to just ignore those words and left. Jamie sat on a stone at night with a little blackie waiting for his servants. As soon as they arrived, he asked why they had been there for so long. Rise said that Hazard was messing around and that's why they were late. Jamie said it didn't matter and asked him to tell them what they found out. The highest for some time without compensation, providing food and shelter to those in need. They created a good impression of themselves, and recently they organized their own orphanage. Jamie asked when they started acting, to which Rise replies that it looks like right after the gang was defeated. 2 months ago, Count Welton completely destroyed the River Gang, and immediately after that, the Zenith Church officially began its activities. They came to the poor, served them, and preached the will of God. At first, civilians did not attach any importance to this, but after the long activity of the church, people began to depend on it and became believers. The position of the Zenith Church in Hyessa has risen to incredible heights, and at the moment people worship the Zenith Church as the most generous and respected in Hyessa. Jamie was surprised by the news and said that Zenith would never do charity work. He asked the servants if they believed that war and peace could exist, to which they answered no. But Rise believes that they are connected. Jamie said that's right because that's the Zenith. The world is the top of a hill strewn with corpses. Only when there is war its divinity is revealed. Everything the priests of the Zenith do is contrary to its will. He is sure that something is hidden under this nobility, and they must find out what. At the Zenith Church shelter, a boy and an older guy were talking. The guy praised the boy for sweeping, to which the boy replied that, compared to begging and constant beatings, this is heaven. The guy replied that he had been through a lot and had nothing to worry about now. A month and a half has passed since they got to the shelter, and here he is happy. If it weren't for the shelter, his and his sister's lives would have been doomed. The boy walked into the room where his sister was sitting at the table. Her name is Anna, and she is blind. Knowing this, their parents abandoned them and ran away. To protect his sister, he did a lot of evil. Living on the street is hard, especially when adults are indifferent to them, and no one will help. They are the first to lend them a helping hand. It was the hand of God. They were given a second chance that day. He wants to share this happiness that was given to him by God's grace and become a priest of God to spread the miracle. When the brother and sister were walking with all the children, a boy ran up to them and said that Shino had received a divine blessing and therefore to become a priest. Next week, he would go to the main church. After that, Jamie flew home, but when he came down, he saw something. A guy who was lying unconscious. He approached him and was surprised that he had divine power, and apparently he was a priest. But then he saw his sword and realized that he was a high-ranking servant. The knight is lying on the road, and this looks like a problem. Jamie thought about killing him and stepped on his head, when suddenly this stranger grabs his leg and tries to say something, but it turns out that he just wanted to eat. Jamie said he'd leave him here to starve. The next morning, when Jamie went to breakfast and sat down at the table, he saw this guy again. He said hello and said that he was glad to meet you. Jamie asked what he was doing here, to which he replied that if it weren't for the Count's help, he would have died of hunger on that paving slab. The Count said that he had no merit here, and it was all thanks to the guards who brought him here. He asked if it was normal for a knight of light to die of hunger, to which he replied that they are also people, and when they reach a high rank, they can last longer than ordinary people. Jamie sat and didn't understand why his parents treated him so well. The Count asked which church he served in. He replied that he served Pyro, the goddess of mercy and punishment. The husband asked if his wife was surprised when she heard about this, to which she replied that she was really surprised. The knight asked what was wrong with this. She asked him if he had ever heard of the bishop. Saphir, the knight asked if she was from Afton, to which she replied that she was from the Bell family. After that, he knelt down and bowed before her. Jamie didn't understand what was going on. He knew that Paro's church is located in Afton, on the territory where the Bell family is located. But this should not be the reason for his prostration, because the one in front of whom a knight would behave this way must be of at least the rank of a bishop. So he pretended to be a nice boy and asked Dad why he greeted Mom in such a manner. Dad replied that it was a long story, and maybe he'll tell you how another time Jamie was upset by Dad's answer because he was already humiliated, and thought that if the Bell family has such verbal ties with the Pyro Church, then this could become a problem, because she is the one he will need to kill one day. After that, the knight and Dad went into the room, where he began to ask how he ended up here, and, as far as he knows, Tsarkov Pyro does not conduct business in the eastern region, and he asked one more question. He was here by chance not to expand his influence, to which the guy replied that in no case did he follow someone, and somehow ended up here. The Count asked who he was pursuing, to which Ras replied that he was pursuing someone who was engaged in unthinkable and cruel experiments that no one should conduct, the creator of chimeras. After his words, the Count screamed and asked what he was saying, and could it be that the creator of the chimeras was in haze? The knight answered that he cannot say because the rest of the information is so secret that even inside the church everyone does not know. He cannot tell about this to anyone. But one way or another, he will share with him if he listens to his request, and they conclude contract. The outer part of the body of chimeras is created from various creatures, but their creators are treated worse than ordinary criminals because the basis of the chimera is a person. Perhaps there are those who do not use people to create them, but history does not know such precedents. The knight asked for support, to which the Count said that he did not promise full support, but since he knew about the relations of his relatives with the Pero Church, he could not close his eyes to this. The knight thanked him. The Count asked why the church was persecuting the creators of chimeras and why they didn't ask for help from the kingdom. The knight said that perhaps the kingdom would help them, but in this case, the authority of the church would be greatly damaged. The creator of the chimeras, who is being persecuted by the church, kidnapped more than 10 knights of the goddess. This means that he created chimeras that use divine powers. At this time, Jamie and his mother and sister were having a tea party, and he was looking forward to it very much because he could ask his mother for the night. Mom asked if he was interested in how her family was connected to the Pero Church. She began to tell by saying that his great-grandfather was her own grandfather, whom he had never seen, the savior of the church, Pero Jamie. This shocked. Mom continued and said that in the past, when a very important thing that they kept was stolen from the Pero church and her grandfather helped them. The Portsmouth Garden incident is an incident in which the Demon King's followers used a sacred relic and failed to summon their lord. Jamie asked if her family was involved in this incident. Mom said that her grandfather died trying to stop the Demon King. After this, the Pyro Church granted their family the title of Archbishop and vowed that for the next 100 years, the head of the family would be equal to the rank of bishop. Jamie said that now he understands why she looked sad, and it's stupid to give such a reward, but it's clear why it was their only relic. He turned to Pyro saying that he would finish her off, but first he would take full advantage of her. Tonight, Shino's younger brother was chosen by Father Genis and will leave his home. The chief priest stood above him and dedicated him, saying that they bless his upcoming journey. He was escorted by Ricky and Anna. He said that he thought that they would not be able to see each other, but he was glad that they were able to see him off. Ricky said that he would also be sent off soon. Shino replied that he would go first and wait for them. After that, he left. Ricky said that one day he too would become a priest. After some time, the priest who was traveling with Shino said that they had arrived. Looking around, he saw that they had arrived at Chongbong Mountain. The boy asked if this was not the main branch of the Pero Church, after which the man said to follow him. The guy said that it seemed to him that they were in the wrong place. The priest replied that everything was in order and opened the door to the basement, telling him to go down. Shino looked at him with disbelief and said that this place was scary. Having walked into the room, he saw the hand of a monster with blisters and quickly ran out, running to the priest. When they got there, the priest told the man that he had brought him. It was the bishop. Shino got scared and asked if he was here because he was chosen by God, to which the bishop replied that he was the chosen one, and then asked why he was in such a terrible place and not on Mount Chongbon. Tears came from fear. The bishop answered, because this is the place where they reached utopia, and he longs to know what such a pure and innocent child will turn into. Calling someone into the room, the boy saw a strange man who looked like a monster. He said that he was a worthy experimental subject and that he would become a wonderful chimera. Lands of the Earl of Welton Felbert Street is the largest street in Hayes. Jamie and the knight walked down the street together. The knight said that it was hard for him that night when he was dying of hunger here. The reason he shows him the city is because Dad asked him to show him the city. The knight walked behind Jamie and wondered how a 9-year-old child had so much endurance and developed memory. He can take a place at least in the executive bodies, and maybe even higher. It's not surprising that the Count asked Jamie to accompany him. The knight called Jamie and thanked him for showing him the city. Jamie replied that he had not left the house for a long time, so he liked it too. The knight said that then it was time to return. But Jamie wanted to ask something and asked what he and his father were talking about. The knight was surprised by this question and replied that they were talking about how handsome he was and how handsome he would become when he grew up. Jamie asked him not to lie. He replied that he was not lying and they just talked about him and his dad loves him very much. Jamie turned around and left, saying that even children would not believe such nonsense. The knight apologized and said that it was only between adults. Jamie realized that something was happening in Hayes, and so he asked to show him the city. After that, Jamie said that he forgot to show one more place. It was the Church of Genis in Hayes. When they arrived, Ricky noticed Jamie and remembered him, but the boy pretended to see him for the first time. Then Ricky ran towards Jamie, but did not notice the carriage that was approaching. The jockey told him to get out of the way, but he was already too close. The knight and Jamie were scared. The knight ran to help, but did not have time. Ricky thought he was going to die, then Jamie used magic and set a chain field spell, after which the knight managed to run and save Ricky. With joy, he hugged Jamie. The knight thought that the magic that Jamie used to save the child was much stronger than any other that he had ever seen. Ricky continued to hug Jamie. Then Jamie said that he is very strong, and that even in a few years he will become so powerful that he will not dare to look him in the eyes. After that, they went on to church. Ricky said that he was just going there. He knows the Church of Genis like the back of his hand and will show everything this is an orphanage where children live who, like him, have nowhere to live. His sister called him Nim. When a colleague has a high status, the respectful suffix nim is added to the address. She asked where he had been and asked who these people were next to him. He replied that the carriage was flying straight at him and they saved him. His sister asked if he was okay and he was probably very scared. She thanked the guys. The knight replied that this was nothing, because this was what any servant of Pero should have done. As soon as the old woman heard these words, she tensed, and asked who this blue-haired guy was. The knight replied that Jamie was the son of the ruler of these lands. My sister said that she should have guessed right away. She was just shocked by what happened. Jamie was wary of her reaction because if she was born in Haze, she should have immediately recognized him by his hair color and why she was so excited. Maybe she was hiding something. She asked, "Are they here to bring Ricky home?" To which the knight replied that he came here because he heard that the Church of Genis appeared here this year. The sister said that they were guests then and asked them to follow her and asked to give Ricky a tour. Jamie, he realized that she was trying to separate them. And so that she would not harm anyone, he told Roz not to forget that in the evening they were having dinner with his parents. Ricky started showing him around, but Jamie said that he doesn't care about these formalities, so Ricky can communicate with him the same way as before. After he showed him everything, he took him to his sister. Walking into Rick's room, he introduced his sister to him, but Jamie looked at her and said nothing. Due to the fact that he noticed her holy essence, especially her eyes, they are filled with holy power. Representatives of God on earth, they are servants of God, endowed with his power more than any other person. They can also freely use it. At birth, one of their body parts has a huge accumulation of holy power. Anna became blind due to powerful holy power. And when she awakens, all the true flows of this world will open to her divine eyes. And with a high probability in the future, she can cause him problems, and should Jamie kill her now. If he was able to recognize her essence, then a high-ranking priest should also know about it, and there is no point in killing her now. Ricky thought that Jamie had a crush on his sister, but his sister stopped her brother and asked him to help her with the book because she didn't understand something. When Ricky was helping her with the book, Jamie looked at her and thought whose holy power he has and that he needs to keep an eye on them. After he said that he was leaving, Ricky said that he would see him off. He asked if he would come visit them again. Jamie ignored him and asked if there was something here that made him come back here. He replied that it was enough for him that he could be close to his sister. But after he got here, he changed his mind. He wants to be chosen by Mr. Genis and become a priest. Yesterday, one of his orphanage friends was chosen and went to Mount Chongban. These words made Jamie afraid, and after that he understood everything. He asked where Ricky was before he got here. He replied that he was a 6, and Lival Jamie realized that he was on the right track. When Raz finished talking to his sister, she said she would take him to Jamie's. Raz noticed that she is silent, and perhaps she does not trust the priests of other churches. Maybe these people are connected with chimeras. When they arrived, my sister asked if Ricky had given him a tour, to which he replied, of course. When he saw the bishop, he was surprised. The bishop said that it seemed that an important guest had visited them in his absence and said that it was an honor for him. Jamie introduced himself. He realized that this was the church where the children were kidnapped. The bishop asked the name of his friend, and he also introduced himself. The boy could not understand what they were trying to achieve and what goal they were pursuing, and he thought that this was somehow connected with the reason for the appearance of Raz. The bishop said that he was ashamed that he was absent during their visit, and apologized. Raz said that everything was fine. But Jamie felt a strange energy. This level of divine power indicates that he is a paladin. Jamie noticed that Raz was reacting strangely to him. Something was clearly wrong with this paladin. When they were returning, Jamie said that he heard from Ricky that his friend was chosen by God and then sent to the main church, and he was jealous, and said that he also wanted to become a priest. Raz was alarmed by this, but he said that Ricky is a good guy, and someday his dream will come true. Jamie asked if he had heard anything from his father. Raz asked what exactly, to which Jamie replied that 2 months ago his father destroyed the river gang and they kidnapped and sold children. He remembered this. Because according to Ricky, before the shelter he was in their gang. Raz was shocked by Jamie's words, and to give him a hint, he said that the Genis Church spends a lot on charity. Then Raz realized and remembered that the Genis Church never did charity, and this means that they built an orphanage to use children as material. When Raz came to the Count, he said that the river and the Genis Church are closely connected, and that boy Ricky used to work for this gang. The Count replied that he only watched their church because they had a positive influence on his lands. Raz continued that when they left, they met a priest with a paladin, but he could not understand, because a powerful divine force was felt. But it was impossible to determine whether this paladin served Genis. Raz had a feeling that the divine force was mixed with something else. The Count suggested that he is a chimera that can use divine powers, and if this is true, then they cannot sit idly by and he will immediately send his knights. But Raz said that first, you need to make sure, and he will find proof of this. The Count said that it would be dangerous alone, but Ras said that he was ready for the dangers and he had an advantage in this situation. The Count said that he would assign 3 of his men to him, and after that, 3 guys in raincoats appeared. Their presence was not even felt. The Count said that these are knights who protect the Welton family from the shadows, and they are professionals and will be useful to him. Ras thanked and said that he would definitely reveal their true intentions. At this time, Jamie was talking about what he had learned, and that using children as raw materials to create chimeras is evil. Taking pure children for such a purpose is a good plan. But do the gods do this kind of thing? Genus, as he was a fool, still remains. The fact that they are not perfectly prepared means that they are in a hurry for some reason. Jamie asked Chernish to go to Ray's and gave him a letter. Jamie said that apparently it was time for him to get ready too. In the coming battles, magic of the highest level will be needed. Subconscious is a technique that allows you to use magic by first imprinting the spell and mana control in the mind. Rise and Hazard stood waiting for the suspicious Knights of Hazard to appear. He asked how long they should stand here, to which Rise replied until they begin to act. Hazard said that not even a mouse can snoop around in life, not to mention suspicious knights. Rise replied that all they need to do is follow orders. But then a knight ran behind them, who spoke only one word: "Kill!" He swung at Hazard. Rise told him to dodge. After that, they ran to tell everything to Mister, but the knight still ran after them. The knight almost touched Hazard again, but Rise pushed him straight into the window. Saving a friend and in the place of a Hazard knight, Rise caught whom he pierced with a sword. Jamie has already arrived at this place and cast the Dark Dimension spell. He entered the room and saw Riss, who was holding his stomach and lying on the floor, and a knight standing in front of him. Jamie said that now no one will know about what is happening, because this is a strong enough spell. The knight ran straight at Jamie, after which he cast a gravity spell. 5th rank magic gravity increases the force of attraction in a certain area, suppresses the target to such an extent that it cannot move. The knight froze in this position, after which Jamie cast the spell Death's Grip. Death's Grip is magic that summons the dead to hold the target. After this, Jamie cast another sacrifice spell. This is magic that sacrifices summoned souls, creating a huge explosion. But this spell did not really hurt the knight. When Jamie realized that he was at the expert level, the knight stood up and ran towards him. But the guy teleported to another place and said that he met the wrong enemy. Therefore, he used the puppet spell. This is magic that pierces the soul of the target with threads for submission. Unable to remove the restraints, the knight fell to the floor and could not move. Jamie said that he seemed to be wondering what was happening to him. Fragments of the dead fell into his body, creating an explosion. And everything that belonged to him now belongs to Jamie. He can't do anything anymore. The knight thought that he had lost control of his body, and it was impossible to use black magic. There is no point in continuing the fight, and the best action against an invincible enemy is to escape. He used some kind of blue ball. Jamie ran to stop him and cast the Hand of Darkness spell, but I couldn't stop it. After that, Jamie was thrown to the other end of the room. He said that if it weren't for the little black one, he would have had problems. He did not expect that the knight would be able to get out of the dark dimension by releasing all the holy energy. And he said that this would not help the knight and asked Blackie to absorb the light. The knight began to run away, but Jamie used magic and hit him straight, after which the knight's true nature was revealed. Tentacles appeared from behind his back. Jamie realized that it was a chimera. He cast a chain field spell directing it at the knight, followed by a deadly explosion. The Death Blast is a blast of darkness that destroys even the toughest armor. The knight almost lost his physical form and could not move. The knight used the last function and escaped through the window. Jamie lost it. Rise said what he did great. The body of a knight lay on the floor. Jamie said something that he missed. Rise got scared and asked, "Don't they need to track and catch up with him?" Jamie said that even though they missed him, it doesn't matter. Rise thought why the escaped enemy is not important. He thought they were waiting to catch him. Jamie replied that traces of black mana are not so easy to erase. The moment he was pierced through by the Hand of Darkness, he was completely filled with his black mana, which means that now he can be easily tracked. The bishop was sitting at the table and writing something, but he noticed that a chimera had crawled towards him through the window. He took her in his arms and was surprised, and could not believe that he had been overcome. Rise asked, wouldn't the enemy know that black magic was used on him? Jamie told him not to worry and they wouldn't be able to find out anything, and that his current powers were completely different from black magic. But still, He does not understand why black magic is so weak against holy energy. From the very beginning, his magic was designed to kill gods, killing gods. This is a type of darkness created to kill sacred creatures in the same way, completely erasing their existence without leaving any traces. And he uses this type of magic, so no matter how hard they try, they will never be able to find out about him. Hazard appeared and said that he thought that the knight would turn his brother into a pile of ashes, but the master took care of everything. Jamie replied that this was his merit. But where was he at that time? Hazard replied that he lost consciousness after falling out of the window, and when he came to his senses, he immediately went to them. Jamie asked how a zombie could lose consciousness, to which Rise replied that he simply pushed him out of the window. Jamie ordered Hazard to put his head on the floor. Sitting on it, he said that he was canceling the order to spy on them because they noticed too quickly, and they would be caught if they just continued to look at them, so you need to be careful. And after that, he healed Riss. He told Hazard not to leave Riss anymore and to guard him. Went to the window, he told them to be careful and said that he had to go. At this time, the bishop thought who did this and that this could not be. An expert-level paladin chimera created from 4 life forms was turned into this. He thought that Count Welton had done it, but then realized that if it had been him, the main body of the chimera would not have survived, and the connection between him and the paladin was broken in an instant. You can't do tearing magic like that without a barrier. In this region, only a young master can be a magician of this level. But it's not exactly that he's a genius, but only 4th rank. To defeat the chimera, you need to be at least 5th rank. We need to increase the speed of experiments before it is too late. Suddenly, a girl in a cloak approached him from behind and put a dagger to his throat, saying that his second plan had also failed. He replied that he had not failed. He was just not finished yet. Out of anger, the girl pressed on his throat. He got scared and said that some obstacle stood in their way, and it would be ready after a couple of experiments. The girl said that he is too talkative for someone who cannot identify this obstacle. She will keep an eye on him, and everything will be over if the Count enters into this game. The bishop assumed that 7 knights were watching him. Swords of the Church of Ganis, 7 knights. These are the defenders of the archbishop in the main Church of Ganis. They all have a master level. The bishop thought that it was them. As soon as he finished with the experiment, he would ascend to this position of archbishop. Looking at the physical shell of the chimera, Jamie said that he had overdone it. He decided to see what life forms it was made of. Insect feet, internal organs with fire resistance, insect compound eyes, and the rod is the human body. A total of 4 life forms with magical resistance and excellent speed were connected, and the core was a ball filled with divine power. They created a paladin from a chimera using this ball. But why did they need to create this? It doesn't matter what goal they are pursuing. There is nothing more disgusting than them. For so many years they have not changed. They still continue to look at people as insects and raw materials. Once people already lost everything because of their atrocities. Reasons why he was reborn in this world after thousands of years to stop them. The bishop was looking at the magic ball and talking to someone. He said that fortunately the main body was intact. The voice replied that after all his work had crumbled into dust, did he really think that excuses would help? The bishop apologized and said that nothing could be done about it. It was all due to the appearance of a third party. This voice turned out to be a guy who was in the church when Shino was brought to him. He asked what is his plan now. The bishop said he was thinking about choosing one more person, after which the guy asked, "Is he talking about that child with the holy essence? If he gives him such material, then he is ready to test it with all his heart." The bishop replied that he should not even think about it. He would not waste holy essence for the sake of a chimera. He is a faithful servant of Ganis and the only blood relative of the saint. When Ricky was sweeping, his sister came up to him and said that she was looking for him. She said everyone was asked to gather in the main hall. When Ricky came to the main hall, he saw that Ben was sitting with his sister. He asked him why he sat with his sister, to which Ben replied because everyone was told to come to the hall. Ricky replied that this does not mean that you need to stick to her like bubblegum and began to push him away from his sister. Ricky was wondering why they decided to gather everyone today, and maybe a new chosen one appeared. The bishop said that he had great news for them, and another prediction from God had come down to them. The children began to ask if someone had been elected, to which the bishop said that they were right, and Ganis again desired one of them. The bishop laughed and was glad that his plan was working, and they should be more enthusiastic about it. The bishop said that this time, God wants Ricky. Jamie and Mom were sitting outside the window reading a book saying that they hoped the weather would get better. Mom said that tea parties in rainy weather are wonderful. Jamie said the smell of rain is refreshing, and being with Mom is even better. Mom again attacked him with hugs. The butler knocked on their room, saying that Jamie had a guest. This child is a commoner who said that he was his friend and came to see him and asked if he should be kicked out. Jamie said, "Bring him." Mom was happy that her son's friend came to play with him. She started asking what his name was and where he lived and asked why he decided to visit Jamie. He wanted to answer, but didn't have time to finish, because Jamie closed his mouth and said that they would play on their own. And Mom could rest because Mom couldn't let him catch him. Mom said that then he should kiss her. Then Jamie kissed her on the cheek. Then Mom left and said she hoped they had a good time. Ricky bowed to her and said goodbye. Ricky told Jamie that his mom seemed to love him a lot. Jamie said it didn't matter and asked why he was there. Ricky replied that he was elected, so he will soon leave this place, so he went to say goodbye to him. Jamie was scared by this news. Ras sat and thought that for the last couple of days, the paladin was nowhere to be seen. He never found out anything while he was watching the church after that day. Ras noticed Ricky leaving the church and greeted him, asking why he came to Jamie. He replied that he had been given a prophecy from the god Ganon and that he was chosen and would go to the main church tomorrow morning. Reyes understood what was happening and that in this way, children were being deceived and how they were not ashamed to treat children and their lives this way. Raz replied that this is great and he will become an excellent priest. Ricky replied that he will be the one who helps those in need just like him. After Ricky left, the Count's soldiers appeared. He told them that tomorrow they would follow the cart in which Ricky would ride, and he would show them the real punishment. When Ricky was about to leave, he thanked everyone who came to see him off, and said that he would return as soon as he became a priest. His sister didn't want to let him go and cried, but Ben said he would take care of Anne. Anna said not to worry about her and to return to them as a priest. After that, Ricky hugged her and said to listen to her sisters and fathers and not to forget to eat well. He would write to her constantly and try to come back as soon as possible. After that, he left. Raz saw this and told the knights to move out. Jamie sat on the bed and said that they had left and needed to check how their bug was doing, and said that he knew that traces of black mana belonged to the Church of Ganon. To create a Chimera, 3 things are needed. The first is a sacrifice, the second is the creator of the Chimera, who supervises the experiment, and the last is a high-ranking priest who infuses holy power. There is only one high-ranking priest in this area, the Bishop of Ganon. Raz and the knights are quite capable of dealing with the creator of the Chimera on their own, but he also needs to take care of the bishop. The bishop stood near the mirror and said that it was time for the little orphan to become a holy knight, but it was quite difficult to receive divine blessing. The boy stood near the mirror, and the bishop extended his hand through the mirror and wanted to take it to him, but he couldn't because Jamie stopped him by pushing him away with force. He got scared and asked if he was a warlock and realized that he was the one who defeated the holy knight. The bishop asked how he dared to stand in his way and cast a spell. While in a blessed sanctuary, the priest increases his strength many times over. If this is a sanctuary created by a bishop, then his strength will increase so much that he can smash a boulder with one hand. The bishop began to attack him continuously. At first he dodged, but one blow almost hit him directly. The bishop said that he was using him as a victim as well. Jamie asked, "Is this all he can do?" and tied his hands with magic. The bishop wondered how he could use black magic in the sanctuary, to which Jamie told him to look around more carefully. The sanctuary was swallowed up in darkness. The bishop flew into the wall. Jamie approached him and said that he had questions that he needed to answer. The bishop replied that he would not say anything. Jamie said that he did not need his permission and that he would cut his brain open. The bishop's eyes were red and he was writhing in pain. The guy, shouting, said that Lincoln was useless and the experiment was delayed. The servant said that he would go and have a look, but the guy killed him with one movement of his hand, saying that each of them was moving too slowly. He heard someone coming and later saw people in a raincoat saying that there was a chase for Lincoln. They stopped near the shelves with books, and one of the knights said that he felt a flow of wind from there, and behind the bookshelves, that is, Ras saw that only one of the books did not have a layer of dust. He pulled it out and a passage opened. He noticed that there was a nasty smell in the air. Chains came out of the passage. The guy took out a sword and fought them off. After that, a huge monster came out. It was a Chimera. Jamie asked if the prediction was to create an army at any cost, to which the bishop replied that it was. Jamie said to give all the information to the Count. He intensified the brainwashing and sent him. Jamie wanted to go but stopped and transformed into the appearance of a bishop. The guy was worried that maybe he would die soon and where Lincoln had been disappearing for so long. And if it weren't for the experiment, it would have blown his head off long ago. He had to break the container where the monster was because he has no other choice. He hoped Ricky had holy strength and body. Voice was heard from behind, pretending to be a bishop. He saw that he was covered in blood. The guy asked what happened to him, to which he replied that he was attacked by a strange man and he lingered while he dealt with him. And he thinks that this is the one who killed the holy knight to take him alive. It didn't work out. He turned out to be too strong. The guy replied that if they were delayed, it would interfere with the experiment and asked where the body was, to which the bishop asked if he still planned to continue. The guy replied that in any case it will end soon and he has already sent a sample. The bishop gave him a chimera in a jar, to which the guy replied that he would finally be able to confirm the results. He asked him how he thought, how big this chimera would be born, and how strong it would come out, and applied the chimera to Ricky. The bishop replied that she would probably grow stronger than the failed. The guy asked why he was saying something so obvious and inserted a syringe with liquid into the chimera and continued to press on it so that it would drain. When he asked if Lincoln was happy, he suspected something was wrong and asked who he was. The bishop replied that this was a stupid question and that he was the guy who asked who he was trying to deceive and that he was not Lincoln. At this time, the knights dealt with the monsters and went down below. Suddenly, Ross noticed another monster. One of the knights did not have time to dodge, and the monster pressed him to the wall. Another knight ran to his aid and struck with his sword. This monster is on a completely different level compared to others. Ras said that this place is too narrow for his attacks, and he needs a wider place. So he ran out into the corridor and used the sword of justice, hitting him in the leg. But the monster wanted to attack him, and Ras did not have time to dodge. But fortunately, he was saved by the rest of the knights, hitting the monster in the hand. One of the knights said that they needed to retreat and pick up their partner, to which the other replied that they would leave him here because they were ordered to help Riz complete his task, and they should not pay attention to interference. One of them ran at the monster saying that he would distract him. Another knight told Riz to leave. Raz replied that that knight would die fighting alone. He replied that he understood, but they were ghost knights, and they act in order to obtain the most optimal results. Absolute loyalty to their master is the only purpose of the existence of ghostly knights. Raz said he would never take this approach. During this, the other knights still fought with the monster, but they were overwhelmed by the fallen ceiling. The monster managed to get out, holding that knight in his hand. Another knight, without wasting time, pushed Ras into the passage, although he did not want to leave him. But it was already too late. The monster crushed the knight in his hand. Raz could not restrain himself and grabbed the sword, saying that he serves the goddess of mercy and justice Pero. Using the Holy Marshal's spell, he slammed his sword on the floor and hit the monster directly. The Holy Marshal is the 7 holy knights to whom the goddess of mercy and justice granted a unique power. It is useful only for short attacks. But after that, a strong reaction is revealed, demonstrating a huge amount of holiness. Thanks to this, he saved the knight, whom the monster threw into the wall. This power serves as punishment for the wicked and endless mercy for the righteous. As soon as the Marshal's power runs out, all their suffering will fall on Ras. After that, they ran on. At this time, the guy was fighting with Jamie and asked how he dared to interfere with his experiments and that he considered him a terrible black magician. To which Jamie replies that he didn't think he'd hear that from someone who abused his body so much. The guy replied that he was simply blind and this was real art, saying that he gave him a special performance using chimera wings. Jamie said that it was bad taste, and the guy asked how dare he insult his greatness. At this time, the boy grabbed the chimera and crushed it. The guy got angry. Jamie said that the chimera causes him so many emotions because of one broken toy, and maybe they will change the place? After that, he used space magic. The guy said that he would tear this magic into pieces, but he didn't succeed, and the magic absorbed him and took him to the street. The guy asked why he couldn't break through the magic, to which Jamie said that he was just weak, and said that as soon as the playing time was over, he would dismember him into pieces, piece by piece, and make him his slave. The guy said that Jamie thought too much of himself and attacked him. Jamie started dodging his blows, jumped onto a tree branch and said it was all supposed to end below. The guy said he sent 2 elite chimeras, that's all he needs to know. The guy ran up and hit the branch on which Jamie was sitting, causing it to break in half. He said that they somehow dealt with one, but there were 2 of them, and they would not get out alive. Jamie said that he has gone beyond the limits of reason, and that it seems that he has implanted 7 different life forms into his body so that he can no longer be called human. At this time, the knights with Riss entered the room where Jamie and the guy had fought before. Ras said that first he needs to find the child. He needs to find Ricky before the Marshal's will is released. They started searching, but suddenly they wanted to get into Raz. But one of the knights managed to push him away. It turned out to be a Chimera. With him was another Chimera, combining an ogre and a demonic horse, monsters that even experts could not cope with. And even they prepared for battle. Ricky woke up and didn't understand where he was. Getting up, he saw Shino, who was in the container. Ricky didn't understand what Shino was doing here because God had chosen them. He got angry and said that he needed to get out of here. Running to the door, he said that he would definitely return to him and left. He ran as fast as he could and heard a noise and ran to the battlefield. He saw Ras and was happy. One of the chimeras saw Ricky and ran towards him. The knights began to stop her, but Ricky could not escape because his body did not obey. Raz covered Ricky by attacking the chimera. After that, he told Ricky to run to him because it was still dangerous here. Raz has 10 minutes left, maybe less. He can't fight while he's protecting Ricky, so he said he needs to go up first. When Ricky went upstairs, he thought why, after the light scared away the monster, his stomach began to growl, and a strange feeling appeared that he experienced when he saw the monster, just like in the left. Seeing the door, he ran towards it and ran out into the street. Ricky's anger grew more and more. He could not contain himself. He had a feeling that he needed to go, so he went straight into the forest. Jamie and the Chimera were still fighting there. The guy got seriously angry and attacked him, saying that he could die if he touched him once, even with a light. However, his magic should be enough. It will be enough if he continues in the same spirit. He will emerge victorious. As soon as he flew, Jamie teleported to a tree and the guy flew past. And he used the Dark Dimension spell to contain him and the Hurricane of Tentacles. Jamie also fought back. He was surprised that he managed to combine the abilities of a chimera with magic, but that's all he's capable of. After that, the boy began to teleport from place to place creating clones, and the guy could not catch him. Magic used to create a clone capable of partially using the same abilities as the owner. After eye contact, the clone disappears. Jamie cast a spell to decompose the body, causing it to slowly rot and collapse. He said that he had another ace up his sleeve and used the black ball. They hit him and burned him. Black ball is a spell in which the pain experienced increases 3 times if you touch the sphere. After that, he applied gravity, and the guy could not move. Such an amount of pain would have already killed a person, but it didn't kill the guy because he diluted him with chimeras. Jamie said that he is so destroyed that he is not sure whether he can use him in the form of an undead, and at least use his knowledge. But suddenly more chimeras came out, after which he had to move away. He hit the guy from the right side. The closer Ricky got, the more nauseous he started to feel. He heard an explosion behind him, got scared and said he knew it wasn't worth it. Jamie no longer had mana to defend at this time. Ricky walked up and saw him. The guy gave power to the chimera, after which he directed it at Jamie. But Ricky ran to the rescue. Jamie told him to stay away. But Ricky said that his body moved on its own and then took the blow. They were thrown back by the blast wave. After Jamie woke up, he crawled to Ricky and saw him unconscious. He thought that he had died and began to cry, saying that it was because of him again. Remembering his past life, everyone else died to save him. The guy laughed and said that it was too touching, and now he would finish with him and his friend. Jamie remembered the words of all his loved ones and all the pain he experienced. Primary power is rebellion against the divine. Jamie's aura has changed. He leaned over Ricky and told him that he would be back soon. The very first government created by him, the dead began to crawl out of the ground. It was an army that opposed the 12 gods. The guy laughed and asked if he really wanted to kill him with these undead creatures, to which Jamie replied that these were people who suffered at his hands. After that, they all attacked. They began to gnaw through the bodies of the chimeras, surrounding the guy and then attacking him. After he was dead, I saw a bead fall out of his mouth. It was a life bead, an artifact that charged with life force. Considering the act of how he mutilated his body, he simply would not have existed, which means he was hiding something that could help him. Jamie was delighted that he would be able to move beyond his child body. After that, he sent the dead back. Jamie spent too much energy and his mouth began to bleed. He can't let Ricky die. He approached him and said that instead of giving his life like this, it would be better if he were his faithful servant, and ordered him to rebel. As soon as he touched it, a bright light came out of it. Some girl was holding him in her arms, and she asked who he was to try to steal what belonged to her. It was the goddess Pyro. At this time, the real bishop went to carry out Jamie's order and asked to call the count, to which the girl said that he was useless and cut off his head. She said she was getting rid of Hayes and starting heretic justice. At this time, Ross killed the Chimera and said that he somehow made it in time. He was hurt by the fact that he could die, but he was lucky that no one died. Knights ran up to him and asked if he was okay. Suddenly, the goddess Pyro appeared. Jamie said that the problems with the law of causality from just one illusion would be huge. He closed his ears. The goddess told him to answer. He said he only knew that Ricky's holiness belonged to her. She asked that, realizing this, he was still going to turn him into an undead? Jamie said he didn't want him to die. She leaned over him and asked him what he thought being undead meant being alive. And this is an act of disrespect for the dead. And that how will he not realize the value of life? He got angry and replied that she herself is the one who belittles life, and they are to blame for everything, and after sacrificing all humanity, how dare she? She began to deny and said that in any case, Ricky would become her apostle, and if he turned him into an undead, she would not forgive him. Apostles are those who are closest to the gods. Their mere existence places them in the status of a priest, and they have the strength sufficient to earn the title of the strongest holy knight. Jamie was surprised and said that he knew that he had divinity, and apparently because of this she came down. He came up with something and turned to the goddess asking how he could make amends. And the darkness is already taking over Ricky, and half of him has become undead. She screamed and asked if he knew what he had done. She asked if he wanted to die, to which Jamie replied that if she kills him, she will kill Ricky too. She said such pathetic threats won't help. Jamie said that there can only be one apostle. If he misses him, he will have to spend a lot of time looking for a new one. Although what is more important is that the presence of apostles guarantees the unlimited appearance of gods on earth. Jamie said that he has no desire to kill Ricky because he is his friend. She said that he was a vicious person and made up a good story to save his life. Jamie asked why she made him her apostle, because now there are no reasons why an apostle is vital, because the world exists as the 12 gods planned. He said that she is the holiest of the 12 gods whose love reaches absolutely everyone. She is so overwhelmed with this feeling that she received power and was possibly expelled. He said that she couldn't lie because lying goes against holiness, so she needs to be silent. Jamie said his past name. The goddess asked how he knew that name, after which Jamie replied that he was this man's legacy. He invited her to shake hands, after which the goddess disappeared, releasing Ricky, telling him to come to her in Afton and they would discuss everything in detail. Jamie said that if all goes well, he will have a very useful tool. Ricky woke up and immediately started asking how he was feeling. Jamie was surprised that even in this state he was worried about someone else and not about himself when he was an apostle of the goddess and at the same time an undead. He said that he made him like this with his black magic. Ricky reacted calmly and said that if he is a black magician, then he does not necessarily need to be evil. Jamie said he knew, but still sent him to a dangerous place and even tried to kill his sister. Ricky said that he saved him but didn't touch his sister, that's why he's good. Jamie wanted to object, but Ricky took his hand and healed his wounds. Ricky noticed Brother Roz and Jamie said he had to go then. Janus Church branch in Hayes. A man in a robe stood in front of the count with his hand on his heart and said that they were judges connected with the Church of Janus. They ask for forgiveness, but due to certain circumstances they cannot give their names. The count asked what the judges forgot here, to which the man replied that by order of their superiors, they came to hunt down the heretics and did everything possible. They came across this. He handed over a chimera in a jar, saying that Lincoln's father turned out to be a heretic. After he confessed he was executed, Raz said they're using him as a scapegoat. The man in the robe said that it was an important matter that was a big secret in the church, so they investigated. Raz was indignant, to which the count told the man to shut up and said that he should praise his courage, or maybe sympathize. After all, they dared to kill someone in his domain, after which the man replied that they simply punished sinners in the church. The count replied that he is the judge in these lands, and no one dares to harm people without his permission. The man fell forward and bowed apologetically. The count said that the Janus Church had crossed all boundaries. The man said that he was too arrogant and it would be unwise for him to turn his back to the Janus Church, after which the count cut off his hand. He said that next would be his right hand, and after his head. If he wants to remain with his head on his shoulders, then let him leave Hayes. Raz said what the Duke never said about chimeras, and he skillfully diverted attention by showing this servant his true place. If this continues, then they will definitely win. The minister apologized and said that their church would pay compensation, so he asked them to forgive this mistake this time, to which the count said that he would not change his decision and he had lost his trust, so he would break all ties with the Church of Janus. After this, the Janus Church paid huge compensation and disappeared from the lands. The guest came for Ricky and Anna, it was Ras. He said that they would become the symbol of the Pyro Church as the apostle of the goddess. And one day, Anna will wake up as a saint. When this happens, she will begin to observe the world with her holy eyes. Afton will do his best to greet her, and she will soon be able to open her eyes. Ricky hugged his sister with joy. The simultaneous appearance of an apostle and a saint is a sign of impending troubles. Ross said that if troubles come, then let him protect them. They found themselves under the full protection of the Pero Church, and Jamie Welton faced a test of fate. 12 gods are divided into factions. This prompted Gainus to create holy knights from the chimeras. Pyro was isolated, and if he wants to make sure of this, then he needs to go to Afton. Approaching his mother, he pretended to be a sweet boy and said that he liked to drink tea with his sister. To which my mother said that he didn't like it and asked if he really needed something from her. Jamie said he was just in a good mood. Mom told him to say what he wanted. He said that he would like to visit her homeland in Afton. She asked why suddenly, to which Jamie replied that he had heard that there was a mountain with huge water bubbles. Mom said she wanted to see his cute behavior, but Jamie didn't want to, so she said she would go another time. Then Jamie told her to wait, because he never backed down from any difficulties, and said that he loved her. Mom said that now she would have to agree to her beloved son's request, and she said that she wanted to go there next week, after which Jamie burned with shame. Jamie saw Raz and asked what he was doing there. The boy replied that he was here with his mother and sister. Raz then asked why he was so sad. Jamie replied that something happened. Raz said he doesn't know what it is, but everything will get better soon. Jamie asked what he was doing here, to which he replied that he had something to discuss with the Duke. He told Duke that he was going back and that Ricky and Anna were going with him. He said that they would never forget him and didn't know when they would see each other again. But wouldn't it be great to meet as adults? Raz hugged the boy. He said that he would like their friendship not to end, but he will see him often. Wife and husband were sitting at the table, and the Count said that he didn't understand what his father-in-law was up to and asked to bring Jamie here. Mom said that she didn't think that even her late mother would have succeeded. The Count wondered if he really just wanted to see him. He asked they are leaving tomorrow, but is everything okay? She asked what could go wrong. She will be accompanied by the best knighthood of the Earl of Welton. She said that no one would dare threaten, since her husband was the Earl of Welton himself, and Ras would be with them. She was surprised by the fact that he was a holy marshal. They usually don't leave Afton. The Count said that he is worried about his son because his strength is developed beyond his years. If, like last time, he cannot suppress his emotions, they will break out. The Count is not sure that the leader of the order will be able to stop him. She replied that there was no need to worry and asked if he knew what happened today. She said that Jamie said he loved her, and everyone makes mistakes one way or another. But she believes in their son. It took longer to absorb due to the fact that he had to grind the bead into powder, but the effect was much better than he thought. All thanks to his hard work. He told the little black one that it was now only a matter of time to reach 6 ranks. He has a long way to go to regain his former self, but now he can easily cope with someone of the same level as that professor. He flew to his servants and said that he was going to Afton, so he would be gone for some time. Rise said that he is on the northern border alone. The journey there and back will take about a month, and will they really have to fiddle with axes all this time because they are masquerading as lumberjacks? Jamie asked if there was any problem with this, and they said no. He said that this time they will go with him. He remembered something he had long forgotten. He created a repository for the undead, that is, their new home. Hazard said he doesn't really want to live in such a scary place. Jamie told them not to be indignant and thought that they would be very useful if you raised them well. Hazard said he didn't expect much from the vault, but it's not that bad. It's much more spacious here. When they came out, Hazard said that when they were there, it seemed as if they were filled with something from within. Jamie said it's okay, it's the primary power of rebellion against divinity. This place is created only from his power. Undead, who participate in the rebellion against magicians, absorb this power and become stronger thanks to it. Rise asked if this was too hard for him. Jamie said that if it was a burden, he wouldn't show it to them, but that Hazard asked if he could make them stronger at a time because it was much better there than it seemed. But there were a lot of bones there. Rise shut his mouth. Jamie laughed and told him to shut his mouth. When they were about to leave, Dad picked him up and said that he had to protect his mom, sister, and friend, and that he should come back safe and sound, and hugged him. A man stood in front of them. His name was Jack O'Brien, and he would tell them their plan. When Anna and Ricky were driving, Anna said that she was sorry that Raz didn't go with them, to which Ricky replied that he himself volunteered to accompany. Jamie got into the carriage. He thought that they wanted to go the safe route even though it would take longer. They set off. Behind them rode Ras and the head of the order on horseback. Jamie thought that if nothing happens after mentioning the name Diablo, then she didn't say anything to the other gods, or she just couldn't. So it won't be much that will change as soon as he returns. 2 days later, they were riding in a carriage when Ras drove up to them and said that he noticed that they were tired. Is sitting in a carriage boring, and do they want an interesting story? There is one legend about the local Mayatri Mountains. Once upon a time, when dragons soared in the skies and elves roamed the forests, the mountains were originally one rock. But one peaceful day, 2 winged lizards found themselves here. An evil black dragon and a benevolent blue dragon. There was a sorceress girl whom Mayatri loved, but they were not destined to be together. The dragons, tired of watching all this, sent a black one to finish off the sorceress. At the height of the battle, the rock split into pieces and a stormy stream rushed through the valley. After it was all over, the black man was expelled, but the girl died. Having lost her Mayatra, he hid deep inside the mountains where he remains to this day. Anna said that after this, heavy rains began, which is why the minstrels call the local rains dragons. Jamie thought that this might be a true story, but even then, dragons were considered mystical creatures. As soon as Jamie wanted to ask if this story was true, thunder was heard and everyone was scared. Jamie had an unpleasant, ominous feeling. Lightning struck a tree and it fell on the carriage, shaking it. Mom and sister fell out, and then she asked Jamie to pick up his sister first. But Jamie said that he would save her and cast a spell to create a rope, which returned Mom to her place. Jamie got distracted and Mom started to fall again, but after that he used flight magic. But suddenly he realized that he couldn't use it, and his mana was being burned. Mana burn is a high-level magic that causes mana to completely disappear in a certain area, rendering the mage useless. Jamie saw a girl and fell into the water. Mom wanted to jump after him, but they held her. Ricky apologized and said he just wanted to help her. Ras bowed to his mother and said that this may seem like an attempt to calm her down, but everything seems to be fine, because he knows how strong the boy is. The currents can be very dangerous, but as soon as Jamie's magic returns, he will get out of there in perfect order. He will go down anyway. It won't be difficult for him to return safe and sound. The head of the order said that these streams are very dangerous even for him. Ras said that he would return in exactly 3 hours. Mom said that it would be dangerous even with the power of the Holy Marshal. But even knowing this, she asks him to return with him. Boy falling into a cave. Jamie found himself chained in a cave. Some girl appeared in front of him. She asked the dragon whether to which Jamie asked if he looked like a dragon. She answered no, but as soon as she saw him, she realized that he was far from him. But that didn't mean anything. She asked how an ordinary person has such potential and the forms of his mana. Its use is very similar to dragons. She said that human mana breath is terrible. They are stupid and weak, so they are not able to imitate dragons, but he is different. He replied that it was her fault that he was stuck, so let her answer why she needed it. She asked how he had the courage to remain arrogant while chained. He said that it would be better to ask why she was so tyrannical and arrogant that she mistook an innocent man for a dragon and kidnapped him. She decided to drag him here to see for herself. He said that because of her, his mother and sister were in danger, and said that he would no longer pester her with stupid questions. Just let her take off the shackles. She said she wouldn't do it because he looked funny in that position. Jamie realized that she was the blue dragon Mayatre. Blue dragons are the most meek. They are especially kind to people. This can be compared to human sympathy for cats and dogs. If instead he had met a red or black dragon, which is known for its cruelty, or the famous cunning dragon, he would have died. Jamie asked why she kidnapped him if she mistook him for a dragon, to which she replied to kill him. He asked if she would let him go now, to which she replied no. Because she can afford to do it if she uses it as ingredients, she thinks that she can make a masterclass with Sparta. He asked her why she wanted to kill dragons. She said it was none of his business. He asked that maybe it was because of her love for a person. After that, she let him go, and said that if he said something like that again, he would turn out to be neither alive nor dead. He asked others of her race did not accept him, and she betrayed her race to save his life. She got angry and spun him in the water. Jamie said that she had no intention of killing him or turning him. She would have used brainwashing magic, but she didn't. She's so kind that I can't even believe she's a dragon. She said that this was his last chance and there would be no other. She said that Jamie is a very strange person, just like him. Jamie asked who he is. She replied that he's a guy from Legends, betrayed by people. At this time, Ras stood on the edge and watched the river, wondering where Jamie was. The dragon continued and said that it was 700 years ago. His name was Ganon, was a dark wizard. She said that it was quite strange that a being of holy magic, a dragon, would fall in love with someone like that. He decided to use dark magic to understand the truth of this world as a human. But as a virtuoso sorcerer, he managed to reach the 9th rank. Jamie said that for thousands of years no one had been able to achieve this, to which she replied that she would now tell him why. Ganon began looking for answers long before meeting her. She joined him and, overcoming many obstacles, they fell in love with each other over time. They had a good time together. This continued until the Dragon Lord gave the order that he should be killed. All the dragons obeyed and began to try to kill her beloved. She sent him to the cave and said that even a dragon would not be able to get him, so that he would not worry about her. She would not die no matter how they punished her. It was a ruin with strong restrictions prohibiting more than one creature from entering. He took refuge there. From that day on, he is banished for 1,000 years. Such a period is nothing for a dragon, however. A little more than 10 years later, he came for her and comprehended the truth of the world. He went crazy and asked if they were truly creatures at the pinnacle of magic, the strongest of all living ones. He was told that this is a truth that the human mind cannot understand. Ganon saved her. They hid in this huge mountain to escape pursuit. And then he died. She thought it would be better this way. He will be calmer, but her brothers began to erase everything that was somehow connected with him. All records about him, and even the people who met him died. So to protect the remaining memory of Ganon, she will remain here. Jamie said that the dragons really did it. Now it's clear why nothing was preserved about his past life. Realizing his rebirth first, he began to look for something related to him. Diablo Wolfer. Jamie started looking in books, but there was nothing in the records and folktales, as if someone had deliberately covered up all traces of his existence. They carefully erased all references, and they did the same with him. This was done by the dragon god Brahman and his relatives. Ganon is a sorcerer who raised his level of magic to the 9th to find the truth of this world. He went so far. But for what? Jamie asked if Ganon's tomb is here. As a person associated with magic, he would like to salute him. She took him to the tomb. Jamie saw his bracelet, Absolute Immunization Ideal Cell, one of the 3 divine mechanisms created by Diablo. To confront the 12 gods, the artifact is endowed with the ability to protect against all diseases and curses, but he did not think that he would find it here. He asked her what kind of bracelet it was. She replied that it was endowed with enormous power and belonged to Ganon. This thing had saved his life countless times. He asked if this was all that was left. He wondered if there were any records about this. She said that he had a diary. He asked her to look and asked her to at least tell him. She said that this is already crossing all boundaries of what is permitted. This is not something that should be known to a person like him. He said she was wrong. In search of the truth, Ganon risked his life for the sake of humanity, even if it failed. She protected his legacy then. Why leave it as a museum piece? She said that he is smart, but he is wrong about one thing. She doesn't need any souvenirs because she will remind him of every little thing. He said that he didn't quite understand yet. She said that he surprised her so she would show him, but she doubted that there would be any benefit. Nothing was written on it. There was a seal on it, and it would be difficult for an ordinary person to remove it. She said follow her, she will send him back where he came from. He told her to wait, and so that she wouldn't see now, so that she wouldn't be scared. Using force, he removed the seal and opened the diary. On March 16th, 22, according to the lunar calendar of the ancestors, he encountered a blue dragon. She called him dirty because of his dark magic. On March 30th, 22nd year, according to the lunar calendar of their ancestors, they began to explore this world together thanks to the Mayatras. Their journey turned out to be fun. April 26th, year 22, according to the lunar calendar of the ancestors. Riding on Maitreya. He came to a place indicated on the map of the earth on which a person cannot step, so it occurred to him to call it decay. On December 24th, 23, according to the lunar calendar of the ancestors, the Lord of the Dragons gave the order to his relatives to kill him. He will cope with this. He is more afraid for the Mayatras. She betrayed her race for him. I want to let her go, but I can't. He loves her. On the 8th of March 41, according to the lunar calendar of his ancestors, he stood over the coffin. What kind of battle was this in which he participated? The dates on his tombstone were 65,966 years ago. On March 1st, 41 according to the lunar calendar, they settled in some kind of mountain. It's safe here. You can hide from persecution for a while. After that, they will go north to Harmon. In the place written at the very bottom of his tombstone, even if this land no longer exists, there must also be something there. Jamie said he knew what gravestone he was writing about. Before the final war begins, he Diablo Wolfer. To strengthen his resolve, must pour out his sorrows of the past and the hopes of the future here. He wrote this 65,966 years before Ganon's time came, and 700 years later he was born. 66,666 years have passed since that moment. He declared his victory and left everything as it was and doesn't remember writing anywhere about the Garmin. Did someone really find the tombstone before Ganon? With just one perfect cell, he was able to discover the hidden truth about the 12 gods, even if he learned the truth about the enslavement of humanity by 12 gods 60,000 years ago. He descended to Earth in this guise to incinerate 12 gods. Humanity will one day regain freedom. The dragon said that he loved her, although he never said this in person, and he was also so infuriated when she clung to him. Jamie told her to remind her that he will always live in her heart as long as she remembers him. He reassured her after that. She asked about his black mana and whether he really was a dark magician. He replied that this was ordinary dark magic. She told him not to lie to her, and does he really think that she didn't try to use dark magic to remove the seal? She said that she brought someone who understood her. Their views were similar. If he didn't want to die, he needed to follow her. So he was very talkative. Usually they call it kidnapping with a threat, but no matter how hard they tried to remove the seal, it didn't work out until Jamie showed up with his mana. I wouldn't like to admit it, but the power he was striving for was not of this world. Jamie said he would tell her the truth. He is a magician who grants Ganon's dying wish. She said that Ganon's entire inheritance is here, so that someone who has never met him can fulfill his dying wish. He replied that although they did not have to communicate directly, they still managed to find out that they were pursuing the same goal, so he was not exaggerating when he said that he was fulfilling his dying wish. She asked, "Did he also fight the 12 gods?" Jamie asked, "Did he remind you of this somewhere?" She said no, but with the help of the diary she was able to find out about it. He was angry at the 12 gods and hated the dragons for collaborating with the first. If he pursues the same goal, then death awaits him in the end, and told him to give up. He said that long ago, there was one man who challenged the 12 gods. He had many followers, but they all either died or betrayed him. In the end, he lost to the 12 gods and was sealed in the realm of eternity. But even at that moment, he did not give up. That's why Jamie can't back down. Someone from more ancient times surpasses him, and even those born after his death, their dying wish continues to exist until the 12 gods of her are destroyed. She told him to follow her and said that if it was him, then she was sure he wouldn't mind. She gave him the bracelet. He said he would be very careful with it. She said that if the moment comes, she will help him with all her might. He thanked her and she sent him back. Moving to Ganon's tomb, she said that his dream continues to exist. Raz stood and looked at the sky when he suddenly saw Jamie. Mom also saw Jamie and ran to him. Ricky said he knew Jamie would be back. The head of the order bowed to Reyes and said that they were forever in their debt. Raz said that he had done nothing. Empire Seldom County of Pierre Nesmena. A guy and a girl were sitting indoors, but suddenly the rat fell out of the guy's hands. The girl told him to hold her properly and not to let her get here. The rat ate the zombie drug. After that, the girl cleaned up and asked how much longer to do such nonsense. She heard that her classmates were gossiping about her and asking when she would disappear, and they were shaking just from her look. Why did the director protect her? And compared to her, they seemed like geniuses. They turned to her and said that if she finished cleaning, then let her bring everything that was on the list because of her they need to reconduct the experiment. She silently obeyed and walked. When she walked, she began to cry and thought why she was always like this. Estate of Count Pierre. Everyone was sitting at the table. The man in the suit said that the chef tried very hard to please with the dishes. Everyone was hungry and began to eat. The mother thanked the man for caring. He replied that it was nothing, and he was only worried that something like this would not meet the standards of the daughter of the Great Bell family. Jamie went outside and said that there is nothing to see here, and maybe it's worth coming back if it's somewhere close. Then he's sure that Ricky won't bother him. He was observed by two men who saw the bracelet. They said that some brat should not have it, and one of them asked if the director would like the bracelet and he might even reward them. The little black one gave a sign that they were being pursued, and Jamie noticed this and said that he didn't care why they came, but with their help, he would get rid of boredom. Jamie hid at the top of the roof and watched them, and the guys couldn't figure out where he was. He deliberately created noise in the alley so that they would think that he was there and go there. But suddenly, someone appeared behind him and dragged him into the portal with him. When they came to this alley, the guys didn't see anyone. Finding himself in some room, he noticed a girl. He said that he didn't know who she was, but she didn't have long to live. She asked to listen to her. He said that he was not eager and directed magic at her. After that, he saw that she had dark magic and said that he would listen to her. What was this sudden attack? She said that she was only trying to save him, and if he fell into the hands of a dark magician, it would be bad. And that's why she wanted to help. She said that after she pulled him out, he also blamed her and what she did to deserve such an attitude. She didn't do anything and just wants some respect. He said that he understood, and so that she would shut up. She said that this world is so cruel that it does not recognize any kindness. It would be better if she just left. She took the rope and wanted to hang herself. He told her to stop this circus. He said that these guys were chasing him, so she saved him using the binding gate that she stole from the school. She said that his death would not be easy if these two caught him. Even if he is a child, it would be sad if they experimented on him. But now she is confused whether he is really as old as he looks. He said that she is a dark magician and this is just a guess. But doesn't she have to take part in such competitions or something like that? Only because she saved him, she asks to see in her a person standing on the side of justice. She said she didn't want to become a black magician. He told her not to make excuses and that she was trash like them. She said that she is not the same, and she doesn't like dooming living creatures to torment. And can he imagine how painful it is for her to look at what is happening every time, staining her hands with blood? It feels like she's cutting her heart out of her chest. He said he doesn't care about it. She said that if that's all, then she's leaving. He stopped her and she fell. She asked what now. Jamie replied that this is an invisible wall and he still has many questions, and where is she in such a hurry to escape? She frightenedly asked him to spare her. A man asked another man if he had seen Vieni, to which he replied that he had not seen. The man wondered where she could go. This man was the headmaster of the garb school. There was not much time left until completion. The girl told everything, and he asked, "Is she devoted to them?" She replied that it doesn't matter how evil they are, she spent more than 10 years with them. He said that there is no other way and he will act using proven methods. He used black mana from the flow of black magic. There is no peculiar discomfort or soul-killing feeling consuming life. He put his hand to her head and said that if she changed her mind, she should let him know if something goes wrong and her brain turns to mush. The girl was surprised and asked how he managed it and that she also wanted to understand this. She grabbed his hand. He asked what she was doing and did she really think that if she behaved like this, he would let her go. She asked to be taken as a student. He refused her, then she hugged him, begging her to take it, saying that her parents died 10 years ago due to a disaster, so she had to become a black magician. There was no other choice. Experiments in which living creatures were sacrificed were simply terrible. The guys judged her out of pity and treated her like trash. But even after this, she didn't have the courage to run away. She said that she knows that she is a brat and a hypocrite. But let him help, and it will all end. Now she really wants to end this. He asked her, how does this relate to studying with him? She said that his black mana was not created through sacrifice and that she needed such power. He said she was wrong, and more importantly, he wasn't keen. Jamie said that according to the recollections of the military, there are more than 20 students at the school, and the specialization of the director Gorba is a curse. And while he was not interested in how many had accumulated, the girl's head in the jar asked for help. 2 guys stood and laughed at her, saying that this was wonderful, and did the lifting of the curse really affect her speech? One of them asked if the other had any body parts left. The other replied that recently they have been experimenting more often, especially since they will soon have many new experimental subjects and will be able to arrange good experiments. Jamie was watching all this and he was eavesdropping. They talked about how cool it is to experiment on people. Everything about this simply fades when you observe the speed and quality of the results obtained. Another replied that he did it purely for fun. Jamie said that now he understands how far black magic has fallen. In the past, he sacrificed countless lives to challenge the 12 gods, so he has no right to judge them. But why was black magic conceived? If you don't go too deep, it's all obvious that in order to destroy the gods, he left his humanity and bore all the sins on himself. If you want to sacrifice lives, you must be prepared for such a fate. Jamie said that now they need to do something. If the seeds that he planted sprouted and turned into monsters, then apparently this is what he needs to do. He must reap them himself. The girl was looking for Jamie and couldn't find him because she needed to get him out. Suddenly, a boy came up to her from behind and grabbed her by the hair, asking why it took her so long and that she was fast enough to throw away. He asked if she did it, to which the girl replied that she forgot. The blue-haired guy asked if she had relaxed too much lately. He pushed her to the floor and asked if he looked like a clown. She asked why he would do that. He replied that at least once you need to crush a bug like her so that she behaves properly. She told him to stop and apologized. He cast a test of pain spell. She fell on her knees in front of him and began to apologize, saying that this was the last time and she would no longer forget his words. Suddenly, she heard that Jamie came and saved her. He asked if she was seriously afraid of someone like him and ordered her to stand up and asked how long she was going to endure this. She said that she didn't know. The guy replied that he didn't know who he was, but he clearly didn't shine with intelligence. He turned to the girl and said that he did not think that she would fall for a stranger, and that after that, he would kill her. He directed magic at Jamie, but he dodged, and the girl continued to stand. She said that she had not the slightest desire to be part of a society in which there is a place for people like him, and also used magic, saying that she would change and did not want to live like this anymore. The guy got scared and asked what she just did. He said that he didn't care what happened just now, but she should be prepared for what they would do to her if she even laid a finger on him. Jamie said she made the first move and with one movement removed the boy's attack. Jamie said that the first step is the most difficult, but the second will not be so. The guy asked who he was and what kind of strange mana he had. Jamie cast an erase spell. The director watched this and he said that the Valkyrie had finally awakened. Situational conditions are necessary to control the personality too excessively, and therefore he was afraid that she would never wake up. So now he does not need to be in this boring place. The power of the Valkyrie is now his. Jamie approached Vienne. She fearfully began to apologize. He asked why someone was such a timid Valkyrie. Valkyrie is a high-ranking angel known as a battle angel. Their enormous strength is enough for a war with the gods. However, this led to extinction. Fortunately, they managed to avoid extinction. They hid in places inaccessible to the eyes of the 12 gods. Jamie said it must be that Gorba's job to make her easier to handle. He suppressed her personality for a long time. Valkyries are a race of terribly unruly creatures. This should be done so that she can be easily restrained after waking up. He said that he didn't like it. She said that she didn't understand what was wrong and apologized. Suddenly, she heard a red alarm. She said they probably realized he was an intruder. He said he had a name Jamie anyway. They wouldn't have caught him. Suddenly, the director's voice was heard. He said that everyone should bring the Vienne to him and allows him to inflict minor damage. All the children began to run in search of her. Jamie used magic to protect her. When the children had already come running, they said that how dare she resist them and that she should quickly come to them. Jamie brainwashed one of the girls, and after a couple of people fell unconscious, he replied that she did not have her own will. Perhaps a long time ago, she was the director's errand girl, and the way they treated her was ordered by the school director. Jamie began to use various curses on them. The children began to writhe in pain. The boy told her to get ready. She replied that she was angry and she had to endure all this for so long without understanding anything. Her true nature begins to emerge little by little. Jamie pushed her and told her to go. Then fight, she said she didn't know how to fight. A guy appeared in front of her and cast an itching curse, but she managed to dodge. Another used a toothache curse, but she grabbed his arm and threw it away. Jamie said that this is her strength, and she needs to believe in herself and fight. One of the boys asked her if she really thought that brute force alone would be enough, and she would remain pathetic. Using the curse of blindness on her, she ran at them and began to throw them in different directions. Jamie turned to the guys and asked what they were going to do, and that they had finally realized the difference in strength. He called the little black one and asked if he had finished marking all the newcomers, and now he would start the harvest. Having used the Violet Riot spell, everyone lay dead. Suddenly, the director came in. He said that all his children were dead. He greeted him and said that he was the owner of this place. He asked, judging by Jamie's skills, his appearance is deceiving or he has some kind of chronic disease. The director invited him to work for him. Jamie asked what he could offer him. The director said that Jamie has a plan, and if he succeeds in it, it won't be difficult to destroy an entire nation. Jamie asked if he had any special methods. The director said that he was greedy and they didn't even have time to shake hands. Jamie said he wasn't interested. The girl asked why he ordered them all to bring her to him. He said that she was incredible. She had an incredible amount of vitality. He wanted to collect the fruits of his efforts after she awakened. How many problems did he have when she fell on his shoulders? He had to make a lot of efforts to suppress her true essence and how she would awaken in the form in which he wanted to see her. He created this school personally for her. The girl said that every time when they bullied him for days, he came to console them, but now remembering this, he never stopped them. The director said that as soon as she lost her essence, trembling in fear and hiding in corners, he was overjoyed. Now she just woke up from the anger that he had cultivated in her for the last 10 years. She fainted due to the fact that Jamie erased all the anger directed at the director. The director said that it couldn't be done that easily, to which Jamie said that he couldn't even imagine how easy it was. Perhaps for him it will seem impossible, because no matter how hard he tries, he is still a pitiful person who has not reached the 7th rank. The Dark Magician garb could not reach the 7th rank. If anyone even somehow raised this topic, the director immediately dealt with him. Having the title Master of Curses, having risen to the top in the field of studying the dark arts, a wall appeared in front of him, due to which he was stuck at the 6th rank. The director got angry and said that Jamie's suffering would last forever. Despair would not leave him by using the Burning Hydra snake spell. Jamie said that he is cruel, and it is like the wildest pain when his skull is broken. The director replied that despite his appearance, he is a master of curses. Jamie replied that even if it was so, he shouldn't let his guard down after that. He used magic on the director. The director said that he would never have thought that he would be a victim of mental magic and asked to show him more. The boy wondered if he was trying to show with his actions that he was able to influence his own mind, and his skills were impressive, but they were absolutely useless, and used the curse of the dark spear. The director said that this was enough and aimed a return curse at him. This is quite difficult, dark magic, after which the director approached Jamie and said that he was holding up well, but he quite easily managed to get out of the abyss he had created. He said that now he will completely destroy his mind by applying the aesthetics of slowness, and from now on he will live eternity in an instant. 1 second will become a 10th, then a 100th, and after a 1,000th, what experience will a person receive? Increasing all perceptual abilities, to be in such a state when it seems that nothing will ever end. Will he be able to cope with at least 1 second stretching indefinitely? The director said that this is the best thing that has ever been created by him, even though before there was an abyss between the parties. But before he could finish speaking, Jamie interrupted him and pushed him away, using an explosion spell. After this, the director was thrown straight into the wall and he screamed in pain. Jamie said that he hoped he was strong enough and started using a lot of curses on him, after which there was no living space left of him. He asked Jamie how he freed himself from the aesthetics of slowness, to which the boy replied that he has an artifact of absolute immunity, an ideal cell. The man asked how something like that could even exist, and answered that the world had never been logical. Jamie asked if he really thought that he would die so easily and applied another curse of the door of rebellion against the divine. Having said that considering the sins committed by his own greed, being the one who fasted, he is destined to reap them, and he will continue to exist as a sinner without the opportunity to live or die normally. Although every moment he will have a wild desire to give up, he will become a being incapable of death. He has the fate of becoming his servant, who will follow every order. After that, he threw his soul out of him with chains and told him to serve him forever. Jamie said that from now on his name will be Dark. From now on and forever. Vienna was lying next to her. She woke up and saw the director in this form. Jamie said that since he is his servant, he should introduce himself properly. He said that he salutes the greatest. His name is Nebro. He is the first lich he created. He asked how she felt and told her to remember these words of the one who gave her 10 years of hell. He asked her what she would do next. She said that she had no idea and asked to take her back as a student, to which he refused her. She asked why he answered because she is a Valkyrie. Valkyries are an ancient race of angels. They are brave and never retreat and fight to prove they are right. Unfortunately, once this race disappeared, but he can't even imagine how their blood could survive to this day. Perhaps she is the last of her kind. She asked how her background prevented her from becoming his student. He said that the fact that Valkyries cannot use magic would not be of any use if he took her to train. At this time, the Welton family was traveling in a carriage. Jamie finally agreed to take her with him, turning her into a chipmunk so that no one would suspect anything. Mom met with her dad. He replied that 9 years had passed. She said that she was very sorry and she felt stupid because she had not been able to visit him in all this time. He said everything is fine. Jamie and sister stood and watched. The boy thought that even after rebirth, these emotions seem useless to him. He is dissatisfied with himself. He had to wait forever to take revenge. He still considers emotions something unnecessary. They lead people to madness. Sarah scolded my grandfather because he made my mother cry. Mom said that he was not to blame for anything. When Grandpa said that he was looking forward to meeting Jamie, the boy replied that he also wanted to see him, after which Grandpa hugged him. Grandfather said that Jamie is an amazing boy. Despite the fact that his grandfather's strength is at the level of the 4th grade, he managed to catch a glimpse of the power that he possesses. Soon, Jamie will be at the center of the world, and he's not even talking about their kingdom right now. Mom said that she and her husband are well aware of this. Dad said that exceptional talents will be acquired by selfish people around him. For now, he and Count Welton can stop them, but their capabilities are not eternal. Mom asked if he was really giving this thing, to which Grandfather replied that even though she couldn't stop everything that could happen, he was sure that it was very useful. Mom replied that she felt better, knowing that she could protect her son, but she was worried about the Count. He crossed the road to the church. Janus' grandfather replied that these monsters with distorted morals don't let anyone get away with anything. The Pero Church was in danger because of them. The churches of Genis are trying to finally destroy their patrons. When Jamie was training in his room, Vienna turned into her true form and said that Jamie couldn't even imagine how unpleasant it was to be in transformation all the time. The boy asked what she would do if she was caught. He told her to turn back again. He noticed some kind of pendant on the table. He thinks it's an artifact but doesn't know what its effect is. Suddenly, he felt a large amount of energy with the intention to kill. And it comes from where Mom is. He ran as fast as he could and saw a man with a big sword behind him. Jamie said that he was too strong and could not defeat him, and in that case he would grab his mother and run away. He ran into the room ahead of this guy and used mixed magic and an eraser, but this guy grabbed him. Suddenly, Grandpa and Mom came out and saw that the guy was holding Jamie by the clothes. The grandfather said that his grandson's abilities are truly amazing. It seems that the future in the family will be dazzling, that it will be impossible to open his eyes. Mom scolded Jamie and told him to show respect, after which he bowed. Mom asked him how he got it into his head to do this to someone he didn't even know. He replied that she understood everything wrong. Suddenly, the guy said to stop and replied that he himself provoked this situation. She asked in what sense. He replied that he had heard that the successor of the Welton family had exceptional abilities, so he decided to give him a test. This man's name was Beryl, nickname Storm Swordsman, one of the 5 swordsmen of the Selden Empire. She replied that she didn't quite understand, to which he replied that he easily showed his presence to this child and added a note of hostility. She began to be indignant at what Grandfather said, and calmed down. He didn't really threaten anyone. She said that if he did this to her son again, she would not leave it so easily, to which he apologized. Mother apologized to her son and said that she had misunderstood. Jamie replied that everything was fine. No one knew because he directed the energy only at him. He managed to perfectly target a specific person. And show your presence. How strong must the creature be so that it is not affected by the erasing discharge? Probably terribly powerful. The Selden Empire is famous for its 5 sword masters. Since none of them fought each other, it is difficult determinant of the strongest. But everyone believes that the sword master Terex, known as the Royal Sword, is the most powerful. Following him is Earl Welton, and in 3rd place is Beryl Onyx. Jamie bowed and said it was an honor to meet him. Beryl replied that now he will teach him how to use a sword. Mom replied that he was learning magic. The man said that he knew directly that he would succeed in this direction of combat because the blood of Count Welton flows in his veins. Grandfather said that he agrees with it, and if the sword master says so, it is. But Jamie's talent for magic is simply unheard of. Beryl replied that he is the one who can become a magician of the 9th rank. Jamie will continue to improve his skills, even if he just breathes. Beryl replied that the sword is a different story. This art will be difficult to master if you miss the right moment. Jamie thought that it would be nice to be able to use it, but restoring his strength comes first, so he said that now he wants to focus on magic. When Jamie entered the room, Vienna started asking him about the sword master, so he decided to take a walk. It felt like there was a huge wall in front of him. He was lucky that he had restored his life ball breathing technique and also returned his ideal element. But this was not enough. Soon he will begin to mark time's 7th rank at this stage. A person is called an archmage. This cannot be achieved only by training skills. When a magical item mastered by the magician himself reaches its limit, the door leading to the path of the archmage opens. This is called admission to magic. Achieving this for Jamie was quite simple given the knowledge from his past life, but he will not be able to defeat the gods by acting in the same way. Because of those strategies, he was waiting for failure, and he understands everything perfectly, so he needs to become even stronger. But what did he and his mother have in common at that moment? Burial looked down so low. Suddenly, a monster came out of the water. Jamie managed to cover himself with a shield and attacked him with lightning. But suddenly, some guy attacked the monster, and he flew into pieces. When the guy landed, he said that he had heard that important guests had arrived from the Welton house. But due to his busy schedule, he could not meet him and apologized for the late presentation. His name is Sable, and he holds the post of assistant to Marquis Bell. He said that there is no need to be afraid of him. He is his grandfather's faithful servant. Jamie asked him why such a huge monster appeared here. He replied that it was Marcus's hobby. Grandfather asked if there was any progress, to which Sable replied that he had allegedly found a group of demons, but unfortunately missed them. There were also rumors that they were on the borders of their territory, but the only place where massacres occurred was Afton. About half a century ago or more, his father killed the Demon King. He tried to make them pay for their actions with their lives. Marquis said that the demons will be destroyed. Sable was about to leave but remembered and told him that he saw Jamie. His grandfather asked where he saw him. At such a late time, Sable replied that he was attacked by a large monster from the lake. Mom ran into the room and asked if he was okay. Behind her were grandfather and Sable. Jamie replied that everything was fine because he saved him. Mom said that she was worried, and if he went out alone again, he would get it. Grandfather said that it seemed to him that he told people not to let anyone into the territory, but it seems they were mistaken. Mom yelled at Dad and asked if he was still doing this nonsense with collecting monsters. Haven't he and Mom talked about how dangerous it is? To save his grandfather, Sable came in and introduced himself to his mother. She said that she heard that he saved her son, and that she was very grateful. He replied that he was sure that he himself would have done a great job. He was lucky to see his abilities with his own eyes. Jamie got out into the city, but there was not a single soul on the street. He asked the woman how to get to the Pyro Church, to which she replied that he needed to go in that direction and left. Suddenly, murder and a demon started screaming in the street. People crowded and looked somewhere. Jamie ran there. There, he saw a dead guy and knights who were driving everyone away. It was another corpse without a heart. One soldier said that he would report this to Marquis. Jamie said that the heart is usually used in rituals to summon demons. It is not surprising that the adults in the house are uncomfortable, although they probably think that he did not notice anything. Their goal is most likely revenge for the incident in Portsmouth, or more precisely, revenge on the Bell family. This means that the Pyro Church is also in a state of combat readiness. Jamie said that it looked like he needed to intervene again and use the spells of invisibility and flight. Arriving at the church, he saw Ras and the ministers. Ras said that Marquis was expecting one of the archbishops. The man said that he had not seen the young miss for a long time. The guy thought he was going to the Marquis family and he could sneak inside. At this time, Ricky and Anna were sitting and praying. Suddenly, Ricky laughed. The sister asked if something had happened, to which he replied that most likely and that he would be back soon. He saw Jamie and ran towards him. The boy looked at the church and said that he felt that something was coming from there. Probably this sanctuary is a place where they praise God. But suddenly, he felt that someone wanted to touch him and hit him with his hand first. The boy turned around and saw Ricky. He said that he wanted to scare him, but it was not so easy. Jamie wanted to say something, but Ricky shut his mouth and said that he shouldn't be caught and that he should follow him. He knows a place. Jamie asked what, when he meant that he knew a place. Did he mean the Archbishop's office? Ricky replied that he is a good person, so he won't mind. The guy asked if he would tell him what happened and how he was able to appear behind his back without revealing himself. Ricky replied that everything is simple. This territory is under the jurisdiction of the goddess, even though he has not yet achieved the full power of an apostle. But here he is, gradually approaching her. This place strengthens his abilities. Jamie said that he believes that now he can do some powerful tricks, to which Ricky replied that the goddess is looking for him and now he will convey a message from her. Kneeling down, he transformed. Part of the goddess was in him. He said that a disgusting demonic energy is awakening and the dark forest is where it all begins. If you don't cross it in time, then its local territory will fall. He must go into the dark forest. After leaving Ricky's body, he returned to his previous state. Jamie asked what it was and how she had the courage to demand something and immediately leave Ricky asked to forgive her. And the goddess is not in the best shape now. When she had to go down during the last meeting, it had a much greater impact on her than expected. Jamie then asked why she asked specifically for his help if there were many believers in the church. He replied that it was simple, because he was the only one who could do it. The goddess said that as the successor of that person, it was given to him to understand. Jamie said that he was leaving because he needed to leave before the owner of the room returned, and said that they would see each other later. After that, he left. Returning to the castle, Sable saw him and asked if he had gone somewhere. Jamie said that he just decided to take a walk. Sable replied that today an important guest will come. This is the Archbishop of the Pyro Church, Mr. Saphira. And he said that his mother was looking for him. The boy asked where Onyx went, to which Sable replied that he didn't know. As soon as Jamie wanted to leave, he replied that it was better for him not to be interested in that person. It was for his own good. And he also said that if Jamie wants to go for a walk, then he should not go towards the forest in Myrene. This is an extremely dangerous place. The girl and the guy stood over the Chimera and in the shell and told her to stay there a little longer. Soon he will be able to get out of here. The day of his awakening will be the moment when they complete their call. When they were sitting at the table, Jamie asked his mother what connected him with Onyx. She said that when she was 7, they first met. Onyx's dad said that he was worried that he couldn't find him a single worthy teacher. Grandfather asked if he could help him with his search, to which he replied that he would be grateful if he could find someone. Suddenly, Ciara took Onyx's hand. Grandpa said that she seemed interested in him. To which Onyx's dad said that they should go for a walk. She climbed a tree to get an apple, but accidentally slipped and fell right on it. After that, they sat on the sofa. He broke the apple. She asked him to do it again. Over time, she decided that she would study the art of the sword and he would be her mentor. He said that she had no talent. 3 years later, parents Ciara and Onyx were talking. Ciara said he was told to stay away from the gold mine because it was too dangerous. To which he replied that he had no other choice. He could not tarnish the honor of their family. Grandfather replied that if they lost 7, then there would be no point in honor. After this incident, his dad was poisoned and died. After he died, the Onyx family fell. After this, Beryl became obsessed with training his sword art in the name of revenge. So 4 years passed. Many guys started dating Ciara, but she refused them. Beryl noticed all this and was jealous. He beat them for it and said that he would cut out all their tongues so that they could no longer talk to her. That day, she saw him as a completely different person. Count Welton recently arrived on their lands. He became the head of the family and wants to rely on Marquis's advice. Ciara said that she was honored to meet the head of the Welton family, which is when the Count fell in love with her. Grandfather said that Earl Welton is quite famous for his swordsmanship, and he will soon be the next master. The Earl said that this is an exaggeration. He is too busy trying to learn the family technique of weapons. After that incident, Beryl tried to talk to her, but she didn't want. He was jealous and asked her if she was really going to meet him again, to which she said that he was the head of the Welton family and that he should not dare to talk about him like that. He asked her if she didn't like him because before she only looked at him. She replied that the person she treated like a brother did not behave like that. He no longer listens to her and is trying to tie her to himself. The guy got angry and took her rudely, but the Count saved her by asking what he allows himself. Welton ordered to apologize before the days, to which Beryl replied that he was challenging him to a duel. She asked her father for help, to which he replied that he was thinking of marrying her to Beryl. She replied that in no case, because he is a man whom she has known for quite a long time, he is either a demon who wields a sword or a man who was only following her to find out if she was dating another man. Grandfather replied that he just loved her, to which she replied that this was not so, and that the kindness and care of the past Beryl was no more. Grandfather asked if she happened to know about Count Welton. When she asked what he meant, Grandfather said that he understood what she wanted to talk about and told her to leave. Earl of Welton won. Ciara ran towards Beryl, thought that it was to him, but in fact she ran to Welton and asked if he was okay, which he replied that he was much stronger than she thought, and that she should not worry. I heard rumors that Ser Beryl left in the middle of the night. 3 years later, Welton and Ciara got married and she was pregnant. Count Welton said that he learned something about Beryl and thinks that he needs to know it. He became a sword master, and he also thinks that he wanted to take revenge on the 3 families, because of which the Onyx family went bankrupt. She replied that she also had something that she would like to share. She thinks they should name their child Jamie, After telling the story, she asked if Jamie was interested, to which he replied that he did not think that he was then capable of defeating such a strong person. The butler came and said that the Archbishop Saphira had arrived. Jamie and Sarah also introduced themselves to the Archbishop. He said that Dad had talked a lot about Jamie and heard that they were best friends. Raz said that he was asked to tell Jamie that the Apostle wanted to see him as soon as possible. Sable said that he would take them now, to which Grandfather replied that unfortunately they would go there later. He wanted to talk with the Archbishop. Mom asked if Jamie still wanted to go to the place where the big drop of water was. She said that he asked what kind of place it was, the Marina Forest, and that the assistant told him not to go there. Mom asked how he knew about him and why Sable told him about it. Jamie replied that he only wanted to warn him. Mom said that she repeated many times so that he would not go anywhere without her knowledge, even if he is a good wizard, but he is still a child. She showed where this forest is. Mom said that this is one of the 6 closed zones in the whole world. One of them is the Great Forest of Aryajad. Located outside of this forest, Marina is part of Aryajad. At night, Jamie went into this forest in the place with Vienna and said that there was a truly terrible aura here. On the way, he met monsters that he defeated. In this forest, you cannot use black mano. Suddenly, Vienna called out to Jamie, warning him that there was a monster behind her. She pushed him and cut off the monster's head. Jamie asked if Vienna was able to use black magic, to which she replied no, but she felt better than ever. Jamie said that this is normal because she is one of the tribe of forest Valkyries. Like the elves, she is fueled by the energy of this place. She asked how Jamie ended up here, to which he replied that at the request of the goddess, she asked what they needed to do, but he did not have time to answer because they fell into some kind of portal. After that, they ended up in some place. Jamie realized that they were in ruins. He said special words and the gate opened. He said he didn't think he'd see the symbol used in his past life here. At this time, a man without a heart was again found in the castle. He was killed about 4 hours ago. This patrol pattern, as well as the path along which soldiers passed during the changing of the guard, the soldier said that he would not like to point fingers at anyone, but he needed to check the patrol schedule for this zone, after which a man in a raincoat appeared behind him and killed him, taking out his heart. Suddenly, Sable appeared and said that they had finally met, and that he was in a rather awkward position because of him. Sable struck him and said that bodies infected with demonic power should not get off easy. During this time, Jamie was healed with the life bead. Vienna asked if he was okay because she thought they were going to die. Giant armored soldiers equipped with anti-magic, automatic rapid-fire traps, and a horde of fighting scorpions that had no end. Jamie walked up to the door and said that this is the place where it sleeps, after which the gate opened and a big bear opened the gate. The bear attacked them. Jamie asked if the bear knew who he was, so the bear took a stone and threw it at them, but the guy managed to activate the shield. The stone slightly penetrated the shield and hit Jamie, after which almost all of his ribs were broken. The bear said that once he canceled this power, he now has no way to resist anything. Vienna began to defend Jamie and attacked the bear. The guy asked why he was doing this, to which Sable replied that he had crossed all boundaries, and it seems he was telling him to leave the soldiers alone. To which the guy replied that the swordmaster had left again, and there was nothing to be afraid of. Sable replied that apparently he had not enough punishment, saying that he did not care about the swordmaster. The most important thing from dirty demonic parasites like him is obedience. Everything must go according to plan. Jamie used a 6-color pouring rain, but it didn't bother the bear at all. He asked why they wouldn't just give up, to which the boy asked he seriously thought that they would just accept death and that the bear attacked them first. The bear replied that they left a disgusting object in his forest. They committed a crime and must be punished. But Vienna and Jamie didn't understand what he was talking about. To which the bear replied that this dark force protecting the demonic egg definitely belongs to him. Jamie was surprised that there was a demonic egg in this forest. The bear told him to stop lying, otherwise he would kill all the demon's followers and attacked again. Jamie replied that he came here to get rid of this thing at the request of the goddess Pero. Then the bear stopped and asked if he was lying. Jamie replied that he swears on everything he has. If he doesn't believe it, then let him follow him and see for himself. This forest is part of the territory of the goddess. If Jamie had lied and discredited her name, he would have been immediately punished by heaven. But he does not feel any divine presence emanating from him, and his power, which he had to suppress, is definitely not holy. The boy said that he did not follow her. They made a deal. She told him to go into the dark forest and prevent the awakening of this disgusting dark magic. But he would understand why she wanted to send him, and not one of her followers. The bear said that it's hard for him to believe it, but he can't deny it either. The girl asked to tell about the demonic egg and the power that protects it. The bear said that the egg appeared about a month ago. He immediately went to get rid of it, but dark forces protected him. Incredibly dark, deep, and powerful. No matter what he did, breaking through the barrier did not work, so he had to block the energy surrounding him from the very beginning. Jamie said that he did not feel any divine power from him, and how he blocked this power. The bear replied that thanks to the artifact that looked like ruins. Jamie asked, "So all these ruins are an artifact?" And he asked who created it. How did he know the ancient language, and for what purpose was the scabbard of the artifact? The bear replied that he had no idea, only that this place was created about 6 centuries ago. Jamie asked why he still limits this dark force. Because he said that he blocked the power protecting the egg. In that case, he broke the egg on the spot. So why does he keep this black mano in an unusable state? The bear answered that the egg was still intact. The boy asked why and if there were any obstacles. The bear answered that in order to block the dark force with the help of an artifact, the caster must be in ruins, and he had not yet met anyone who could help destroy the egg. Jamie turned to the bear, to which the bear said that his name was Tiburon, a teddy bear with a lot of ideas but no plans to achieve them, a plush toy with a long tongue that just says that everyone is pathetic and insignificant. The boy asked if he could feel the power of Vienna and that it was somehow similar to his, and that this power was also blocked. This power was similar to the one that protects the egg, to which the bear replied that it was something else. The force that he blocked exactly corresponded to his but not hers. Jamie told him to remove the power restriction and release them. He'll go see it with his own eyes. Vienna said to trust them, and if the master manages to use his power, he will cope with the egg in a matter of seconds. After this, the bear agreed, and their strength returned to them. After that, he attacked the bear, saying that no one dares to push him around. He will take control of everything, he told the bear, that if he does not stop, then there will be nothing left of the ruins. The bear said that his connection with the ruins was lost, and it was Jamie's doing. The boy replied that he had appointed him as his master's assistant, and unfortunately for him, his master was not the only one who was well-versed in artifacts. Jamie asked how the bear was able to block his power to absorb holy energy, and therefore there is no need to chase him. Jamie said that he couldn't leave the ruins even if he wanted to, and disappeared. At this time, the grandfather received news that 9 corpses had appeared overnight, and they said that Sable was missing and hasn't been seen since midnight yesterday. At this time, Sable stood on the roof and said that they were about to arrive. He remembered the conversation between his grandfather and the archbishop. They said that the sacred guards have already been sent and will most likely arrive tomorrow at noon, and one of the gentlemen will visit them. But when they arrive, it will all be over. As soon as they approached the egg, they saw Jamie's energy. He did not understand that his black mana had forgotten here. Vienna asked what these symbols mean, to which Jamie replied the Dead Sea. Arms stretched upward, seawater, moonlight, one starlight in the wavy sea, the only light in the dark sky. An old man raises his hand and drowns in the darkness. A devouring beast, he promises a distant future, a very distant future. Leviathan, this grimoire was part of his existence. His memories are not complete. He accidentally remembered the rebellion against divinity. He does not have any discomfort due to the holes in his memory. Vienna asked if he really understood something, to which he replied, yes, and gave her a ring. This is an artifact that he grabbed in the ruins. He told her to fill it with mana so that she could use it later. Jamie began to use his magic to destroy the barrier, ordering him to return to his owner, when suddenly people from the Church of Genus appeared behind them. He asked what the Church of Genus forgot in such a place to destroy the egg, or conversely, to protect it. She turned to Vienna, saying that she managed to put together a combo. Most of all, she hates such scythes and weapons, so she will kill her first. The girl began to fight back. The girl used her technique and was able to cripple her. Jamie wanted to help her, but she told him not to move and that she still had the strength to fight. The girl said that she was probably in pain, and it wouldn't be so unpleasant if she cut her in half, and asked if she was seriously going to fight in this state. To which she replied that she had no other option, she must follow the order of the master. After that, she used the curse of reversing feelings by attacking the girl. An explosion occurred, after which many trees burned down. Vienna lay wounded on the ground. Jamie attacked the girl by ordering Leviathan to devour her using gluttony. This is black magic that turns everything into food and then devours it. He thanked Vienna and said that thanks to her he dealt with the egg and that she needn't worry anymore. The girl did not give up and use the sanctuary spell. The boy realized that she was not an ordinary tenant at all, and she had more holy power than the bishop. She said that the magic he used, although a simple copy, but with its help, he managed to absorb her completely. She rushed to attack again. Jamie used the unholy gate. He summoned the Nebro, 6th rank Lich Nebro. The girl began to fight the undead. When suddenly a guy came and saw that the egg had grown, he said that he was sure that he would not have had enough of those sacrificed hearts. Jamie appeared from behind and said that he noticed that he liked all this dark energy. The guy got scared and jumped back, asking who he was. The boy asked, "Is he the same follower of Demon Damon?" Behind Vienna was holding Hazard. That guy asked who he was and what happened to the keeper, to which Jamie replied that he didn't need to know. After that, Rise rushed to attack, and the guy died. Suddenly, the egg grabbed the guy and ate him. Now he should have enough vitality and the demon will appear soon. The girl was still struggling with the skeleton when suddenly a demon began to emerge from the egg. The girl said that if she was destined to die here, she would take the skeleton with her. The skeleton told the boy to try to save himself. Rick Key felt that something was wrong and said that everything would soon come to an end if they did nothing. Then everything would die. The sister asked what he meant. The servant came running to them and said that they needed to leave immediately. A servant ran to Marquis and said that something was happening in the Miranek forest. Grandfather told him to prepare the troops. My daughter ran to her grandfather and said that Jamie had disappeared. She thought he went into the forest. Looking at the egg, Jamie said that this is why he hates demons from which he fears a weakling and despises them, something that harms all living things with its very being. Jamie's servant said that he needed to save himself. He said that if the demon was completely freed, even without a perfect cage, it would be bad. He ordered Hazard to pick up the Vienna and take it as far as possible to where the demonic energy would not reach. The demon asked Jamie if he really thought he could handle it alone, and it wouldn't be so interesting if he gave up so easily. How expected to surface like this is incredibly annoying. The demon said that if the boy is so knowledgeable about them, then he will eat him a little later. His name is Piavetta. He is the Baron of the domain of the Great Devil, and this means that he has at least the rank of a master. He told him not to be scared and just understand that once he came here, there would be no turning back. Jamie cast a spell of absolute vulnerability on an ideal cell. The demon said that if he gave him the bracelet, he would die quickly and painlessly. Jamie did not want to give it. The demon said that in this case, he had no choice but to kill him. The guy flew up using Leviathan. Sable was watching all this. He said that this demon is the weakest of the 5 noble ones, and that for people it might seem like a disaster. At this time, the army fled into the forest. Sable said that it was worth leaving someone to protect their home anyway. Hazard ran away, but Vienna woke up and asked what was happening, to which he replied that the boss ordered to take her and run away because the demon had awakened. She told him to let her go. She wanted to go there, but Hazard said that if she went there, she would only get in the way. She said that if she died, it would buy her some time. Hazard said that in this state, she has no chance. The summoning of the undead was cancelled, and it coincided that the explosion happened at the same time. Vienna began to remember all the hurtful words that were said to her. A hammer lay next to her. He said that although she was not mature, today he would allow her to use it. His name is Filion. It is a hammer forged by a legendary blacksmith to serve their queen. Jamie ran out of strength to even fly. He lost too much blood. The bear Jamie came to him and asked where he came from here. The bear replied that he knew his way around the area in which he had spent about 600 years and would not have even thought that he would stay and fight the demon alone. He knew that he had a noble heart, worthy of the one whom the goddess chose. Jamie said that everything was not at all like that. The bear put him on the ground. A demon attacked him from behind, telling him to let him finish his meal and cutting the bear's paw. He said that he just tried to cut off his hand for a creature in the surface world. He is strong enough. The bear said that he is also very fast and knocked down a demon. The bear said that he was not the only one here. Vienna also appeared attacking the demon. At this time, Marcus's army could not advance further due to demonic energy. Many soldiers lay on the floor. Suddenly, a gust of wind brought a letter from Marquis. The girl, having opened the portal, wanted to run away, but did not have time because her head was cut off. Vienna and the bear lay beaten on the ground. The demon said that they surprised him. He had no idea that he would have to fight in this world, and he said that he felt from the spell the power capable of destruction. What did Jamie use the Road of Destruction for? The Road of Destruction is a dark magic that releases once all the energy absorbed by Leviathan. It has the power capable of large-scale destruction. The demon said that he too could have died. And since Jamie is going to deal him a powerful blow, it's time to say his last words to him. The boy said that the demon should finish him off. But suddenly the wind appeared, and the guy who cut the demon in half was Burial. In this letter it was said that he asks not to let anyone into the forest. This will lead to unnecessary losses, and he will take care of the demon. Sable came to the archbishop, and the archbishop said that he had a premonition, but he did not expect guests at all. Sable asked if the apostle had already left, to which he replied that if he worships the goddess, then let him leave this place. To which the guy replied that if he does not worship her, he can stay. The archbishop said that in this case he would have to take action. The guy asked if he really thought that he would be able to withstand the first sword of Ganon. Today the goddess faces great losses after her destruction. Ricky felt something was wrong and that something was wrong with the archbishop. Jamie said that he can't keep up with such fast strikes with such a strangely large sword. This is still combined with a terrifying level of power. Burial asked why Jamie was here, to which he replied that he was interested because everyone kept telling him not to come here, and he didn't think that he would meet a demon here. Burial replied that he saw everything, and that everyone has some secrets that no one wants to talk about. The boy asked why he was here. He replied that he took this task because he was perfect for him. The bear asked who he was and that he looked very strong. Burial introduced himself and said that he was one of the seekers of the truth of this world. He came to pick up an item entrusted to these parts at the request of Isis. He wanted to ask the bear to open the gates of Greece. The bear said that he could not do this yet. At the moment, he was not responsible for them because it was Jamie's fault. Entering the room, the warrior said that with all the demons, he did not think that Jamie would also contact Gremia. Jamie gave the bear power and he opened the gate. A man appeared in front of them and greeted them. Jamie said that he was the seeker who prevented the takeover of the system, and he knew that he was not just an ordinary defense, and was he really the creator of Gremia? To which the man said that he was right, and his name was Armion. He was a brilliant creator of artifacts, a wizard of the 9th rank, which for that time was a very rare phenomenon. The boy then asked, "Is this the border?" To which the man replied that even if he is close to Isis, but he is not a border, at the request of the lightning dragon Gram, he only guards her sword. But Gram is not just a place designed to observe Gram, it was created for the benefit of the one he expects. For the owner of black mana, who has the power to destroy 12 gods, he expects someone who is able to cope with such power. Jamie asked how he knew the ancient language and other little things that should have been forgotten long ago, and even Ganon did not know about the power that could kill the gods. Jamie said that if his answer does not suit him, then he will kill him. The man replied that in this world, that creature left traces. He learned an ancient language while following these traces. Jamie asked if he meant that there were traces of Diablo Wolfer in this world. The man replied that he never managed to recognize him, although he had been looking for him all his life, the person who inherited him. Mano is him. In this case, he can pass it on to him. After that, the man gave him an incredible amount of energy that even a bead of life was completely filled with it. The man said that Gremia is an artifact capable of changing its shape. It is an object with unlimited possibilities. Its appearance and purpose can be determined by the will of the owner. Being merciless in front of the truth, he created it by investing everything he had. Waiting for this day, he transfers all power into his hands. Jamie said that he would not have thought that this was such an incredible artifact. It was on par with the 3 divine weapons and even better. At this time, Ras ran to the church to the archbishop, but he was already dying. He replied that there was no point in his healing because other sacred powers were interfering with his healing. He said Raz would protect the apostle. Raz said that he couldn't leave him here, to which the man replied that he understood his feelings, but he asked him to go. Raz said that he would avenge him. The man replied not to be led by revenge and that he must protect. Burial asked if Jamie was sure he was okay. He replied that he felt a little discomfort, but he was okay, and if he got what he came here for. He replied that his mission was accomplished. The bear asked what happened to Gremia, and he is not sure if he knows about it, but he returned a little later than them, and now his connection with Gremia is completely broken. Jamie replied that he met the spiritual matter of Armion and received the Gremia. After that, he showed them what that man gave him. Burial said that this item is much more valuable than Gram. Jamie said that it was his idea at the moment when Gram was taken away. He gave him all the power. After that, they decided that they needed to return. But Jamie remembered Ricky and that he was in danger and that they urgently needed to go there. Burial threw him over his shoulder and asked where they needed to go. The boy replied that they needed to go southeast from Afton. After that, the man took off. Marquis and the head of the order talked about how the source of demonic energy had disappeared. But later, soldiers came running to him and said that groups of demons had appeared on the territory and were attacking everyone indiscriminately. Fortunately for them, the knights left behind were able to stop them, but they say that there were demons disguised as residents or soldiers. The archbishop was also killed, and, based on the testimony of eyewitnesses, the entire Sable was there at that moment. Sable and Roz were fighting, and he said he couldn't stop him alone. Behind Rasa stood Ricky, and Anna Ross asked how long he had been planning this, to which he replied that he did not expect that the opportunity to get rid of the apostle of the goddess would be served on a silver platter. After that, he attacked Ross. Sable applied a change in causality. His power is a change in causality. If he hits him, he will get injured. And he can also delay him receiving damage after he injured him. That is, he will feel the pain after a while. He considers himself one of the highest-ranking monsters, after which he again fell into Ross. But this Ross Riki could not restrain himself and ran to the rescue. A force emanated from Ross, pushing Sable away. He said that he did not expect that the first blade of Genus would be able to push him, but suddenly Ross appeared from above and attacked him. They continued to fight, and Ross was helped by Riki, saying that Sable was only a pathetic person. They were able to resist God's power. Raz attacked Sable again. Sable replied that if the true goddess did not descend, then they are still the same insignificant people. But at that moment, Jamie came. He used severe pain and merged with lightning. After that, telling Ricky to attack him. After that, Raz ran to Ricky asking if he was okay. Jamie asked what was going on and said that he thought things were going badly, so he intervened. Raz said that it was all Sable's fault. All this time he was working for the Church of Genus. At this time, Sable aimed at the guy's neck, but Brian noticed this and pushed him away. But Brian's hand was cut off. Sable said that changes in causality can be used not only to harm someone, but in this race he had to pay. Brian ordered everyone to leave, saying that he would deal with him. Sable said that without his second hand, he no longer has the same reaction, and how does he think he can cope with him in this state? To which Brian said that he doesn't care, and the wind will cut him into pieces. At this time, others were watching them from above. No one would be able to intervene in the Swordmaster's battle. Raz asked how such an incredible ability like changing causality could exist, to which Jamie replied that apparently Brian had learned something about the physical form of changing causality, but it would not be easy for him to resist this. If he can use this ability as an offensive defense, then it has endless potential for use in combat. Sable asked if he really thinks that he is also a Swordmaster. Then he has at least some chance, and that unfortunately for him, they have a huge gap in experience. He attacked Brian. After that, he ran to Jamie and everyone else. Ricky said he would stop him and used a barrier. Jamie used Sanctum Sable, tried to break through the shield, and so it hit Ricky. At this time, Brian lay half dead and apologized to Sierra. How suddenly Jamie came to the rescue and healed him. Brian then attacked him from behind with his sword. After that, Jamie attacked him with makeup and opened a portal. Jamie said that this power was capable of destroying him, to which Sable replied that his divine power was dissipating and an explosion occurred. When everyone woke up, they were looking for Jamie. At that moment, Sable stood over Jamie and said that he was glad that he could kill him now. Raz and Ricky ran to help him. Jamie couldn't move. Sable had already raised his hand with a dagger over him, but suddenly Jamie wakes up in his bed. His mother and sister are standing over him. Mom told him that if he ran away again, she would kill him. Jamie didn't understand what was happening. Jamie realized that most likely the old man's amulet worked. He asked if his mother had seen his necklace. She brought it to him, but he did not notice the blue glow. Mom said it was a gift from his grandmother and said that his grandmother could predict the future. Southern region Bryan Desert, located more than 10,000 kilometers from Afton. Sable was thrown from the northern region to the southern one. He remembered that a girl appeared and asked him to stop hurting his child and asked him to disappear to hell. She said that no matter how strong he had, you couldn't escape from this fate and pushed him. Sable ended up in territory known to him. But as soon as he wanted to run away, a guy came out and said that he was glad to see him. After that, he asked why such a busy person like him decided to come here. Blazer is the high priest and captain of the Knights of the Church of God and the Son of Rai. And after that, he said that if he did not hide the truth, he would die quickly and painlessly. Funeral of Archbishop Saphira. He was good-natured and polite to everyone. Today, a big star fell from the sky. Whoever did this will not be forgiven. Jamie stood over him and wondered if he could turn him into an undead, after which he turned around and said that he was no longer the same as he was before. Ricky said that the goddess Pero wanted to see him. Jamie asked what happened to Sable. He replied that Sable disappeared along with the glow of his necklace and asked if it was artifact. Jamie said that he hasn't fully figured it out himself and only knows that he got it from his grandmother who could see the future. Shrine of Origin. Jamie asked if she would appear for a long time or for a couple of minutes and then disappear like last time. Ricky said that he was asked to show a little respect and that she was coming, he would talk to her. The goddess said that she would start with words of gratitude. She thanked him for being able to strike at the Zenith and asked him to give part of his power. Jamie asked if she really wanted him to be torn apart and die. She said that she had completely forgotten that people are such vicious creatures and that he should be proud of himself because he is a man recognized by God. Genus Church Center. The man shouted and said that not only did the plan fail, but Sir Cryon disappeared into obscurity. He even gave him the sword of the church treasury. Another guy said that they searched every corner of Afton's territory, except for the body of the eland, and couldn't find any traces. The man said that the spiral of the battlefield shows that if they start a war without the Cryon sulfur, they will lose a lot of time. The battlefield spiral is a divine object that helps reduce military losses by running all possible simulations. Political pressure from concluding a contract with demons will only increase. They had to start a war immediately to take control of the situation into their own hands. But now, there is no other choice. They will have to wait for his return. The man ordered to find Sir Cryon and bring him at any cost. The goddess asked if he really got Diablo by accident in the mountains. Jamie said that he had nothing to add and how it happened by accident. The goddess asked if he was really asking to believe this, to which Jamie said yes. The goddess said that there was something more important, to which Jamie said that now he would ask a question. He knows that his spiritual teacher Diablo, that is, her sworn enemy, and what happened to him. She replied that she did not know, and he was sealed in the kingdom of eternity in the primordial darkness, and even the gods are not subject to anything in this space. Jamie asked if he could escape, to which the goddess replied that it was impossible. They didn't even think about leaving him where he could escape. Jamie was glad that they didn't know anything. The goddess said that she hadn't seen the bracelet on his hand for a long time, and that she was surprised that he appeared in this world again because he was causing big problems. Jamie said that he was looking for the two remaining objects of indestructible alienation, the Almighty and the Killer of Gods. The goddess told him to do what he wants, and she will pretend that she knows nothing about it. Jamie asked if she was expelled. The goddess replied that Janus made an alliance with the Lily, and the Brahmandrian cooperated with the Hulun Tantiras, and the Arbolado made an alliance. Gillian and Avilion also united, and Ra is the emperor of the tribe and she is on her own. Jamie was surprised that the sun god was alone, to which the goddess replied that the emperor of the tribe was always a loner. Ara ruled more as an absolute god than a lonely one. Jamie said she shouldn't worry about her being alone. She replied that it was all because of Janus, because he thinks that he is the hunting dog of the sun god, and it seems to him that Ra abandoned him. And according to Janus, it turned out that she was to blame. He plans to steal her power and rebel against Ray. Jamie asked that it was for this reason that she needed his power. Despite the fact that he was a black magician, she said that his black mana was original. It was pure, unlike the evil power of those creatures. Jamie said that he was Diablo's successor, to which she asked if he really couldn't cooperate with her because of the 12 gods. Jamie said that he meant that they could not fully trust each other. The goddess replied that they had to earn each other's trust and told him to look at his palm. He received her promise symbol. After this, Ross, Ricky, and another guy paid their respects to the newly elected saint. A saint is someone chosen by God who has received a mark on his body, which is why they begin to address him as a bishop. But they are not affected by any influence since they are inviolable. The guy apologized and said that Janus's people stood in his way. With his help, the moment of danger, he was able to protect the sacred territory. His mother appeared from behind. She heard all this and got angry when she learned that there was danger. Jamie said that he became a bishop, and now he can calmly choose where to live and not sit in the same church. Mom said that he and Welton wanted to join the church. Pyro, she cannot believe that he is a saint. They said that Sir Beryl woke up. My mother said that she would go and see him because he saved her son. She entered his room and Jamie was waiting behind the wall. After Mom, he came into the room and said that he was glad because he thought that his arm would not be able to grow back normally. The man thanked him, to which Jamie said that he heard that he wanted to tell him something. He asked what Jamie knew about the franchiser. Jamie replied that it was a suspicious organization hunting for the truth of the world. Burial said to follow him in the frontier. There is a 9th rank wizard who can train him. He said that this wizard is not a person, but with his help, he will develop his talent. Jamie said that he could cope without him, to which Beryl replied that he was a 9th grade master. Such a chance to gain the power of a great being capable of single-handedly changing the whole world. Jamie means that 9th grade is cool and all, but he doesn't think he's that strong. He thanked him for the offer and said that when the opportunity arises, they can meet and have fun. He said that he was interested in knowing about his leader. Isis Beryl said that he was amazing and would introduce them. Vienna asked why he left without her and that it was a grave mistake. The boy replied that he did not leave her. He asked her if she could fly and if she had fully awakened, to which she touched her handkerchief and a hammer appeared. That time, her blood was temporarily carried out to save her. This happened as a result of Venna's strong desire and the help of the hammer. The hammer told Jamie to thank her, because if not for them, the demon would have killed him. Jamie did not understand why the hammer was recommended on its own, and took it in his hands. He asked if he was the only one who heard his voice. Jamie said that the awakening was just temporary. If she wants to awaken completely, then she needs to train. They also managed to find the secret base of the surviving Valkyries. This is the deepest part of the Great Forest of Aryajad. Now it will be very difficult to go there, because in the Great Forest even a swordmaster can find it difficult. He needs to train. After that time went much faster. To protect the identity of Rika and Anna, and the fact that they are being trained by a priest, they moved to the Great Order of the Church of Pyro. The Welton family also went on their way. Ras went with Ricky and his sister to the Great Order of Sir Ikar from the Church of Pyro, who was responsible for the work of the Welton family and joined them. Half a month later, they finally returned to Hayes. They were met by Earl Welton. Jamie remembered the dialogue with the swordmaster and asked him what he wanted to know. What the sword meant to him, Beryl asked if he knew that in the past he was called a demon. For him, the sword is his own reflection. Only after repeated regrets and soul-searching did it dawn on him that he was not just waving a sword, but taking out hatred, and only then was he able to become a swordmaster. The goddess told him about a forgotten story that there is a key word, and one day he said it, all the gods will know about this situation, and no one can stop what should happen. If someone hears this secret, the gods will immediately find out. And when this happens, supporters of the cruel line will send an enslavement detachment to kill him. Like for the dragon god Brahman, his children will come in motion. They did this to Ganon. What Jamie resorted to in the past had no chance of winning. So you need to try differently. The Count was surprised when he saw Jamie on the training ground. Jamie said he had something to say. He wanted to learn how to use a sword. Grandfather stood over the painting of his wife and remembered what she told him, that she hated power. Because of this senseless power, all members of her family died. He told her to join him, and he would become her family and be able to protect her so that she would not have to use this power again. He said that he could not understand this prediction, when the mercenary who saved him every time he needed him was his personal assistant. She had no way to say that he was a traitor. Tina gave him an amulet, saying that he would immediately understand when someone appeared who needed to give it to him. He asked her why she needed to be responsible for what would happen in the distant future. She replied that for the first time in her life, she was proud of her strength. She asked her to trust her and look after the child who would continue their bloodline. Seldom, Empire County, Welton. The minister came to the Count and said that it was a great honor for him. The Count replied that he was sorry that the Archbishop died. After all, no one could have thought that the Janus Church would involve a demonic clan. The church servant, Pero Tedri, replied that their church would not forget the Count's help. The Count replied that if his hands were not tied, he would have attacked the Church of Genus right now. For the fact that they got his family involved in all this, he promises that they will pay. The minister said their church would show them support. His wife asked what he was thinking about, to which he replied that who would have thought that Jamie would become a saint of the Pyro Church, although they allowed him to work without being associated with the church. Sierra replied that she should have kept a better eye on him. The Count replied that she was not to blame for anything. He said that no one could stop a 9-year-old 6th grade magician. He was just worried about what was happening. Pyro's church is on the verge of war with Ganon, and it is strange to appoint a new saint at such a time. Sierra replied that her father said that he was chosen because of the war, and he could nominate himself for Ricky's sake. Graf replied that he was worried about her, to which she replied that she was scared, and despite the fear she must believe in him, her mother told her that she must take care of him until the very end. The Count replied that she should rely on him. No one would harm their child. Even God would not dare. Jamie asked his dad to teach him the family sword techniques. He said he would do both, and he wanted to be fully proficient in the family sword techniques. To which the Count replied that he does not take the sword seriously and that their techniques cannot be studied at the same time as magic. The sword must be taken seriously, but he does not have such an attitude. He simply will not be able to learn it. Jamie said that he sincerely wanted to learn. Then the Count told him to show him his determination and handed him a stick, saying that he would not use the aura and let him use whatever he wanted and take the blows of his sword. And if he manages to block at least one of his blows, then he will study him. The children stood behind and talked about whether it was too late for him to take on such a thing, even if he was Welton, and that they thought that he only had magic on his mind. Jamie said that he heard everything and did not expect anything else from his father. His level of skill can be compared to Sable's abilities, if not higher, but he does not feel his energy, which makes him even scarier. Jamie got ready. He had a plan to break the wooden sword. Since he doesn't use aura, the Count ran to attack Jamie, started shooting magic at him, to which the Count replied that the sword is not so simple. The boy said that he was serious and used the hand of destruction. After that, he broke the sword. He couldn't stop there. This is the only way to prove to him that he is determined. The Count grabbed his hand and asked where he learned this magic, to which Jamie replied that he created it himself. He asked that he already has an incredible talent for magic and still wants to learn how to wield a sword. Jamie replied that he never underestimated him, and that learning is important not for the sake of being cool, but for the sake of his future. The Count asked what kind of future they were talking about, to which Jamie said that he had already guessed, and he understood a lot after meeting with the demon. Magic alone is not enough to become stronger in order to be ready to face what fate has prepared for him. And even though he is young, he is no longer a child and is determined, to which the Count told him that classes begin tomorrow at 6 a.m. A young girl was riding in a carriage and said that she wanted to meet Mr. Welton Jamie as soon as possible. 6 in the morning, Jamie arrived at the place where the training would be. He didn't think of immediately starting to learn secret techniques. Maybe he's the youngest patriarch of the family, but it would still be difficult for him to learn something without knowing the basics. He is confident that he will succeed with the sword in the blink of an eye. And what is more important is the physical abilities of this body. The blood of the famous swordsman family is extremely clear in him, and also the power of the life bead. This time he will surprise his father. But this time Jamie did not see his father, the vice-captain of the Knightly Order of Starrock. Hamilton Leonardo. He said that starting today he would train him. Jamie asked, shouldn't he be taught by his father, to which he replied that as a child who had just begun to comprehend the sword, he could think about training with the sword master himself. Jamie said that he did not have a wooden sword, to which the man replied that today he would not need it. He would have to run around the training field, and that from now on he was not his master, but an instructor. 9 in the morning, Jamie was running, and his father was watching him through the window, saying that he knew that Hamilton was the best in teaching. Sierra said that this was too strict. The Count replied that he had to be like that if they did not want to tarnish the Welton name. Besides, this is not strictly yet. This is just the beginning when he begins to comprehend the sword. He is not going to let him get away with everything. Despite the fact that he is his son, Sierra asked, maybe he will be a little more gentle. To which the Count replied that his father had never been gentle with him, and he thinks that Jamie can handle it too, because he is their son. He also said that the family of Viscount Valley will arrive tomorrow. Sierra asked why he couldn't say about it earlier. He replied that there was still a whole day and the Viscount was his sworn brother and that they needed to prepare a gala reception, to which she replied that that's why they needed to prepare even better. She got angry and left. The Count said that it would be even worse for Jamie and that he would have to go easy on him if his mother asked him again. 11 a.m. Jamie was still running. The master watched him and thought that he was very resilient. Jamie said that he was ready if something went wrong, But so far, he had not had to use mana or holy energy. He escaped only thanks to his physical strength. The master told him to stop. Jamie woke up in his bed and saw that his sister was standing next to the bed. He asked when she came and why she was crying. She said that she thought he was dead. He calmed her down. Dad came into the room and saw that his son was fine. He stood next to his daughter and said that she was smart because she looked after her brother and that the nanny baked cookies for her. The Count said that Jamie might not even be able to move after such stress. Jamie replied that he was fine, and this was thanks to the Bead of Life. The Bead of Life was an artifact that stored vitality and helped to recover and physically delaminate. Dad said that he still had a lot to learn before starting to study with him. Jamie asked what happened. He remembers exactly that he was running, but from some point on, he doesn't remember anything. Jamie ran for 5 hours, much longer than expected. Incredible endurance and amazing fortitude. The Count told him not to worry, and he successfully completed the training. Therefore, from tomorrow he will train with the sword, and said that he no longer needs to run unless it is to maintain stamina, and he will spend some time learning the basics with Hamilton. If he doesn't take it seriously, he will be punished. And if he succeeds, he will teach him the vision of the dagger, one of the styles of their family. The next day, the master asked if Jamie was upset that he was his instructor, to which Jamie replied no. The instructor said he had the opportunity to learn from a sword master, but instead he got some expert, and he really wants to say that everything is fine. Jamie answered yes. Last night, the sky over the Welton-Gremia territory. Vienna created a training center. Jamie said that the world is changing rapidly, and they will be at the center of all events. In order to resist the 12 gods, they need to become much stronger. She replied that she would do her best. After that, they trained for a long time. The master thought that this was after yesterday's jogging, and even if this was so, today he shouldn't make any concessions. He gave him a sword and said that the base of the sword is divided into slashing and piercing blows. Chopping blows are front, upper, right, and left diagonal, and others. After that, he told him about stabbing blows. The master asked what he thought about his demonstration. Jamie replied that he liked it. The master said that if he answered incorrectly, he would run. Jamie said that the master's legs and his steps connect the whole movement together, and the way he uses muscles seems to be without putting in a lot of force, but the power increases. The master was surprised and remembered that he heard such a phrase from a sword master 60,000 years ago. He said that it was a good answer, and in any case that today, everything is not so difficult, and ordered him to repeat his movements 1,000 times. When Jamie stood and repeated the movement, the master thought that he had plans to break the foundation for him within a year, but 6 or even 3 months would be a lot. He called out to him and said that he would leave and ordered him to finish the repetition by his return. Jamie said that he could finally rest, and the more swings he made, the more combination of magic and sword comes, and perhaps in the near future, this will lead him to a new direction. A little black one was flying above him and recording everything. Jamie said that then it's time to finish. Suddenly, steps were heard behind him. Jamie felt a strange vital energy and used teleport and ran towards the intruder. But then he saw the girl and stopped. Looking at the girl, he said that if she manages to maintain her spirit in the current world, then she is at least an average summoner. He said that it looks like she wasn't sitting idle at home. She replied that she was training hard and a high-level spirit appeared to her, and his name is Ripid. The high-level wind spirit Ripid is a famous spirit that helps the king with the Sylph wind spirit. Jamie asked what he said. She replied that he didn't say anything. He just looked and disappeared. And the next day, she was able to summon the Sylphs. She replied that her older sister was much cooler. She could already summon high-level spirits. Their dad was also amazed, even speechless. Jamie said that it is not surprising at her age to summon a high level of air. It means she is talented like him because she is the reincarnator king of the spirits. Living room of the Welton estate, the Count asked if there was any news from the Janus Church, to which the guy replied that no, but they would soon make a decision. The Count thought about starting a war or dissolving his religion, and asked if the leader of the 7 Knights was still there. According to information from the Tigers, they had not yet returned to the main temple of Janus. This is a secret intelligence organization and business partner of the Eastern nobles. Maybe something happened, and something happened to this monster. Beryl could not become his opponent. The war will begin when he returns. The Welton and Valley family, Rebecca was a little strange. She seemed to be avoiding Jamie. The master asked to show him how he learned to do repetitions yesterday. The master said it was perfect. The master said that now he can learn the steps these movements were created by his grandfather, Cherbel Welton. He is an internationally recognized swordmaster who taught the knights of the Welton family foot movements to increase the power of the family. They are called 100 Cs. The master demonstrated it to him and replied that he understood him and that he should be more attentive. It looked like a resonance corresponding to someone's movement. Mana controls space when he walks. 4 hours later, Jamie practiced, but he didn't succeed. The master said that every knight in the family is capable of using 100 Cs, but it seems he will be the first to fail. The mana used for martial arts is different from that used for magic. Suddenly, he noticed that Rebecca was watching him. They sat down on a bench and started talking. She told him that she thought a lot about him and begins to feel shy when she sees him, and her heart flies out of her chest. She asked him how he thinks. Why? The boy said that he didn't know, and thought that during that little conversation, she fell in love because of Zane's soul. Jamie decided to change the subject and said that he heard from her sister that she calls on high-level spirits. She said that it was true, but she could only summon them for a short time. She replied that she had heard rumors that he was practicing with a sword. He said that magic alone was not enough, but with weapons it was quite difficult. She replied that it seemed unpleasant for him to move like that, so said Enderon. She can talk to him without calling him. Enderon is a high-level spirit that helps the king of the water spirits. She said that although the spirits do not know much about human techniques, he says that the movement must be effective, like the right hand goes in rhythm with the left leg, and he feels as if he is doing it through force. Empty, he will try to trust the flow following the direction of the wind and water, and he will succeed. Friend Jamie understood everything and went to practice again. He said that this is not the case at all, because with magic he cannot control his mana. He must trust the natural flow, and suddenly he succeeded. Enderon watched him and said that he was incredibly talented, but there are hundreds of such talents around the world. Jamie overdid it and Rebecca tried to stop him. Dad ran up to him and asked if he was okay, and he thought that an intruder had done it. Rebecca's dad also ran to her. Jamie replied that it was his doing. He used 100 Cs and unknowingly overdid it. Dad replied that the training field was created from a special alloy capable of withstanding aura. It could not be that this technique caused such a reaction. Jamie replied that he tried to combine the 100 Cs with magic, and this is what happened. Dad replied that the 100 Cs technique was finished, and even he could not improve it. But to think of combining 100 Cs with magic to increase power is all because he chose both magic and a sword. The instructor approached them and said that now he was convinced that he no longer needed to teach him, and that he should teach him the dimension-splitting sword. The dimension-splitting sword is a secret technique of the Welton family with which it is possible to divide space upon reaching a certain level. An incredibly powerful person who has not comprehended dreams may not even try to master it. Jamie said that he had just begun to study the base, to which Dad replied that only a couple of selected knights possessed the technology of the 100 Cs. Jamie said that he was told that all knights know it, to which Dad replied that when they fail to master this technique, they often simply leave the order. The Count wondered if it was a coincidence that such a talent was born in such unstable times. He praised Jamie and said that tomorrow he would start training him. The master said that although he does not know how to teach the sword of the splitting dimension, it will be incredibly difficult for him. But he did not say that there would be no problems. Then the master gave him his cap and said that this was a sign that he had completed his training well, and I hope that he will succeed in becoming a great knight. Jamie thanked him and said that he had learned a lot from him. The master said that he also managed to note something for himself. Jamie ate and thought that maybe Dad didn't want to distract him from his training, but he couldn't believe that he didn't tell him about such a meeting until recently. For everyone, this is the welcome banquet of Viscount Valley, but his real goal is different. Family spoke to people. Earl Welton said things haven't been going well lately. Genus Church attacked his wife's hometown and put his family in danger. The disgusting actions of the Genus Church will not end here. A war will soon begin, and which is being pulled by the entire continent. Count Simon arrived here to fight with them against the Church of Genus Lord Regan Red Lotus, Magician Richter Simon. They are the nobles of the East who will participate in this battle. And today's banquet will become the stumbling block of this future. The real purpose is a meeting to prepare for the war of the Janus Church. Ash ran up to Jamie. He asked her why she was without her sister. She asked why he addressed her like that and not her. Jamie answered because they had not discussed such communication with her yet. The sister said that this is all because she looks more like an adult and she looks like a child. The boy asked if she was jealous of her. She got angry and said that it was not for him to talk about it and that he liked her, his sister. He said that this was not true and that he was a magician of darkness who returned after 60,000 years and he would never like a child. He asked where Rebecca went. He found out that she felt bad. Then he came to visit her. When she saw him, she was surprised Jamie saw her and realized that everything was fine with her and she was suffering from love. He asked to give her hand. He said that she had a fever and that would make her feel better. She said that she missed him and thought about him all the time. He thought that he was also worried more than about the others. But that was all. He will not be able to return those feelings from the past. He is not capable of something like love. He told her that they won't be able to see each other for a while and doesn't know when they will meet again. But he won't forget her no matter how many years pass. He will always remember that's why he told her not to get stuck in the present. She asked if she could write to him. To which Jamie replied, of course. She asked him to promise that he would answer. Vale's family was leaving Rebecca, said that they would definitely meet in the future. She would write to him. After this, the Count said that they were detained for a day, but he could finally take care of him, and so that he could prepare for what was coming. 4 months later, the guy was sitting and eating bread, when suddenly a man came up to him asking how he dared to do this to his guys, and that now he would take it to the fullest. Then he used soul extraction, saying that he had wasted a lot of time and he needed to hurry up. He was excited, and said that they would soon see Jamie Dimensional Siegfried, the 7th Elder of the magical world. Welton Family Arena. Earl Welton and Jamie were training when suddenly Jamie used a blade. This is a skill that is more difficult to imitate than to master ideally. It took the Count 2 years to master the basics perfectly, but Jamie mastered it in just 4 months. The Count said that he could recognize his growth, and there was nothing more to teach him. Jamie said that he simply repeated his blade. It is a sword that cuts through futility. If you have learned to cut space, then you have ideally mastered the base, and now there are only new discoveries ahead. Having mastered the base, it turns out to cut space, and the higher the level, the larger the form. Instead of the initiation ceremony, they transfer 10 forms of Welton blades. This is the Welton Ghost Sword technique. Jamie thought that if he mastered it, he would be able to cut intangible things. Such techniques did not exist in his past life. The butler ran up to them and said that they had a guest. The Count said that he was not expecting anyone. Then the butler replied that the 7th Elder of the magical world had arrived. Jamie thought that they arrived when he reached the age at which he could enter the magical world. If this is already the 7th Elder, he is much more of a genius than him. Coming to visit Marcus, the guy said that a great noble family is something, and every artifact is a masterpiece. Marcus replied that Count Welton is scrupulous towards his child, and let him try not to die. The guy replied that everyone knows that the Count is obedient. Suddenly, the Count entered the room. He heard it, but pretended that nothing had happened and introduced himself. The guy also introduced himself and said that he was a representative of the magical world, the 7th Elder Siegfried. He was originally an ordinary slave, and the wizard who created his talent took him as his student. At 15, he reached rank 6 at 20, moved up to rank 7 and was recognized as the youngest elder at 30, almost rose to 8th early. This guy is the most talented person in the magical world. Although this happened before Jamie arrived, he is someone to be reckoned with. The Count asked what the reason for his sudden visit was, to which he replied that he had come to test the young talent. The Count replied that although he has practically no influence on the magical world, he knows very well what kind of place it is. The magical world is divided into 3 forces. The Imperialists are headed by the teacher. Knight's first elder opened Ginger Noble's head. This is the second elder, Marquis Linmer Equalhead. This is Hatchsight 5th. Because of their rule in the wizarding world, there is a struggle for power, a political war mired in dirty tricks, and then Jamie appears with incredible talent and noble origin. The Count asked if he really thought that he could take his son to such a place, to which the guy replied that he understood everything, but they would not be able to control someone with incredible talent. Those who are trying to win by walking on thin ice cannot take such risks, and if he were him, he would also not want to let his son into the magical world. But an immeasurable amount of knowledge is stored there, especially about the Crown of Omnipotence. The Crown of Omnipotence is a key detail of the magical world capable of storing knowledge that the bearer will receive as a great magician. The chance to wear the Crown of Omnipotence is granted once in a lifetime. The Count said that he would ask his son Jamie answered that he wants to go wisdom containing all the knowledge of the world. Perhaps he can even find out about the lost pieces of history. Zaza came to Jamie and said that he didn't think that the child would greet him like that. To which Jamie replied that it would be better for them if they could talk calmly. He looked at Zazu and thought that this man deserves the title of genius. There are already 3 cores in the lungs and heart. But does he really want to make another body for him, created to manifest the magic of an ability that could pass on to him from a past life? The guy said that he heard such words from the greatest genius of history that it was an honor for him. Jamie asked if he believed the rumors. Looking at Jamie, he thought that his body was filled to the brim with mana. He had improved the breathing technique of the Marquis of Linmer, and that he felt sorry for Earl Welton. These old guys will never leave a 9th rank mage alone. If they get this child, when in the future Jamie becomes a magician of the 9th rank, others will not be able to oppose anything, and it would be interesting for the old people to watch. The guy asked if Jamie was afraid of the magical world, and that it would not leave him alone, to which Jamie replied that if they came for him, he would take good care of them. If the matter is difficult, he will agree, because famous people of the wizarding world will not depend on the child. Jamie got ready and told Vienne that she was going with him. They were leaving tomorrow, so he asked her to pack everything in advance. She said that the magical world is the holy land of white magic. She will become dark. He said that she cannot even cast a 2nd rank spell. She asked when they will return. He replied that he does not know. He said that on the way there they would reduce the amount of training. Dad handed him a sword called a scud, and he said to come back alive and healthy, even if he gets hurt. The main thing is that he comes back stronger than now. His sister handed him a teddy bear, telling him to take it with him. He said that he would always think about her. Mom hugged him and told him to come back safe and sound and for him to write when he arrives. Because they have been separated for half a month. After that, he left. Zaza said that they will go directly to the magical world. But before that, he needs to drop in somewhere, and he is sure that Jamie will like it there. This is the city of magic stones. Saint Germain, a huge market of magic stones, will soon open. This city with the largest mine of magic stones in Seldom, Calton Mountains. Zaza asked if by chance this sword was for self-defense, to which Jimmy replied that he copes with it perfectly and that it is constantly growing. He patiently wanted to get here because, according to rumors, this is the center of the accumulation of power in the north. But it's somehow empty here. This is the Artery of the North, the local crystal deposits. The Mineral Alliance provides 6 families of Saint Germain, where the crystal mines are located, known for its influence. 1,000 years ago, there was a huge, constantly erupting volcano. Lava covered the nearest villages from time to time, and nothing could be done about it. But one day, the unknown magician appeared and went alone to the volcano. The next day, the volcano stopped erupting. It seemed to be blocked. The magician who did it disappeared without a trace, left only words. When the sleeping monster wakes up, the disaster will begin again. The magical community to some extent agrees with this story. But Zaza did not have time to finish, as they were being followed by a guy who then threw arrows at them. They started to run away, but suddenly they saw a lot of people who said that they had come to avenge the elder and that they would kill him. Jamie asked if they knew each other. He replied that he couldn't remember and asked him to help. Jamie asked why he needed to help him. Zaza said that he could use the sword. Jamie thought that it would be a pity to use a blade that cuts the sky on them, but he still went on the attack. His mana rampant, he applied the transformed white ocean and pressure. After that, there was an explosion and all the people flew away. Getting up, the man said that he wanted to subdue him, but it looked like he would have to fight. 10 forms of Welton sword mastery. The first move is a curved slash after lightning, and after that the enemies were destroyed. The guy said that he is a real magician swordsman, and also ruthless. In 10 years there will be no equal to him. After that they went again to Saint Germain, the city of magic crystals. They went into the store, but it was very dusty. Suddenly, the voice of a Zaza girl was heard and asked if his little thing had arrived, to which she replied no. Jamie noticed a little old lady peeking out from behind the counter. The old lady said that his thing would arrive in 2 days, but she wouldn't give it away just like that. She wants him to return the heart of a ghostly sheep from a secret auction. Starting the day after tomorrow, she will pay as much as necessary. The ghostly sheep lives in the shadows and appears only during the full moon. It is a rare material for alchemy. Jamie asked who this grandmother was. He replied that Miss Curiel was known as a great alchemist. She has shops all over the world, and all her shops are connected by warp tunnels created by her personally. She is an 8th rank mage who does not cooperate with any country, so she can go wherever she wants. After they came to the building, Zaza said that today they are getting here. Late night in the dark alleys of Saint-Germain. The secret auction will begin in 2 days in the basement of the Lydia Museum. The list of goods is kept in the strictest confidence. People said that they must get it even at the cost of their lives for their goal. Jamie went outside and hid in the alley, releasing the vein and telling her to use the wind on him. They need to hide in Greece tomorrow. People transport stones openly because they are of poor quality. She asked then how they move high-quality stones. Jamie replied that it is much more secret so that no one understands what it is, or they are dragged somewhere in a dark, distant place. Suddenly, Jamie's bracelet worked, but he didn't understand why. But he noticed a box with at least 3 seals on it, although perhaps even more than 6. If he reacted like that, passing nearby, it means there is one of the 3 great divine weapons there. Jamie overheard a conversation between 2 people and found out that the contents would be put up for sale at a secret auction. This didn't concern Jamie, so he just wanted to find out. But now he needs money. The old lady sat and looked at the photo of her son, saying that today she misses her more than usual. She couldn't save her no matter how hard she tried, but now everything is fine. If she gets the heart of the dark sheep, she can return it. Jamie went to the old lady and said he wanted to borrow some money. The heart of the dark sheep is one of the items with which you can open the door to the world of shadows. The world of shadows is a distant space, different from ordinary existence, an uncharted territory that the ordinary world has not yet comprehended. The ruler of that world is the queen of the spirits of darkness, Venotro, and you can enter there only with her permission, but Jamie knows the way. The old woman asked why she should trust him, to which he replied that he wanted to conclude a spiritual contract. Spiritual contract, a dangerous contract in which each other's souls are the price of exchange, remaining even after the death of one. The old lady asked what the conditions were. He replied that it would be a contribution when the contract was fulfilled by wallpaper. 2 days later, the basement of the Lydia Museum. Zaza and Jamie stood at the auction. He told him to be careful and let him hide his face with a mask. Jamie replied that he himself did not want to be caught. Jamie smelled the smell of the forest. They sat down and began to wait for the auction. Jamie noticed that the one who smelled of the forest was sitting in front of him, but now he doesn't feel anything. The first product, Slave Elf, was given a starting price of 100,000. The price was increased to 4,000, and after 1 million, it ended at 3 million. The next lot is the heart of a dark sheep. People began to say the price, but Zaza told Jamie that he needed to be more patient. Zaza raised his hand, saying the price was 1 billion. Jamie thought that this would be enough to fix the entire haze for a year. The next lot was the Almighty Stone. This stone has enough energy to support an area the size of Saint-Germain for 10 years. Vienna offered 8 billion for him. The Almighty Side Stone was sold for 8 billion gold. The tracker was a relic found near a volcano in the Kelton Mountains. After that, Zaza and Jamie left. Jamie noticed that this religion had something written in an ancient language. Sleep here and never wake up. Suddenly, someone stole all the goods. Strangers stood and reasoned that they had bargained badly. Their goal was now to meet with Mr. Khan. They needed to leave before the people from the auction showed up. Suddenly, Jamie appeared and asked how they dared to touch his things and ordered him to give him what they stole before he kills them all. Everyone rushed to attack Jamie, and Zaza did a great job and cast many spells. Zaza cast the deadly emotion spell. Suddenly, a guy appeared, came out of the alley. He said that he thought something had happened. Then they said that they were saved. Jamie asked if they needed to fight, and maybe they'd just take their things. Zaza replied that there was no point in catching them and suggested negotiations. The guy replied that he was glad that there was no reason to worry about the chase and asked what they wanted. Zaza replied that they would leave if they gave up the heart of the black sheep, and the Almighty guy agreed. Jamie asked the guy if he knew Onyx. The guy replied that they were both frontiersmen. Zaza blocked Jamie's path, saying that he was dangerous, rebels who want to conquer the entire kingdom of Harmony on the western continent. Their leaders are called frontiers. Jamie replied that she heard that the uprising arose due to corruption. The guy suggested that we first get out of here and he would explain everything. The chief of the auction asked the guard why he didn't catch the violators if he was a battle master, to which he replied that it was time to fulfill the contract. At this time, Jamie and the others teleported. Zaza asked what brought the rebels to Seldom. The guy replied that they were not rebels, but the forces of freedom. They came to Seldom for something. After that, he showed the Black Vehista release key supporting the Jormungand technique. This is the Ocean Trier Vehimos. This is a great demon beast who created Diablo to fight the 12 gods. Traces of Jamie's past life are constantly found in the Saldom. After that, those people wanted to leave. But the guard came and started calling out numbers. These were their levels. This guard's name was Darius, Supreme Ruler of Darkness. After that, everyone started attacking him, but nothing worked. After this, the guy used his empathy staff. This is a reverse skill that returns all damage received to the enemy. After that, he was able to push Darius away. The guy's status increased, to which the man replied that he looked useful, but compared to Cryon it was worth nothing, and said to just give it to him and die in peace. Zaza intervened in the conversation and said that they were just customers, and he thought that they could leave, but Darius forbade them. Darius the Invisible Iron Fist. He is the surviving champion of the underground battles from 10 years ago. There are rumors that he defeated 2 swordmasters. Jamie said, leave it to him and used Thunderbolt. This is his artifact for building space recognition measurements. Users can detect everything within reach and determine the composition even if it is not visible to the eye. Darius ran to the attack and said that the mage would be the first. After that, Staff Guy used the Divine Battle Spear with hundreds of blows. Zaza used space and time control. Zaza's magic area can control space and time without casting a spell. Jamie used a 5-layer wall of influence and a mega great resolution spell compressed space. Darius used his aura as a shield. Then Jamie used Deep Void. Darius stood up and said that he would kill him, aiming straight at the head, but nothing happened. Almighty is an artifact that reduces all physical damage, one of the 3 great divine artifacts of Diablo. Welton-style first movement circular swing sword, cutting through space version with Almighty in the Welton-style reverse movement of the White Sea Escape. But suddenly, Darius grabbed his sword. He said that he was pleased to meet you. He is a friend of his grandfather. 10 years ago, he met his grandfather in Lang Tom's bar, where the strongest fighters gathered. They instinctively understood each other's skills, so they met every day and competed almost to the death. But there was one technique that he never used. He was about to have a grandson, and this technique was intended for him. The technique was called the Ultimate Creation Technique. The world doesn't know about it, but with her help, Cherbil reached the level of Grandmaster. Grandmaster is the final stage of a martial artist Blazer Church of the Sunsword of the Sunsword space. Seldama has almost reached the heights. But there was not a single person known to have reached the Grandmaster. Jamie said that if he continues on the path of the sword, he will definitely be able to follow his grandfather's skill. The guard replied that he was looking forward to seeing how much he had grown before their next meeting. He said that he forgives the others because he managed to meet Cherbil's grandson. While the other guys were distracted, Jamie took the opportunity to treat the guy and told him to show him the Vehimos. Jamie contacted Vienna. He asked why she only got in touch now, to which she replied that they had found the Soul Elves and she would call back later. A couple of hours ago, they managed to escape, but Vienna was left alone. Suddenly she heard a scream. It was an elf, and she decided to save them. She ran after the man who stole them, but this girl said that she should ask her where she was doing with the elves. A big dog appeared behind her. Vienna ordered her to sit, using force. After that, she found a cage where the elves were sitting. The girl helped her, telling her to move away because it was a seal. But suddenly a man came out and said to bring the head of these violators. They had to fight with the man, and he won. But Jamie came to the rescue and said that he would take care of everything and that she would take the elves away from here. The man recognized Welton, to which Jamie replied that he would reward him for his intelligence by filling him with Leviathan nutrients. A girl came from the auction and thanked her for saving her friends. She recognized the Valkyrie princess in Vienna and was delighted. She thought that she had died, having disappeared 10 years ago. She asked her to return with her to her hometown. But Jamie interrupted the conversation, saying that she was his subordinate and that she should not dare to steal. The girl replied that this concerns the fate of the whole race and man, and there is no point in interfering. The guy said that they could not delay the mission any longer, and that the rest of the group should take the elves to a shelter. Jamie ordered Vienna to go home. The girl handed her a glowing ball, saying that if she wanted to see her family, she should contact her through the sphere. Jamie and the others decided to awaken the demon, and his nickname was Hippopotamus. When he woke up, he asked who woke him up and that his deal was supposed to end after that. Everyone crowded over him and said how cute he was. One guy said that they came to ask for his help according to the contract of their ancestors. The demon asked if they really awakened him without knowing anything, and that he had to be awakened 66,666 years later on the day of revelation. Jamie came up to him and said that he was back. The demon was happy and recognized him. The guy asked to let him go because he needed to talk about something with the little cow. Zaza said that since they had already seen it all now, they could go. Jamie said that he would return at night. An unfamiliar girl said that everything turned out just as he said. Vienna sat on the floor and thought about whether to leave. But then she said that she had a teacher, and he saved her from the hellish school of Garba. Jamie came to her and said that tomorrow they were leaving this city so she could be free. She thought that she was too weak, and therefore she was a burden, and that she had disappointed the teacher. He told her to go east. He would leave her a place where she could return. She thanked him for everything he did for her and said that he would definitely become stronger and return. Jamie came to the demon. He asked him what happened. The demon replied that Diablo Wolfer disappeared after the final battle and said that he would definitely return. A few days later, the demons felt that his presence had disappeared. The wise serpent said that he would return, and that he needed to hide from the eyes of the 12 gods to wait for him. The hippopotamus climbed to the bottom of the volcano and waited for the teacher. However, he waited too long. One day, an elf came and said that he would put him to sleep and save him from pain, but that he promised to help the frontier in the future. When he fell asleep, his body shrank and his speech changed. Jamie asked if he knew what happened to Jormungandr. The demon replied that he did not know where he was, but he was sure that he was alive. Jamie said that the hippopotamus needs to do something, follow the frontier, and find out about a man called Isis. And he also has a request for the girl Vienna to go with him. She is his student, and friend asked to look after her. Art Magna. Zaza came to the old woman and asked if she was able to get the item. She showed him a glowing sphere and asked for payment first. He replied that he would use the check that she gave him last time. She said that if there were no problems with the item in the future, she wouldn't care. Fragment of Ion is an asteroid, and it is part of a meteor that fell on the continent several hundred years ago. Eternal mana is condensed in it. It is obtained from the natural world and is amplified 2,000 times stronger. The witch said that she had a conversation. She asked to be taken to the world of shadows. When he took her away, she said that the preparations were complete. Jamie said that he would start. The reverse other side of the world. The opposite of the light. Another world. The world of darkness, the king who rules in the shadows. Allow me to open the door to this world. After that, they succeeded. Jamie said that he got something for free, and so he would pay her back the money he borrowed. When you return the check, the spiritual contract is canceled. He has nothing to fear anymore, and he can enter when he receives permission. The witch said that she should have said it earlier. After they entered, Jamie felt the energy of the queen of the dark elements. Venus, she asked him if he had returned. A long time ago, Venus, traveling the world in human form, met a man, Diablo, the sworn enemy of the 12 gods. A rare person, he is the personification of a hero. But in the end, he lost in the Great Fourth War and lost all his comrades. Venus avoided the gaze of the 12 gods and led him into her world and allowed him to use part of the world of shadows. A new source of power, black mana, was created. But she heard that it fell at the hands of 12 gods. Jamie said that he didn't die. He was sealed. When he woke up, he found himself in this body and said that someone wants to come here. He will give this person permission. The witch said she left her item in a store outside of Avalon. This thing is made from the magic stone from the Tarinka fountain. Tarinka Fountain. One of the 6 forbidden places in the world. In the center of this fountain, there is a huge amount of mana, but no one could get close to it due to the endless gurgling of deadly poisonous water. Her son Finn was his age and she would finally see him. Jamie said that what she sees there will be only an illusion of the deceased, and that hell will become her eternal consolation. When they finished, he told Zaza that they could go, and they headed to the magical world. Zaza said that while they weren't going, they could talk about his story about Almighty and about that Valkyrie princess. 2 weeks later, they arrived in the magical world. Jamie said that it was cooler than he thought. Zaza replied that this was a city that the first king personally built, and that the city was creating a magic circle. There was a ship flying in the sky that said that the best potion of this generation is Apophis X. Jamie said that the magic technology in this world is incredible, so much so that it is not inferior to that in the Magic Kingdom. Zaza said that he would go to the store, and for Jamie to look around the city, and he gave him a magic map. The girl ran with a bag in her hands and said that she told the guy to get everything before the entrance ceremony. This girl, Anna Mayer, is a student at Phoenix Academy. She said that if today is the entrance ceremony, then Zaza and the headmaster will also come if she shows them the magic that she learned. She dreamed of becoming Zaza's student. She saw Jamie and thought that this was a child who was left on his own, a new student. So she walked up to Jamie and called out to him. He turned and asked what she wanted from him. The girl noticed the cold energy from him. Jamie said that if she didn't need anything from him, then he would go. She asked if he was a student at the Phoenix Academy. Jamie didn't understand what she meant, so the girl took his hand and said that the entrance ceremony would begin soon. Prestigious school of the magical world, Phoenix Academy. She showed him the Amel Hall in which the entrance ceremony would take place and congratulated him on his admission. He tried to tell her that he was not a student, but she did not hear him and said that she needed to run. Jamie said that he needs to meet with the 7th Elder soon, he needs to go. And suddenly the second son of the Count, Simon, noticed him and asked what he was doing here. Jamie asked who he was. Apparently he forgot him. He hasn't forgotten him. He still has nightmares. After his father started teaching him, everything started to improve. He was sent to the academy when he answered who he was. Jamie remembered him and remembered that he told Count Simon to train him. Zaza noticed and Jamie asked what he was doing here. The girl noticed Zazu and started calling him Jamie, asked if he really had a student, to which he replied that this was not true and that they needed to go. She tried to catch up with them, but it didn't work. Lennon said this is a guy called by the greatest talent of mankind. Large conference hall. The elders sat at the table and talked about how they finally couldn't see him. One of the elders said that he was looking forward to this because he is the greatest genius of the continent. 4th Elder Raymond Flores Sean faction nobility. Another elder said that they were exaggerating and that he would disappoint them. 3rd Elder Serpent Gerald loyalist. The girl asked him if he was afraid that he would be surpassed by a 10-year-old child. This was the 6th Elder Adelhart Vivian, the equalizer. The man asked her not to be so rude. It was the 5th Elder Luca Friesel, the head of the levelers. They were interrupted by the Chief Elder, who said that they could not make the guest look disgraceful. Marcus said that he is coming. 2nd Elder Marcus, the head of the nobility faction. Jamie walked in and introduced himself to them. Everyone was shocked and thought that he was at least rank 6. Marcus thought that he had grown so much that it was difficult to even compare with what he was before. Jamie thought that everyone in this room had a higher rank than him, except one man. Most likely he is the 6th rank because of his inferiority complex. He cannot rise. Marcus greeted him by saying that they had not seen each other for a long time, and he had become stronger. Jamie replied that it was all thanks to the breathing technique that he taught him. They praised him and said that he would succeed. He thanked them and said that next time he would ask for sparring. The angry man said that only humble people who use only their bodies say that. Jamie asked him to be careful with his words because his father is the type to train physically. The man said that this was not what he meant, to which Jamie said that it was a difficult word that he apparently misunderstood and laughed at him. The Chief Elder said that the man said this with a good meaning. It would be better if they did not quarrel. Ofen Ginger, royal teacher, one of the 2 official great magicians of the Kingdom Wizard of Heaven. He got this name for his ability to control the weather. He thanked Jamie for accepting their offer and said that if he had his way, he would immediately support them with a research center. But those who do not work should not play. This is the basic rule that must be followed in the magical world, and asked what Jamie thinks about this, and whether he could become a person of the magical world. The head elder said that the academy is always looking for talented people, and he would like Jamie to temporarily become a professor for a month. If there are no objections, he will conclude that everyone agrees. Zaza wanted to go and deal with them, but the boy stopped him and said that everything was fine. Zaza said that if it becomes difficult for him to say so, let him look angry, but he takes the place of the director. Jamie vowed that he would never have another student. After all, these kids needed to see him go. It was only for a month. Phoenix Academy female dormitory. The girl was sitting and discussing with her friend that she did not recognize Jamie Welton. She replied that that was why she took his hand and pulled him along with her. Sir Jamie is their star, the greatest genius of all time. He is a saint of the goddess Pyro, the only son of the Welton family. The girl replied that she didn't know this and would go to study. The girl's friend said that the grades of one boy from the beta class improved greatly when he ate supplements, and so she bought her and herself. The girl replied that she was fine without them. Phoenix Academy, an institution for magicians founded by Amel Fest, the great wizard who helped found the Kingdom of Seldom. Phoenix Academy is considered the most famous in the magical world. A history dating back several hundred years, the best academy graduating 1,000 wizards worthy of its name. The man said that he was glad that he met Jamie. He is the deputy director of the Javelin Boat, and that it was an honor for him to guide such a famous person like him. Jamie went to introduce himself to everyone and said that he was their temporary professor and asked them to take care of him. Everyone was surprised that the son of Count Welton himself came to them. The man said that first he would take him to the office for consultation. They distribute classes depending on skills, not by age, but by skills. Their three are initial, intermediate, and above they, in turn, are alpha, beta, and gamma. Professor Jamie will teach the initial alpha class, and asked him to choose a subject that he would teach, and said that it would be good if he took a difficult subject. Jamie thought that he was most confident in black magic. But teaching her, couldn't it be worth going back to that before starting to study black magic in a past life? At the time when he was called the Endless Wizard after that, he chose the subject. The assistant said that it was an interesting choice, and it was almost time for the meeting he would bring Professor Silver. Jamie thought that for a creature that is already 500 years old, the amenities are not the worst. The rest of the professors came to him. They did not believe that it was true, and they said that they heard that he did not retreat even when he fought against the demon. They talked about how handsome he was and asked for his autograph. The assistant came. Jamie saw that he was surrounded by many people. He dispersed them, saying that if they behaved like this, it would be difficult. Primary class wing alpha class. Finn Bartik is 16 years old. Asked Anna if she really studied all night again. To which she replied that this time she would definitely move to the middle level. Finn replied that he also wanted to move there this year, no matter what the cost. Lennon approached them. Anna greeted him and asked what his name was. He said that he was from the Simon family and told them to envy him because he was different from all of them from birth and would get into the senior ranks right away. She told him to ask her everything he didn't know. Suddenly, the professor came in and asked how they were doing, saying that he wanted to introduce someone to them. Jamie entered the classroom. Lennon saw him and wondered what he was doing here. The professor introduced himself to them, saying that this was now their new professor. Everyone was happy and delighted and tried to attract his attention. Jamie ordered everyone to remain silent, using a spell, saying that this was inappropriate behavior in the Sacred Academy and that he would give them a chance to improve. Let them guess what subject he will teach. All the children began to guess. But Jamie denied. Then Anna said that since he was a 6th grade wizard, he would teach them a non-standard subject. For example, with such an understanding of all aspects of attributes or magic circles. But energy is taught at the middle level, which means he will also teach magic circles. Jamie recognized this girl and said that she didn't have much mana, but she was in the alpha class and said that she guessed correctly. The professor said that the meeting was over and that they should work hard today. Staff room. Jamie sat and read the schedule. Class starts only tomorrow. They said that he will teach the first lesson with the previous professor. Professor leading magic circles is Kenyak Azier. He is 5th rank and the author of many articles. Professor Sophia approached him and told him to be careful, because he has an inferiority complex. Several professors fell for it. He thanked her. Then she asked him for an autograph. Kenyak came in and said that, as expected, popular people were different to sign autographs even in the teacher's lounge and asked her to leave. Jamie greeted him, to which the man asked if he could wield a sword at the age of 10. He must be talented, but he better get ready, because he won't be nice to him. Jamie said that's what he expected. The next morning, Jamie walked with the professor to class. The children heard and prepared. Entering the classroom, he said that Jamie Welton would become a temporary teacher in magic circles. But even a genius is difficult to teach today. He will take a test. They are studying the 6-star magic cast. Jamie thought he was well prepared for the lesson and said he would see how good he was. The man said that for frequently used magic circles, there is a formula for casting the 6-star circle. Usually the sun-moon stars are used. The star is the universe of the sun, is the world. The moon is the world night. And then it can be called a centralized magic circle. Depending on the desired magic symbol will change, as well as the power depending on the position of this symbol. Once installed, it will no longer be possible to move it. About this from the very beginning, they need to think about where to place the symbol. There is no definite way to find the most effective place for it. At the moment, this is still being studied. Jamie interrupted him and asked if he didn't know and that you could just draw guides, and demonstrated it. Place the sun and the moon. The man said that the shape of his magic circle was destroying the lines drawn by magicians is impossible. And does he really not know the basics? He didn't say that he would erase them anyway. Separation of the key components of the magic circle. If you think about it, then everything becomes much simpler. You need to place the symbols where you want and then just connect the lines. After connecting, if you do this, you won't need to draw a circle from scratch, and all you have to do is correct its position. Layer is his technique. Everyone was delighted. Even the man admitted that this was a discovery that would amaze the world and said that then it would be possible. But he added that it was too early for him to do this. The magic circle became a symbol for another magic circle. If space allows, the circle can be expanded indefinitely. A three-dimensional polysyllabic magic circle is what was called the personal infinite magic of Diablo Wolfer. Jamie asked what Professor Kenyon thought about this. He replied that he had never heard of such a thing. Jamie said this is just a visual demonstration. They need to learn how to use layers before the next lesson they need to practice laying out 2-star circles. Everyone started practicing. Anna didn't succeed, then Lennon decided to help her, but she didn't notice him and hit him, continuing to try. Corridor of the elementary building. The man who teaches Jamie asked how the first lesson went, to which Kenyak replied that everything went well. The man replied that this was the first time he had heard a professor praise someone. The man said that he had nothing to do with him and left. Anna approached Jamie and Lennon said that she was trying to create the magic circle that he showed, but she couldn't connect. But after she tried again, she succeeded. Everyone was surprised. Jamie thought that he was not perfect, but she was able to copy his three-dimensional polysyllabic magic circle. It is impossible not to see her talent, and I must tell Zazu. Director's office, Jamie went to Zazu and asked what he wanted to do with the iron fragments. Zaza replied that it was just experiments that were difficult to use at once, a lot of rarity, and asked why he came. The boy said that he wanted to show something. This magic circle he demonstrated today in class. He does not create it to show off. Anna Mayer, the theory of creating this circle is quite complex, so he did not explain it completely. But this girl was able to recreate the circle. This is an incredible talent. Jamie asked why Zaza didn't train her. He replied that her insight was incredible, but she had no talent for magic. He advised her to become a magical scholar so that she could use her talent. But she said that she wanted to become a magician and she was looking for a teacher who could turn her into a great magician. But no one wanted to study with her because talent does not contribute to growth. The magical world is the main strength of Seldom. They cannot invest in unreliable students. After that, Jamie wanted to go, but he was stopped by Zaza saying that why don't he take her student and teacher almost the same age sounds like a good idea, but that Jamie refused and left. On the day when he lost all the wards of the 12 gods, it seemed to him that he could defeat them with his own strength. He decided not to trust anyone, not to let anyone get close to him, to repeat the mistakes of the past. He is not going to, since she is a smart child. She will find a way with him. She has nothing to do. A week later, training hall, a group of children listened to the professor, who said that today they had a mana assessment and that he heard that there were many greatly grown students in the beta class. Finn said he was talking about 2nd grade. She asked if that was the class that came last year. Lennon was the first to be called. He showed ample results above 2,000 points. Finn came out after him. His score increased by 700. If he puts in a little more effort, he can move up to the middle team. Anna came out after him, but she scored only 247 points, the same as last time. The manager's office, he caught up with Jamie and said that if he needed anything, then let him say, and that there was a meeting today. After that, he left. A kid walked past Jamie and noticed that he was from the 2nd beta class and that he was too focused on his studies. If he didn't have talent, he would just die. But he doesn't care. The head's office, the professor knocked, but the door was opened by Professor Kenyak. It is unclear what he was doing here. Kenyak said nothing and left. When he was leaving, he dropped a photo of Anna. She stood and thought that everyone was growing up except her. She was trying, but nothing was working for her. Was this really her maximum? Maybe she needed to drink that thing that Finn drinks. Jamie noticed Anna and didn't understand why she was standing there. He approached her and asked what happened. She replied that they were assessing her mana. Nothing had changed since last year. Jamie thought that she really had no talent for magic. She replied that she would never give up. She would definitely become a great magician and start her own family. Jamie thought that he didn't know if his past would repeat itself, but he decided to take her as a student, telling her to come to the staff room. Blue Mage Tower, he entered the room. He was met by people and asked what brought him here. He replied that he came to see the Tower Master. They asked why, because meeting him is not so easy. Jamie said to tell him that Jamie Welton had arrived. After these words, the girl immediately showed him the office of the Master of the Magic Tower and said that he could go out. When Jamie came in, he saw a mess. He found the master upstairs and said that he seemed to be very busy with research. The master replied that no matter how busy he was, he would always have time for him. Jamie asked what kind of grimoire this was. He replied that he was studying combat magic, magic to decentralize the followers of the god of war Janus. But it's not so easy when this magic is finished and the war with the Church of Ganes begins, and asked what brought him here. Jamie replied that he wanted to teach Anna the breathing of mana. The master replied that he understood his intentions. But for such a child, a maximum of the 5th rank, he could not allow him to teach her his introduction magic. Jamie said he could make her into a great magician. The master told him not to be arrogant, that he couldn't just give anyone a perspective on magic. He recognized his talent, but he himself was still only a 6th rank. Jamie replied that the magician's perspective has already been completed, but he doesn't like it, so he doesn't want to create another one. Multi-level. The 3-dimensional magic circle from his past life is not enough to destroy 12 gods. You need something stronger. The master asked if he really wanted to create a second perspective of magic. This is impossible even for a dragon, but since he is so confident, he invited him to have a duel. If the result satisfies him, he will allow him to teach her mana breathing. Jamie agreed. The master said that the first blow was behind him. He used the 100 Cs technique. The master was surprised by his skill, but also did not give up. Then Jamie used the Hand of Destruction and asked Chernish to help him from the imaginary world. After that, a bunch of clones started casting a lot of spells. Instant effect. This is a short-range magical attack using clones and teleportation. Jamie thought that maintaining 4 clones takes a lot of mana. The master withstood his blows. The master said that his endless blows hurt his pride and now let Jamie defend himself. They began to attack each other. The epiphany that he received was like lightning striking in all directions, like hail falling down or lava flowing from a crater, although it is not at all like them. But once you get caught, it will be difficult to survive. The world has turned upside-down cognitive dissonance. This is the perspective of the magic of the great wizard Marcus. If he is not a master, he will fight without understanding anything, and the problem is that in the current state, he will not be able to free himself from this. But if he cannot remove it, it will be bad. He used the 100 Cs technique and said that he would absorb everything after he used Leviathan. The master noticed that although he looked calm, but inside, he was going through a difficult battle. When he is weaker than the enemy, he will never be able to get out of the magic of the mind Jamie won, and was able to turn the perspective of the master's magic. The master asked how he did it. Jamie replied that he absorbed mana thinking that then he would be freed from the illusion. But at some point, his power began to be absorbed. The great wizard's perspective of magic was absorbed by the sword. This could become his new perspective of magic. The master allowed Anna to be taught mana breathing. The master talked to the professor and asked him what he thought about this, to which the man replied that he was amazed. Jamie used magic and the sword coherently. He was different from all the swordsman magicians he had seen before. And on top of that, the boy was going to turn this into his perspective of magicians, which is difficult for even a great magician to do. He is the most inexplicable genius. The magical abilities of those who grab for a duel with a great magician. An incredible swordsman is also chosen by Pyro. The man wondered if he was human and looked like a specially created Ramon. The master stopped him saying that even the walls have ears and they just need to continue to watch. Lennon knocked on Jamie's door, but Jamie wasn't in his room yet, so he saw Lennon and asked why he came in the middle of the night. Lennon asked if he really wanted to take Anna as his student. Jamie replied that this was not yet certain. Then Lennon asked to take him as his student. Jamie asked what people would say if he studied with him. He wouldn't study with someone who couldn't even understand that, and told him to come back. Then Lennon knocked on Jamie's door again. He got angry and asked what he wanted, but then he saw that the boy was crying. He replied that he couldn't let her get ahead of him and asked to take him on as a student. Jamie thought that he was in good shape for his age and replied that if the Count gave permission, he would think about it, and replied that he was simply showing respect to the Count. Earl Simon Research Laboratory. Lennon came to his father. The father asked what he wanted. Then the son replied that he wanted to become a student of Professor Jamie, and he had already talked to him about it. His father looked at him and thought that the arrogant boy crushed his pride to study. He had grown a lot, so he allowed him but told him not to disgrace their family. Alley in the Magical World. 2 people stood in the alley. One of them said that the doctor was really looking for Apophis X. And it's a shame the professor begged to give him just one bottle. The guy asked if he still wanted to drink, knowing that he could no longer use the heart, and said that he did a good job distributing them to the students, but now he would be of no use and broke the bottle. After that, he killed him. The man in the robe asked if it was really necessary to kill him, and the other guy replied that he liked it, and he went, if he needs to kill someone, then let him call him. Staff room Jamie came in and said hello to everyone. They also said hello to him and asked if he had seen Professor Silver. Jamie said he didn't see him and asked what happened. They said he didn't show up today. Suddenly, another professor came out and said that he would visit him and told Professor Sophia to look after the Alpha class today. Anna came to Jamie with Lennon and asked if he really took him on as a student. Lennon replied that he had already received his permission. Jamie replied that they were both wrong, and as long as neither of them was his student, they would take the test when the class was over, and if they failed, then that was the end. They replied that they would do their best. Jamie wanted to go to class, but the professor approached him from behind and asked if he really wanted to take Anna as a student. Jamie replied that yes. Then the man asked him not to do it, and he did not want to see such a great talent fall into the abyss and left. Anna and Finn finished their lesson. She noticed that he didn't look very good. Finn said that everything was fine, he just needed to drink another bottle. She said that it was better not to do this, because this was already the fourth bottle. He got angry and said that it was none of her business. After that, Lennon and Anna went to Jamie. At this time, the Finn finished another bottle and said that if you drink Apophis, you immediately feel better. We must gradually go to Ivan. We must not miss such a rare chance. Ivan said that he was lucky. The Finn thanked him. He thought that he needed to hold back because he could get into the middle management using Apophis X. They entered the building, and to be let in, Ivan handed him a VIP pass. They were met by the manager of the Trinity Laboratory, Ashter. Jamie's personal room on the way to him, Anna and Leon were arguing, but Jamie stopped them, saying that he was not asking them to be friends, but at least let them not fight in front of their professor. Lennon said that he had never heard of mana breathing. Jamie replied that it was a breathing technique created by Marcus Linmel, and they need to study it for today. The students thought that he was joking, to which Jamie replied that if they were his students, then they would be in time, and if they were not sure, then they could go. After that, they started trying. They found themselves in a small space created by Jamie. 24 hours inside equals 12 hours outside. Gramia is capable of creating any form beyond Avalon, capable of controlling space and time, an incredibly talented guy in magic, but who lacks knowledge, and a girl born with a talent for science but no talent for magic. Jamie said the test is starting. Trinity Laboratory Ivan said that he was sorry that Professor Silver could not come, to which he replied to convey his greetings to him. They asked if he came here often, to which he replied that Professor Silver trusted him. Finn felt uneasy. Ivan said that they would finally be able to let down those who underestimated them. Ashter said that this is exactly the case with Apophis. They will become the best wizards, and said that today he will show them a new product. Apophis X mana absorption and focusing effect are 2 times better than Apophysis X, but it is still in development and has minor side effects. Finn asked if Apophysis X had any side effects. The man asked if something happened to him while using it. Finn replied that he felt a little dizzy and lethargic. The man replied that it is the same as muscle pain. When you drink Apophis X, it absorbs mana and the core increases. It takes a lot of energy to maintain a large core. Sometimes he can get tired, but when his body gets used to everything returning to normal, he decided to give them Apophis X. This is a supplement containing new drugs. It will help in restoring the condition after they are gone. When the children left, he lit a cigarette. A girl approached him, saying that there was no smoking in the laboratory, and he had a lot of complaints for someone who doesn't work and earn money. He said that he had come this way for the smell of blood, and not for money. The girl thought that when he arrived, she would need to report to the professor. 8 hours later, he told them to disintegrate the mana into small fragments and absorb through the skin at the same time, fix the core in several places, and increase the amount of maximum absorbed mana. While Anna succeeded, Lennon could not understand anything. He said that he knows that she is the best at such things, but he has the blood of the Simon family in him. Feelings of inferiority, envy, and jealousy. None of this matters if they don't help him grow. Then he will use them as fuel. He will do everything his way. Therefore, he started with the physical method and found his approach. But as expected, she is ahead, but her core is weak, so it will not withstand the amount of mana absorbed. The whole point is whether she can overcome the pain and anchor the core in several places. In another case, Lennon has difficulty understanding the breathing technique, but he is talented, so then incredibly increased the amount of his mana. He gave him a helping hand to find his personal techniques, I hope, but that's where his help ends. The rest is on them. 12 hours later, she has absorbed so much mana that she feels like her heart is about to explode, and she also needs to strengthen the core. She didn't know if her body could take more and she wants to give up, but this is the only way to strengthen the family's position. Jamie said she looked exhausted, but she had to surpass the limits of her core to open the path to becoming a great magician. Lennon, he started laying out Manu he needs to try harder. Time is up and they move back to Jamie. He said that 24 hours past, the test is over, and that they both failed. Lennon said that if he gave them a little more time, they could. Jamie said that nothing would change and said that they took the test anyway. It was a test to see their determination. Now they are his students. Anna hugged Lennon with joy. He told them to enjoy while they could, because the hellish and tearing apart training will begin soon. A girl was sitting at the table and asked how the subjects felt. She looked at Ivan's photo and said that even though she was able to spread the Apofix X, they wouldn't last long because of the side effects, and what we need to use better experimental subjects next time. Suddenly, the professor called her and asked, what about the side effects from Apophis X? She replied that they were investigating this issue with the doctor, but there was no progress yet. She asked me to tell the doctor that something would arrive soon. The girl said that she needed to bring Anna as soon as possible. Kenyak replied that she understood everything quickly so that she would not be able to get to her easily. Anna woke up in bed because Jamie said it was late and said that they could sleep here and then go to school. She looked at the time and realized that she was late. Having gathered herself, she ran and met Lennon, who said that she had finally woken up. He gave them a pendant, and as a sign that they were his students, and said that they have the same design, they can call them the sign of the couple. Arriving at the lesson, everyone began to ask her where she got this pendant. She said that it was given by Professor Jamie himself. He said that this was a sign showing that she was his student. Professor Silver won't be here today, and today they have self-study. She asked if Finn felt better, to which he replied that everything was fine, and they said that it was all due to the fact that the core was increasing due to Apophis X. She replied that there was no supplement in the world that could do this, and that he had better stop. Finn got angry and shouted at her to shut up. He was down for 6 years, and it finally got better. And why was she trying to stop him? She said that wasn't what she meant to. Which Finn replied that he didn't want to listen anymore and left. He is sure that she is jealous that his skills have improved, despite the fact that she is Professor Jamie's student. Suddenly, Professor Sophia came up to him and asked what happened, to which he replied that he had quarreled with a friend. And Anna said that his supplement was strange. It turns out that she knew about this supplement and replied that she was studying the potential of Apophis X in the Trinity Laboratory and asked why not bring a friend to listen to her lecture. He agreed, and then she handed him the elixir, telling him to drink it and try hard in class today. Soon, these test subjects will be destroyed if the student dies. The director will begin a personal investigation before this happens. I must hurry to successfully complete the test for the sake of a world in which I will not look down on the untalented. A stranger stood over dead rats, saying that this is an amazing medicine that will turn this world upside down. Phoenix Academy. Anna was worried that she had quarreled with Finn and was thinking about how to make peace with him, but he himself came up to her and apologized. She said that everything was fine. He said that Professor Sophia invited them to a lecture. Would she like to go with him? She replied that she already has classes with Professor Jamie, but if it's short, then we can go. Trinity Laboratory Professor Kaniak walked behind and asked if it was true that she had led Anna, to which she replied that everything was exactly like that and that she was a test subject whom he should have brought a long time ago. Now the office has the best composition. They sent the purest materials, so the doctor managed to get rid of most of the side effects. To personally witness their success is such an honor. Professor Jamie recognized Anna as his student. Kenyak said that she knows perfectly well what it means to turn Jamie into his enemy, and that they need to leave Anna, and he will talk to the doctor. To which Mary said that it was too late to stop. Side effects appeared in a week, and everything would be fine if they found a solution. Greedy people who rely on drugs to achieve results, and in the end, they only get addicted and destroy themselves. All this time she studied diligently, and Kenyak repeated to her part of the technique shown, which she did not understand. Mary watched him and said that his actions were strange and called on Ashtar, saying that he might be needed. Jamie knocked on Zaza's door because he called him. Jamie asked him to hurry up because his students were waiting for him. Zaza asked if he really had students, to which Jamie replied that yes, these were Leon and Anna. Zaza said that although he helped this, he couldn't think that he would really take them arrogant and self-confident. But he behaves like an old man, and he is quite hot-tempered. But to be honest, he called him for one request. Professor Haviland is responsible for the affairs of the academy, so he does not know everything about the current situation, but apparently he will have to intervene personally. Before Professor Silver disappeared, they say he met with dropouts from the beta class. Those guys were hopeless students who would have been expelled from the academy, but after drinking the elixir, their grades increased sharply, and today, they were all absent from class. He has a bad feeling, so he wants Jamie to do it. Suddenly, Jamie's amulet started to glow. He jumped up and said that he had to go. If she or he is in danger, the necklace will notify him, and if he is in danger, it will notify them. Anna and Finn came to a lecture with Professor Sophia. She said that over the past 3 years, they have invested a lot of effort in changing the magical world, a chance for the untalented and hope for those who have changed. As they know, the limit of a wizard is determined from birth. Those born with talent achieve success. Others have no chance. Simply because of the lack of talent, they have been ignored all their lives, and she said to look at the statistics of the last 30 years of the magical world. Suddenly, Anna noticed that Finn felt bad and called Professor Sophia. She said that they decided to create a medicine for this world and called it Apophis. Medicine is the solution to all problems for people born without talent. Their core will increase, and they will become great magicians. She said that it was too dangerous, to which Sophia asked, what if they removed the danger? She said it was impossible to get something you had to pay, but there is something that people cannot cope with. What if someone else can pay for them? If this creature is not a person, he can cope with the danger. She asked if he was connected to God. Sophia said that she was mistaken, but it was a good guess, and she knew that she was smart. And the thought that she is being ignored due to lack of talent upset Sophia. But now everything will be resolved. She forced Anna to drink this medicine and said that Apophis will be her salvation. But suddenly, Kenyak came to the rescue and told her to stop. Ashtar appeared behind him and stuck a sword into him. He said to amuse him so as not to devalue his expectations. Finn woke up on the floor and didn't understand what he was doing here. Suddenly, he saw the manager. The manager said that this was an excellent moment to end the relationship and went to Finn. But Kenyak managed to grab him by the leg, saying that he was his opponent, and it was better that he not turn away. Ashtar said that if his last wish is to die first, he can't refuse him. Sophia asked if she really thought that she was done, and now she will behave well if she drinks this. She will get talent, and said to be happy now no one will look down on her. Jamie came and said how dare they contact her student? Are they really ready to take responsibility for what they did? Sophia got scared. Jamie told her to get lost and pushed her away. He told Anna to rest in Greece and Finn too. Ashtar said that he was disappointed because Mary was surprised by Jamie's child, and he rushed to attack. Jamie called Rise began to attack Ashtar and eventually won. He said that this was a bloodthirsty barbarian from the southern continent of the warlike race. Alicia, after that, he got angry and ran towards Ryza. At this time, Sophia woke up and fell on Jamie, saying that she would kill him. But as soon as she started running, she couldn't move. He said that she would become his slave when she woke up. Jamie ordered Rise not to kill him and said that he would be useful and why not train him right away, and then he took him with him. Professor Kenyak watched all this. He asked Jamie what the door was. Jamie remembered that he forgot about him and erased his memory, and after that he ordered Sophia to wake up and tell who she was. She said her name was Mary Valentine. She was the executive manager of the Trinity Laboratory. Trinity wanted to give humanity fair magical enlightenment. She received orders to infiltrate the Phoenix Academy, and with the help of Apophis, they planned to eliminate the gap due to talent. Jamie said that if they started a project of this magnitude, at least one high-ranking person in the magical world is involved in it, and asked how they plan to remove the side effects of Apophis. This is probably their ultimate goal. As soon as she wanted to answer but could not, because there was a taboo. Then he used the ideal cell to brainwash and disable the taboo. After that, he told her to say what she wanted. She replied that they had contacted demons. Demonic nobles are able to remove the side effects. They are at least a master class. He asked her to tell her which demons they contacted. She replied that they contacted the demon king of greed. Jamie thought that he had never heard of this before. Probably after 1,000 years, the so-called demon kings could appear. Most likely the Church of Genus is involved in this again. He asked to tell about everyone involved in this. She replied that all the suppliers, including the performers, fell at the hands of Ashtar Kaniak, killed by the researcher. He asked who the head was. She replied that the head was the doctor, but due to his focus on Apophis development, most orders came from the professor. They just received a message through the crystal ball. No one saw them personally. Jamie remembered that this crystal ball was an artifact, anticipating discovery and prohibiting recording. And he is sure that the highest people of the magical world are involved here. After that, he ordered her to leave and drive herself as usual. He came to Finn and Anna and asked how they were feeling. The boy said that he would not die with the core destroyed, but he would not become a magician. He told them to go to the room and rest. Only the professor remained. He said that there is so much space in the artifact that it has impressive things Jamie said that he learned from Mary about his involvement in the research of Apophysis X, and that he tell everything that he knows about his superiors. Kenyak replied that he didn't know the professor. He didn't work with Dr. Jamie asked who, but Kenyak couldn't say. Then Jamie said he would just read his memories. He said he couldn't read them. Then he realized that Konyak is a homunculus. The third elder was the leader of this program. He put the chip in his own creation. The man replied that he was created unable to say anything about him and asked if he really could read memories. Jamie replied that of course he read them and even erased the part concerning black magic. He was able to find out everything, and without this he is a homunculus. And since they are the creator, it seems obvious who made him. Keniak replied that even if he was not human, it would not change the facts that his actions were wrong, and he asked him to allow him to repay for everything he had done with death. Jamie said that this will not solve anything and he is free. This reward for saving his student will decide his fate when he kills the third. Kenyak said he's too strong for him alone. At this time, the third realized that the connection with the second and Mary was broken, and Kenyak's chip was broken. He was a couple of steps away from controlling the magical world. Suddenly, he noticed the Apophis and said that he had nothing to worry about since everything was ready with his help. Even an 8th grade monster could not compare with him. He will finally become the ruler of the magical world. Director's office Jamie sat in the hall office and said that he needed his help and could anyone help in the battle. Zaza replied that if they hide their identities like that, he can't trust anyone, and maybe the third one is the only one behind it. Jamie thought that he was right. Since Zaza was away from the magical world, he could be trusted. But the king's faction, where the elder is located, cannot be trusted. Their belief in universal equality is somewhat similar to the ideas of Apophis. Although Linmul is trustworthy, and demons are great at pretending, he can't be completely trusted. Jamie said he thinks they can figure it out. Zaza said he'll figure out how to deal with the third one. When Jamie left the principal's office, he met the professor, who asked if he had seen Professor Sophia. Jamie replied that she had left early. He has always been quite close to the teachers and is involved in various matters as the vice principal and can contact the third elder as a caretaker without any suspicion. He asked him if he had contacted Professor Silver, to which he replied that he spoke with him today, but it looks like he will have to leave his teaching position. Jamie said that he was so close and that Sophia was resting. Or should I call her Mary, and that he should stop pretending? Then the professor realized that Jamie understood everything and asked what he thought about his spatial isolation magic. Jamie replied that he made a contract with a demon. The professor said that he was careful, but he managed to reveal it, and thinks that the expression, "what if?" always used by those who are able to look ahead. After that, they went on the attack. Jamie used an explosion and said that he would never have thought that he would crawl out so quickly, the third elder. Jamie used White Ocean, and as soon as he wanted to kill Jovelina, the elder stopped him, and after that, Jamie could not use mana. The elder replied that they had not prepared for all possible cases. Zaza came and asked how he dared to do such a thing in front of his eyes. They replied that they knew he would come. Jamie sat tied up. Konyak thought that everything was planned by demons from the very beginning, and he realized this too late. He apologized to Anna and said that he had made a huge mistake. She said that he saved them anyway when he realized what happened and he can live on. Atonement for his sins. Kenyak said that he needs to do everything he can, and they said that she is a smart child. That's why he's very sorry that she wasn't sent to study. That's why he was always worried about her. He thought what would happen if she gave up magic. He wanted to become a good teacher. He was terrible, evil due to the influence of the personality of the creator, so he devoted all of himself to teaching students. Professor Jamie is an unusual magician. Obviously, he will be at the center of the magical community in the future. She managed to become a member of such a person. I'm sure she can learn from him what she is missing, and said that it might be difficult for her, but let her remember her dream in difficult times. Never give up, she promised, never to give up. He said that it would be great if he could see her become an excellent magician, and disappeared. Zaza wanted to use magic, but could not, because they used a seal spell that they had difficulty obtaining in a mystical country in the Far East. Even the first two elders would have difficulty with it. He asked what the third elder hoped for after this. He replied that he would be safe. Zaza asked Jamie why he was lying down, to which he replied that the white ball was dissipating his mana. After that, he covered Zazu with the seal of the hall and said that he would kill him when he got out. The professor said that he was calmer now that the most feared one had been removed. Jamie said that it was just a matter of time before the seventh elder got out. And what were they planning then? And he asked if Apophis was the best solution to break through the wall of the seventh rank. The professor said that the remaining seal spell should be used when other elders intervene. He's a little uneasy holding it. He's afraid of the consequences if they kill him. If Duke Veltan and Belle's family interferes, they'll have problems in the future. Jamie asked what they planned to do next, because whoever made the contract with the demon would not care about believing in fair equal abilities. The goal of the third elder is to overcome his limit. In the end, those who have entered into a contract with the demon want only one victim of high quality. The cores are increased thanks to the Apophis, and people with a single magical nature will become excellent victims. Jamie asked if he was really thinking about overthrowing the king of demons. The professor replied that he had been watching everything for a long time and had recently entered magical society. Thanks to the Church of Genus, his work had become quite convenient. After that, he ordered Jamie to sleep, but he didn't succeed, because Jamie used Leviathan and got out. Jenny said that he would kill the third elder as soon as he told everything. The elder said that he was not a genius, only one who received abilities for selling his soul to the devil. After that, Jamie used the Spirit of the Dead. The Spirit of the Dead is black magic that destroys and engulfs the body and blocked the elder's attacks. Reflection synthesis. Redirection synthesis is all high-ranking magic. Jamie asked if he really wants to do perspective magic of the polysyllabic type if he can't even distinguish between dust and particles. The elder got angry and used oxidizing light. But the boy did not give up and used hundreds of C's 10 formations in the Veltan style. The 8th formation is the consequences of the Spirit of the Dead. Jamie told me that he would destroy his organization, but he saw that the elder managed to inject himself with Apophis and became stronger. Even though he couldn't get to the 7th rank, he definitely managed to get through the 6th. After that, Jamie told the soldiers to leave. A little earlier, the Phoenix Academy corridor, the professor was walking along the corridor. Suddenly, a javelin came out of the wall and attacked him. He said that in any case, Jamie, this dark magician is excellent information, and you need to surpass him. But suddenly a Kenyan appeared behind him, pierced his hand, and said that it was he who supplied the demonic blood. After that, they rushed into battle. At this time, the army fought with the elder. They divided into squads and attacked him. Hazard appeared and told the second squad to reload. Jamie was surprised that they had not trained like that and asked him what he was doing. He replied that the skeleton told him that people do this. Jamie said that he must be brainless, to which he replied that he is not. This magic splits things into particles and destroys them. The rebirth of the undead is very bad at this rate. He will lose all his powers, and ordered them to return. Jamie said that the elder's magic was terrible and used darkness, told him to be proud that he would show him true power and destruction. After that, Jamie used lightning and darkness. This is the 7th formation of the Welton style. Estate Jamie Lennon went to class, but saw no one, and thought that Anna and Jamie had left him. But suddenly his necklace, which he gave him, caught fire, and so he flew to the rescue. Jamie used the sword cutting space and Liviofan, using gluttony, he said to absorb all destruction. Jamie fell into an illusion, and realized that it was his past life. The monster asked why the gods continue to persecute people. To which he replied, in order to punish those who did not obey, they dared to create such disgusting creatures. He would not forgive them for anything, a fragment from his forgotten memories. His power has the ability to destroy everything, but not only it, but also gravitational forces. And drawing in all objects around this is the source of Leviathan's power. The elder couldn't fight because Jamie was holding back his magic. Jamie said it was thanks to him that he was able to break through the barrier and ordered him to disappear. While the third elder was creating strengthening potions, he created space to become stronger, Should all creators and creations be the same? Javelin fought with Kenyak and said that his strength had already reached the level of the Knight of the Demon World. Even a 5th-rank magician could not save him and told him to give up. Konyak was losing. But then he remembered Zazu and created a barrier, saying that he was leaving everything to him. A doll created by a serpent. Let him create it. He learned from other people, growth and freedom. Kenyak used the cube breaker. Zaza came and praised him, told him to rest now he owes him. When Zaza pushed him, the javelin wanted to open a portal to the world of demons, but he stopped him and said that he would not die peacefully. He began to writhe in agony for as long as possible until he died. And this is just the beginning. He imprisoned him in a cube A after crushing. Jamie's new perspective to absorb the enemy's power to use as his true demonic sword. In addition, while he was increasing the level, his feelings became greatly aggravated. He cannot believe that everything was a lie, and he will show him torment and suffering worse than death. Suddenly he felt something and teleported to Count Simon. The Count said that his son came to him. Jamie said that now is not the time for talking, and somewhere here the demons suddenly crawled out in front of them. A demon. This was the true form of Jovlina. Zaza said that he wanted to make him smaller, but he only became bigger. The Count said that if he continues to fight here, there is a chance of hurting the students and they need to move to another place. So they used teleport using 7th grade magic without a seal. He told them there was no time to be surprised. Ifrit's hand is the highest level of fiery spiritual magic. Simon said that he continues to amaze, but fire is his sphere. Flame Emperor, perspective of Simon magic. This is the power that controls fire. That's why it is called the Red Lotus. And he directed fire at the monster, asking the 7th Elder to block the consequences. Zaza asked Jamie how he crossed the threshold of the 7th grade in such a short period of time, to which he replied that it just happened. Zaza said that the other elders would find out and be surprised to death, and that they should go back. But Javelin rebelled again, saying that he did a good job. If he is going to die, then let him give him his body. He will kill them all for Jamie. A little earlier, in the wasteland behind the academy, the elders talked about feeling demonic energy and not knowing what happened. One of the elders asked them to go to one place where a black, burnt corpse lay and applied restoration. It was Konyak. He is a professor at the Phoenix Academy, as well as a student of the 3rd Elder. Sophia said that this old snake gave his body as a sacrifice to the demons. Suddenly, in front, a demonic energy of the rank of Count appeared. The chief elder said that he would go first with Marcus, and they should increase the protection of the magical world as much as possible. Jamie managed to react and applied a barrier. The demon asked why they were silent, even if they sat there. It did not mean that he would not be able to attack. The Count of the Demon World Varios is under the command of the Demon King. Greed is the Count of the measures. The demon is filled with half-dragon blood. If they don't come, he'll have to. After that, he attacked Jamie. Jamie couldn't block one attack and he flew away. Jamie said that even if he blocks physical damage, his demonic energy is a problem. The only way out is to use dark mana. He asked the Count and Zazu to keep secret what they saw and used dark mana. Jamie was able to get his power. Zaza and Simon came to his aid, saying that he would have to explain himself later. The Count used a golden flash. Jamie said that when this is over, he will tell everything. Space slashing sword version with almighty converged demonic dragon energy. He asked Zaza if they could isolate this space so that no force could leave. Zaza asked if he really planned to continue fighting with him. They needed to meet with other elders. The Count said that he understands that his dark mana is different from other dark magicians. They alone will not be enough to destroy this demon. Jamie said that even if all the elders of the magical world gather, they will not win. Until all the swordmasters gather, the magical world will go. The demon tried to attack them, but the swordmasters grouped together and cast a spell. After that, Jamie used Annihilation Innate Territory Chaotic Ocean. The Demon King has come to Jamie's innate territory. Marcus said that even from the vibration, it is clear how terrifying the demonic energy is. And Streshan asked what happened to the 2 elders. Then he was told that they isolated the space. He's trying to finish everything there. Marcus said that then they should be ready to die, even if they have to use it. He told Luca and Adele to prepare this thing just in case, but hopes that they won't have to use it. To resist enemies stronger than himself, Diablo created the deadly magic of terraforming a space in which dark mana assimilates into itself, allowing the creator to use powers that exceed all limits and become a weapon in the flesh. He did not understand how the demon got into his innate territory. Even if 12 gods came, they could destroy, but not get. The demon king appeared behind him. The awakening of the king by a demon upsets the balance. Cause and effect relationships mean 12 gods can let in a vassal, but there is no reaction from them. You can deceive the gods using his dark mono, but only he can use this power. The demon asked how he can use this power and look him straight in the eyes. Jamie replied that he didn't understand why he was asking and that this was his power and no one controlled it. After that, they rushed to attack. Jamie's bones were crushed. He asked what he wanted to know. The demon asked to answer who he was to this man. He noticed he had purple eyes. Dark mana is a power that can be acquired by chance, but this shade guarantees that he personally bestowed this power on someone. The demon asked where he got the same purple eyes as that man. Jamie asked where he got his dark mana from. After the demon heard this, he released Jamie. He ordered Jamie to explain his existence. If he couldn't, he would send him to hell. Jamie recognized him as a tracer. He asked how he knew him. Jamie asked if he remembered Langford Mountains. He was lying dying. Jamie said that his wound was too late to heal. Then the guy asked to turn him into an undead. Jamie said that if he became her, he would have to serve him. The guy replied that it was not so bad and let him turn him into a being completely devoted to him. He wants to be his sword until the gods fall. So he asks for the sake of all the people on Earth. After that, he turned him. Trace couldn't accept it for a long time, but when he accepted it, he bowed to him. Jamie apologized and said that he returned too late. The demon said that it seemed to him that he died at the hands of 12 packs. Jamie replied that he was sealed in infinity and could not be resurrected in this body. The guy asked what he plans to do next. He won't be able to kill the gods in this form. Jamie replied that this body is only 10 years old, and this year he managed to get a piece of his powers. The demon said that he was sure that Jamie would be able to regain his powers in about 10 years. Jamie asked what about him. He would be a little stronger. He would no longer be able to appreciate his abilities. The demon replied that more than 60,000 years had passed. It would be easier to show than to tell. Right before the final battle, all of Diablo's subordinates scattered after receiving his order. But the king of the undead, whom he created with dissatisfaction, was the only one refused to obey. Jamie said that his last task was to leave here. That's how he ended up in the world of demons. The first 100 years were painful. For the next 1,000 years, he erased all the reasons with his own hands. The dark mana that should have been depleted and caused him to cease to exist was replaced by chemical energy absorbed during battles through mana, allowed him to continue to use his body. When he came to his senses, he became a demon count. And 10,000 years later, he learned something from a subordinate sent to the middle world. 12 gods destroy the records of the middle world. Then Trace realized what he needed to do. He must complete what his master started instead of him. Who was persecuted, despised by the 12 gods. He will take revenge on everyone. From that moment on, he proclaimed himself the king of the demons of vengeance and became the laughingstock of all demons except his subordinates. But even tens of thousands of years later, the morning had such power in his hands that even the 5 great demon kings did not want to laugh at him. And then there was a chance for revenge. There was a discord between the 12 gods. He didn't particularly like the process, but he didn't care as long as there was a result. At that moment, revenge was already very close. The demon asked if he could ask him something, why he sent him to the world of demons. Jamie replied that he had no idea where he would be sent. Sending him to another dimension was the only way to separate them, because he hoped that even if they died, they would all live. But he didn't know that he would be thrown into the world of demons. And the demon apologized and replied that everything was fine, because they met again. Jamie thanked him for suffering so much for him, and bowing before him, the demon replied that he only did it, what their dark knight should. Emotions are all alive. He believed that he was able to raise the wall, but having tried several times to suppress them, they gradually at one moment broke through the past. The present life is different. Now his path and the fact that he needs to do everything will be different. He said that he will kill 12 gods. The demon said that it would be right. Jamie replied that now it would be impossible if you compare his present and past 9th grade magician. He is just starting his life. If he wants to kill the gods, he needs to become much stronger. The demon said that if he wants him to do something, let him order Jamie. He said that nothing yet, but he will call as needed, and then they will fight side by side again, and also thanked him for waiting. The demon bowed to him and said that he had wanted to hear all these 1,000 years, and of course that this time he would not be with him until the end. At the same time outside the chaotic ocean, Zaza and the Count looked at the dark mana, but Zaza was not sure that it was dark mana and said that it gave him different sensations, unlike what they knew, and that the space inside was completely separated from them. He couldn't look there even with magic. Jamie came out of the dark circle and fell on Zazu. After Jamie fell unconscious and was hospitalized, the elders chaotically tried to regain control of the magical community. Phoenix Academy and suffered damage was temporarily closed. Zaza considered himself Jamie's protector and guarded the ward, and the students came to him. 3 days later, he woke up. He was happy and told him not to get up. He needed to recover for another 3 months. Jamie asked what happened. Zaza said that it was all thanks to him that the other elders were dealing with the magical community, and he wanted to hear an explanation of what it was. He hasn't told the other elders yet. Jamie said he's the reincarnation of Diablo's first dark wizard. Wolfer. Zaza asked who it was. Jamie remembered that he was too surprised from meeting a person from his past life, forgetting that he did not exist in this world. Zaza said that he assumed that he was a dark magician and saw dark mana, but reincarnation is strange. Zaza said that it sounds absurd, but if he really was reborn, magic skills are called the best in all history, excellent sword skill, and his calm attitude towards killing, and all this now lends itself to logic. Jamie said it was easier for him to show than to tell. Took his hand, he told him to read his memories. At this time, Anna and Lennon stood and watched, wondering if he woke up. She said that she found out that he asked for the help of the 8th elder. Lennon said that it was not because he was worried about him. Lennon's dad approached them and asked if they had come to see the elder, and that they can go together. The doctor came out and said that Jamie had woken up and was talking with the 7th elder. The students were delighted and began to ask about his condition. The Count told them to stop and asked the doctor if the other elders knew that he had woken up. The doctor replied that only the 7th. The Count asked Anna and Lennon to wait before entering. Zaza looked at Jamie's memories and saw the attack. The god Guinness fought him, and their army after that. He lost. Diablo said that Janus had died several times already, then hid behind another god and laughed at him. The 12 heavenly gods can't even cope with it. The best they can do is to unite and seal it. When it starts, then their shining light will turn to something, and they will suffer in endless despair, begging for his quick death. Zaza was frightened by what he saw and asked if it was a dream. Jamie answered no to these memories. 66,666 years ago, the time when humanity slipped into a slave existence under the yoke of 12 heavenly gods, people are them to this day. 12 gods destroyed and rebuilt civilizations several times. They changed people at their discretion, just as people are already being watched now. Followers of the dragon god Brahman were created to observe people. The problem is that they don't know the history from the moment of his imprisonment to the current time. The whole history was banned. When he was trying to understand what was said that the dragon would appear, the Count entered and asked if it was true. Jamie replied that humanity is trapped on the continent under the supervision of dragons. The Count said that he knew that humanity was not so weak, and they were right, and said that he wanted to introduce Jamie to a group. It consists of people who want to make humanity the rulers of this world. Humans are oppressed because they are weaker than other species, all because other species are afraid of their potential. They had to take away their power. It was a great coincidence that they found evidence. 10 years ago, there was a Project Dawn, which consisted of an expedition to a cave in one of the 6 forbidden territories. A swordmaster of a great magician of 12 special rank was hired for this mission, but even here it turned out to be tragic. Only the swordmaster returned, but this does not mean that there was no result. They witnessed the beautiful civilization of humanity's past, and the swordmaster returned with one thing: the Ark Factory, the storage of the mighty battleship. It was assumed that they were created before their civilization. Jamie said that they should have been destroyed in the 4th Great War. The Count said that they received a huge number of records from there, many technologies superior to what they now have. This is proof that the past of humanity was much stronger than dragons and elves, and that Jamie is the second coming of humanity's past, a creature gathered to raise from its knees this kind of savior of humanity, which they have been waiting for so long. Simon had been waiting for his people for a long time. In a sense, the most prosperous species in the world. They had everything. But in fact, they were afraid of other strong species, and no matter what they did, they always remained a pitiful, weak-willed race. But one day, people will be able to regain their true power and suppress this world. Simon, more than anyone else, was desperately waiting for the moment when this man would appear. Apart from Jamie's overwhelming ability, mystical dark mana is not at all similar to modern dark magic. It's probably the power of that time. Jamie said that the assumption is correct that humanity once flourished, but people were not the rulers of the world. The Count said that he knew that there was a great war at that time. The Ark was a warship. Jamie said that the Ark created by him and his colleagues is a tool to intercept the gods. In the past, the leader of the army for the liberation of mankind, in the end he was left alone, and in order to destroy God, he created dark magic. After that, he said that it was a long story and he would show them everything. After what he saw, the Count felt bad, but then he bowed to him and said that Simon greets the king of humanity. He took the leadership, left alone. He still fought for the people, fought hard and died horribly, thinking of humanity before his death. He is the real king of humanity. He swears allegiance to him. Jamie asked him to stand up and said that he was not a king and he did not need such an attitude. He asked to borrow it in his power and to contact him as before. That's all he wants. Zaza said that the place of the third elder is empty if the young master becomes an elder. His title of the youngest elder will be taken away. From now on, he will be in his care as a colleague. Jamie asked that earlier they wanted to introduce someone and asked who it was. The Count replied that they were always with him. Jamie suggested that perhaps it was the Frontiers. The Count replied that the Frontiers were a group with an unknown motive. They were a terrorist group with an ambiguous purpose. They are a secret group focused on the environment of the world and the future of humanity. He will understand when he sees them in person. They took too much time from the patient and decided to leave saying that they would be back soon. After they came out, Anna and Lennon ran into him and started asking how he was feeling. Jamie replied that he was fine. They were crying because they were worried about him. In the 3 months that Jamie was in the hospital in the magical world, a lot happened. In the palace of the capital, the church celled and asked to send their sacred order. They purified all people associated with the demonic race. The side effects of apophysis were very severe. A huge number of people were left in critical condition or died. But thanks to the fact that Finn was able to get rid of his addiction, he managed to survive. The third elder, who was the center of everything that happened, was Clayman, the enemy of humanity, because of which his family dissolved. Kenyak, who was involved in all this, was called a criminal, but was later found innocent when they learned about his self-sacrifice for the good of the academy. Thanks to the authority of the director Zaza, the funeral of Konyak at the Phoenix Academy and the students who remembered him were able to say goodbye. The magical world, in depression because of what happened, received good news after a while. The most talented magician of all time, Jamie, became a great magician at the age of 10. The palace recognized Jamie as a great magician, and time appointed an elder of the magical world. Jamie became better, and he went to his students. They have been training all this time. He asked if they had completed their homework on multi-elemental summoning. Jamie replied that being able to use multi-elemental summoning is the basis. If they cannot, they are doomed. Lennon said that the director said that when he checked out, they should go to the central office of the Magic Tower. He said that while he was away, they would complete the task, and if they couldn't, they would put on a red hat. Zaza's office. He sat in a pile of papers and thought where his free life went. He wants to live like a playboy, and there is no other choice if he wants to help Jamie. Jamie came to him because Zaza called him. He said that the palace had contacted him and that he should accept this correct order. To participate in the anointing ceremony of the great magician tomorrow, at noon in the capital of Seldom in the Fever Palace. Zaza said that he knows that he does not like it, but he will go with him. Jamie asked if this ceremony had always existed. Zaza replied that the rank of a master is the strongest force of the nation. When such a person appears, they always hold national events. The Count also wrote a letter after the incident 3 months ago, when the Count was told not to come here anymore. He writes letters from time to time. He said that he would close his eyes and gave the letter to Jamie. In the letter, he asked how he was feeling and said that his mother was filling her handkerchief with tears when she thought about him. Sarah also cried when she thought about him. Dad said he's a little sad that he can't see him, but he knows what it's like to fight demons. He doesn't want his parents to worry, so he can't stop him. But he is happy because his son got a chance to become a great man, so they will see each other soon on this day. Sisters from the Badab family will also come. The first is the reincarnation of Jamie, and the second one is very energetic. Jamie called out to Sophia, saying she wanted to talk. She said she wanted to show him her laboratory. The fifth elder came and said that he wished he knew something. Equalizer Lab Jamie asked why he brought him here. He replied because he wanted to talk to him about power. The royal teacher and the first elder rules the king's faction. The second elder, the high-ranking noble, rules the nobility faction, and the last leader of the townspeople controls the levelers. Jamie asked if he wanted him to join them. The elder said that would be great, but it seemed like he wouldn't agree because he was a noble. The count replied that he was also a fallen nobleman. Besides, his family went bankrupt when he was 6, so it's stupid to call him that. He didn't plan to call him an equalizer, but if he doesn't want to join them, then let him not go to anyone. Now the magical world is divided into 3 parts by the royal faction of the nobles and the equalizer. But 3 months ago, everything began to change. And the reason for this is the third elder who is in the royal faction and his corruption due to the incident where the demons of the royal faction participated suffered losses. Their influence decreased. If in such a situation he joins the nobility, the balance between them and the equalists will be upset. Jamie said that they are fighting for power without realizing what is really happening in the world, and that he doesn't care about their ideology. He's not interested in these trivial things. The elder said that he treats the problem of class division as trivial, but does he know that most of the uprisings happen because of it? Showing them the difference between them is not such a bad idea if they continue the topic. Then something similar will happen. Soon this continent will be covered by a huge typhoon. Class division will not help anything. The elder said that people will continue to live even after the war. Jamie replied that it was a matter of survival. The cult of Janus will fight alone, and the kingdom of Libya is gradually united. The isolated cult of Janus will not be able to withstand the pressure of unification and will self-destruct if it does not begin. They will go into fasting. Jamie said that they are deeply mistaken. And do I really think that the cult will not work alone? Before leaving, Jamie said that if they do not unite, then everyone will die. And after that, he left. Over the past 3 months, he thought that the magical world would take over and take care of everything. The war would definitely begin. Janus will definitely repay people in the same coin. If they understood him, they will soon come for them again, and he needs to prepare to leave for the capital. Sophia asked the elder what he would do. She didn't think the boy was wrong. Maybe they were thinking about everything superficially. The elder replied that the ruling personality should not begin to doubt because of a couple of words, although he said it looks like Luke sympathizes with Jamie Welton. Sophia is sure that soon a new wind will sweep through the magical world. Besides, Sophia is not the one who loses and will win back next time. Jamie's chambers Marcus told him to do something about his manners, and that he remember the students at his academy who look up to him, and that he be vigilant at the ceremony tomorrow. Jamie entered the room in new clothes that his mother Anna had sent him, and said that he looked good. Jamie didn't expect Marcus to come. Marcus replied that she wanted to go with him, and maybe he shouldn't have come here. Anna said that Lennon said that he would go with Count Simon. Zaza said that he would accompany them, and they teleported away. Warp terminal. Jamie said that he felt that there was a huge magic stone under the pedestal. Marcus replied that when activated, hundreds of kilograms of B-rank crystals are spent. The developers say that in 5 years the efficiency will double. Over time, the limits are reduced, and more advantages appear. Marcus asked if he knew why he was telling him this. The machine is developing, and those who develop them are developing even more, but this requires a huge amount of time for everything to go step by step. He hopes Jamie doesn't overdo it then. It's hard then, he says, if he wants to ask, let him ask if he's tired, then let him rest. He said that he's always here. Jamie can come anytime. When Jamie was cured, Earl Simon introduced him to his trusted people. But then his face was gloomy. Now he understands that Marcus was worried. Let him and Jamie's reincarnation remind him of his grandson. Marcus said they had to hurry. Seldom is a famous cafe in the capital. The girl approached the man and asked if he liked the tea, to which he replied that the tea was very good. Royal Spear Albert. The guy asked if he would die if he hid this heavy energy, and a familiar voice replied that he had completely forgotten. The guy asked, "Isn't it necessary to hide energy if you become stronger?" To which the old man replied that this is not about him. They heard the news about the child, and he became a great magician at the age of 10. The guy asked if the old man was going to his majesty. He replied that yes, it was the sword god Talixfan. Marcus said that this time it shook less and better than last year. Magical techniques became much better than before. But to the rest was badly. He helped Anna heal. She saw the royal palace stadium and ran towards it. This is not just a palace. It symbolizes seldom and sets an excellent central vector. Suddenly his mother's voice was heard. She ran to him and hugged him. Dad and sister walked behind. Earl Welton's house in fever. The whole family was sitting at the table. Mom said that Sarah was very upset because her brother had not been home for a long time. Mom and Sarah were offended, but Jamie said that he had not come for a long time. Jamie apologized to Sarah. Dad said that he had grown up a lot. He was always shocked and full of regrets. If only he could have taught him sword skills later. If he had met the seventh elder not so early, he thinks that he could have grown up calmly, but it's just his selfish father who wants to look after him longer. Soon he will leave his hands and become the center of this world. He thinks that Jamie will have to leave soon, but he hopes that their family can always get together like this. The Guardian said that he had grown up a lot and asked who the girl was next to him and was it really his girlfriend? He replied that she was his student and was learning magic. The parents said that it seems that children like to play school, and at their age they didn't perceive anything. Jamie called Anna and asked her to tell them what kind of relationship they had, and to tell them that she was his student. Jamie managed to convince his parents. The Earl said that he had heard that the second son, Simon, was his student. He was worried, but he needed to trust and support him. Finally, after they all had dinner together, Jamie left the mansion. A girl came up to him and said that she also likes to admire the starry sky. Jamie thought that she looked so weak, as if she would die at any second. The girl replied that because of her illness she rarely came here. Jamie said that it was time for him to return. The girl asked if he wanted to say goodbye, and when they met next time, she would be just as cold. She came to the old man. He asked her if she really needed to run. She replied that after talking with him, she felt that she had to. He said that he didn't remember that the conversation made her feel so bad. She told him not to eavesdrop. He replied that this was grandfather's work. Isabel Freedmore, member of the Seldom royal family and eldest daughter of the current monarch. The old man asked what she would say about him. She replied that he had a long, difficult time ahead of him, that you would wait for him at the end. Hope or the abyss, no one knows. She didn't see that far. Besides, he already knows his terrible future. Afterwards, the girl said that she wanted to rest, and the old man sent her to rest. Scadium Castle. The Valet family was riding in a carriage. The youngest daughter looked out of the window while Dad said that this was not the first time that a new masterclass magician had appeared. The younger sister asked the older sister why she was so worried, to which she replied that she simply couldn't sleep. Count Welton and Count Valet stood on the balcony and watched Valet ask where the rest of the family was, to which Welton replied that his wife took Sarah away because she was bored. His son-in-law is His Majesty's advisor, so they must be together. Suddenly, Welton felt an aura and saw Albert approaching him. The Viscount ordered his daughters to leave, but the Count came forward, saying that he was not one of those who would cause chaos in such a place. Albert said that he didn't like that the Viscount called him a freak, and that he was beyond his standards. The Count ordered him to calm down and said that if he continued to talk, he would regret it. Albert asked if his opponent would be the Count himself, and they had not crossed swords before. The Count asked if Gaston had already healed him early. He said that he simply put pressure on the patient, and how dare he call him out. Having lost to him, even he couldn't withstand 10 of his blows, and what would happen to him then? Gaston? One of the 5 swordmasters ate at home. The Viscount knows his abilities, and is the Count really capable of defeating him in 10 blows? The Count told him to move on and that his son's ceremony would begin soon. The king's spear should be next to His Majesty after that. Albert turned around and left. 5 years ago, when Albert became master of the spear, he requested a fight with Viscount Valet. The result was pitiful. This was before he received the title of Spear King. The ceremony began. The king of the kingdom came out and thanked everyone for coming this far. For the sake of the new great magician, for the sake of the future of the kingdom, he hopes that everyone will give his blessing to this. The first son of the Welton family from the high territory, the hero who saved often, who received the symbol of the goddess Pero, who became a great magician at age 10, the hero who saved the magical world before them, Jamie. Raising his head, Jamie saw the girl who was at the fountain. She said that she goes there in secret. It turns out it was a princess. It's unlikely that she was allowed to wander at night. The king said that he had heard about him. He stopped the attack of the demon and the church of Guinness in Afton and saved the magical world. He saw many master-class magicians, but he says with confidence that there were none like him. No one from the family was there and had not studied magic before. At first it seemed to him that the rumors were lies, and he thought that people had confused magic and talent for the sword. The ability to wield a sword is also well developed in Jamie. Jamie learned the secret sword technique in the Welton family. The king stood in front and said that he had achieved the position of a great magician at a young age and also saved the magical world. As a saint of the goddess Pyro, he facilitated an alliance between the kingdom and the church. He King recognizes his achievements and names him the 11th master of the kingdom of Seldom. Exterritorial rights conferred with the recognition of the king. Although this position is not described in detail, it is superior to any title of nobility, after which he dedicated Jamie. Southern continent of Brian. Blazer, chief priest of the Order of the Sun, god commander of the Sacred Order. He entered the catacomb concentration camp for criminals and asked how the guy was. They told him he didn't say a word. The deepest place in the catacombs is the abyss. The guard said that he would open the door and asked him to move away. Brian replied that everything was fine, and even if he was in excellent condition, he wouldn't do anything to him. He opened the door and bowed.